力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we hembus, kata si Mas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia minggu ketiga, hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan harap-harapnya kita tak akan tukar host lagi sepanjang musim ini. And I know ramai orang tengah cari Rose minggu lepas. Well, I'm back now. Dan minggu ini adalah minggu yang sangat-sangat penting untuk pasukan kita sebab dorang punya wins this week will be very important in securing a slot untuk playoffs yang akan datang tak lama lagi. Dan sekarang ni, Rose bersama dengan dua player yang sangat-sangat beza sebab these two players are from very different regions. So without further ado, introducing Masako from Indonesia and Rindo from Philippines. Hi guys.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. How are you?
Baik.
Baik. Okay, come closer. Don't worry, I don't fight. Okay, now, I know ramai orang tengah tanya pasal player lain sebab minggu lepas host kita dah banyak borak dengan rookie-rookie. Kali ni pula kita nak borak dengan player lain pula. Let's start with Masako. Okay, Masako, kita tahu actually ramai orang tengah tanya, kenapa awak pilih nama Masako? Boleh tak ceritakan sikit?
Sebab awalnya tuh main di gang, terus ada dua pilihan tuh, mie goreng sama Masako. Masa blessing duet from mie goreng kan, jadi gue ambilnya yang Masako aja biar simple.
Ya, simple dengan beza sikit lah, a bit different. Oh, okay, that's very interesting. So, maksud tu dari dulu dah
dari
macam
dulu.
Tak ada apa-apa, main je lah, ambil je nama tu.
Ambil nama itu udah dari lama.
Lepas tu dah biasa macam tu lah kan. Okay, now, first of all, awak daripada Indonesia datang ke MPL Malay. Macam mana you sesuaikan diri dekat MPL Malaysia?
Cukup susah. Soalnya awalnya tuh makanannya aja, adaptasi makanan tuh susah banget soalnya. Beda sama juga, tapi awal-awal udah kebiasa.
Dah biasa.
Ah.
Makanan favorite di Malaysia?
Nasi kandar.
Nasi kandar. Typical answer. Okay, now Rindo, what about you? How have you adapted to the Malaysia culture and food?
Can I speak Tagalog?
Go ahead.
Medyo madali lang naman kasi yung mga pagkain parang similar naman siya sa Pinoy foods. And goods naman dito sa Malaysia, I like especially the culture and the weather.
So Rindo cakap actually untuk dia tak susah sangat nak adapt ke Malaysia sebab makanan pun dia cakap agak sama, tak adalah beza sangat. Dia pun suka culture dengan weather dekat Malaysia. Okay, now Rindo, we know that you have played in the Philippine and Cambodian scene. How different is Malaysia from these two regions? Ano pinagkaiba sa tingin mo?
Parang same lang naman eh, pero ang nagustuhan ko dito sa Malaysia is yung mga fans napaka-passionate.
Dia cakap actually tak ada pun beza sangat Philippine, Cambodia dengan Malaysia. But the biggest difference is the fans. Sebab fans kita dia cakap actually hebat dengan sangat-sangat passionate untuk sokong favourite team. Do you agree?
Agree.
Agree. Okay, now how did you fit in the roster? Was the language barrier like super duper hard?
At first, medyo nahirapan kami kasi yun nga, may iba-iba kaming culture, mindset, and especially yung language din. And luckily, yung management namin, yung boss namin, mga manager, gumawa sila ng way para mas lalong mabuo yung chemistry namin. Actually, last 3 weeks, nag-team building kami. And there, lalong nabuo chemistry namin, mas lalo naming nakilala yung isa't isa. And ayun, ngayon parang nakikita na namin yung benefits, lalong naging close na kaming buong team.
So Rindo cakap masa dia pindah ke Malaysia memang susah nak adapt sebab ada language barrier, player-player pun ada language sendiri, culture sendiri, mindset sendiri. So management actually took the initiative untuk buat team bonding 3 minggu lepas. Selepas team bonding tu 3 minggu lepas, dia boleh nampaklah hasilnya. Okay, now Mas Sado nak tanya kenapa minggu lepas tak main?
Sebab dikuncin di WC. Ketinggalan gua.
Ketinggalan.
Yeah.
Okay, minggu ni main?
Main.
You rasa you or Jun lagi hebat?
Sama aja sih.
Sama aja. Ya ke?
Cuma gara-gara kemarin dikuncin aja di WC jadi nggak bisa ikut.
Okay, okay. Now, Mas Ado, is there anything you nak cakap kepada Rindo sebelum match mula?
Aware aja, the king is back.
Wow. Oh, aware. Be aware. The king is back. Oh, ikaw. Ano sasabihin mo? What do you want to say?
Just good luck and don't underestimate us.
Wow. Okay, I kind of like that. Now guys, for your information, minggu ini adalah Naruto MLBB Week. So, jangan cakap rosak payung Kalau korang datang ke Stadium Juara minggu ini, korang ada chance untuk menang merchandise dan juga in-game diamond. So tunggu apa lagi? Jom datang ke Stadium Juara untuk Naruto MLBB Week. And of course, jangan lupa juga yang tengah masih nonton live stream ini, di pentas kebanggaan ini, kita saksikan detik-detik kebangkitan, kejatuhan dan kejayaan player. So korang boleh scan QR code dekat skrin anda untuk mendapatkan in-game reward. And with that, mari kita mulakan minggu ketiga, hari pertama tanpa memuasa. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rose. I'm pretty sure it was a very good interview. However, I could not understand any of the languages there. Indo, Malay, and Tagalog. Don't speak a lick of it. Welcome to MPL Malaysia. This is the English broadcast where this is week number 3, where this is the first half of the regular season, where we start to see which teams are the favorites to go to the playoffs and which isn't. My name is Afel alongside with Husky, and I hope you guys didn't get into an accident.
It's quite an intro.
Anyways.
We have two great series coming up ahead.
Oh, yes.
We've just seen the first one, representatives on stage just now. AERO Esports about to take on Ocean Black. And I think for a lot of fans out there, especially for Ocean Black fans, you know that this is probably the last lap, the last checkpoint for Ocean Black to start showing some sort of control over the game, some semblance of structure. Because right after this, you look at OV's schedule, it's not going to get any easier.
You guys can see the lower third here, crucial match for both teams to determine their fate. Because again, for both teams, going to the playoffs right now is going to be very, very difficult. So at least you want to secure your slot because unfortunately, number 10, you're going to get kicked out. And number 9, you're not all that safe. But let's just focus on this match right now where Ocean Black going up against AERO, at least AERO has a win condition, I would say. They understand how to play the draft, and then they can win. Ocean Black, they almost got a point, but fumbled it at the end.
Yeah, fumbled it at the end. Big time against Todak, right? That was a great opportunity to really show us that they got the game under control. They just could not cross the finishing line. And on top of that, AERO Esports, they not only have found wins, they've also won a series, and that itself puts them on top of OB in terms of standings.
Yeah, and for you guys at home, you guys heard Rose if you guys were speaking in Malay, or you guys can understand Malay, because we got a lot of goodies for you guys here, but you guys got to get the tickets. Tickets for week 4 up until week 6 is now available on tickettoyou.com. Now the thing is, we don't take walk-ins, so if you guys want to get the tickets, make sure you guys get the tickets now before it's sold out, because I actually had people talking to me. It's like, bro, SRG tickets are out. Where do I get more? It's like,
you don't.
You don't.
Unfortunately, you don't.
Or you just get the opponents, you know? But either way, tickets will be selling out fast. So make sure you guys grab it now.
Yeah, I think if you have a match you want to watch, just check your calendars, clear out your schedule as fast as possible. Just book the ticket, 10 ringgit for good MLBB at Stadium Drawer, where champions were crowned once and will be crowned again this season. Why not?
Yeah, and right now we're going to look at the standings here, because we want to talk about Ocean Black as well as AERO, but I feel like some kind of visual can really tell us the story of how desperate both teams really want to win here.
Okay.
Might as well we just look at all the other teams, because I feel like based on week 2, I'm actually quite happy. A lot of teams really did step up. Some teams, however, definitely disappointed a little bit.
Yeah, there were definitely some moments of flashes of brilliance from teams that we expected a lot more from, but haven't delivered on that end. Like we both pointed out, right? Ocean Black at the bottom with only 1 point, and then AERO Esports 2 spots ahead of them in top 8, and that is the bare minimum you need to achieve. Don't make playoffs, no problem. As long as you're top 8, you will be safe for 1 more season.
And for you guys at home, this is where you guys have to keep your eyes on, which is the top 6. That will go to the playoffs. The top 8 will maintain their slot. Number 9 and number 10, not so lucky. As of right now, if this was the standing at the end of the season, Ocean Black will be kicked out, and JP Niners will be going up against a team from MAL to see if they can actually stay in MPL or get relegated onto the MAL scene. So this is how the standings is looking like. Selangor Giants still at the top. Surprise, surprise.
Well, not a big of a surprise, but I would say Homeboys
who would have seen that coming?
Yeah, SRG OG at the top, right? As if we haven't seen it 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah, and right now, this is today's schedule. We're opening up with Ocean Black going up against AERO. Afterwards, it's going to be Vamos against DXO. We're game number 2. I'm very interested to see, because Vamos with AERO 404 last week looked amazing. And DXO, even though they lost, they look pretty good even when they're losing.
Yeah, when DXO faced off against Homeboys, they gave us 2 very close games, right? It's a full best of 3. Game 1, pretty close. They made a comeback with no inhibitors left. Game 2, same situation, but Homeboys came through. And then Game 3 was just a masterclass of drafting from Erpang that really outshined Tio. But either way, I think DXO has shown a lot of promises. Now the true test begins, right? They've learned from SRG OG. They've learned from Homeboys. Can they translate that into Team Vamos?
Yep, one of the biggest difference was that game number 3, Stone could not get that Novaria. It was banned out in the first phase. So we have to see, does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? And afterwards, after this, we're going to actually have a little bit of a video to see the reactions of the teams with what happened in week 2. Because in week 1, trust me, Husky, even I don't want to see my own reaction. I was disappointed as hell. But week 2, especially the game that we just talked about, Homeboys DXO, one of the best games I've seen.
I agree. I think aside from SRG OG, Homeboys gave us the best performance so far in the league.
Yeah. And right now, let's actually check out the video to see how the teams reacted to the plays.
Akan melakukan zoning terlebih dahulu. Lihat mereka telah berdiri jauh rendah. Terlalu rendah. Sekali lagi akan dikorbankan sekarang ni. Badang lagi menjengkelkan daripada apa yang dilakukan sekarang ni Lazar. Lot masih banyak. Tetapi tak ada lagi bola boleh untuk dilakukan walau tiada retribution. Pasukan tim Red tak boleh nak masuk.
Nampak macam tersekat. Veil ditekan berterusan. Mal nak pergi mana-mana ditumbang oleh Emal. Paksa dilakukan oleh JP Niners mencari yang seterusnya meneruskan Homeboy. Mereka masih lagi masuk. Emal dijatuhkan. Tidak juga gugur. 1 berbalas 1 sekarang ini. Izanami masuk mencari sempat ke mana sepatu. Wala juga gugur. Double kill untuk Izanami di bahagian tengah.
Wah, Izanami. Ada halangan dilakukan daripada Skas. Adakah sempat untuk dia menyelamatkan keadaan? Tidak. Yuri masuk. Sky. Hilang di ratah nyawanya. Diberikan kepada You to the N to the I to the I.
Kyym tak boleh sekarang ini, kena back off.
Kena kena tangkap di atas langit apabila melihat sekarang Noah Escobar menerima damage agak besar. Sekarang Sekas berada di bahagian belakang, kena angkat pula Yudi akan dikorbankan terlebih dahulu. Melihatkan keadaan sekarang ni Master Vicious yang ke belakang semula. Dengan adanya Glorious Master melakukan sikit pergerakan. Ram menerima damage agak besar. Tumen lagi untuk pasukan Master Vicious melakukan pergerakan dengan adanya Implosion. Tetapi Ram dikorbankan pada waktu ini. Noah Escobar menerima hasil bersama. Zero bersama. Sekas melakukan lagi. Sekas dapatkan shutdown. Double kill. Menjatuhkan Roundel. Yang akan mematikan Shaft dengan menggunakan flicker dan skill yang pertama.
Itu rookie mistake sebenarnya daripada pasukan Ocean Black. Sekarang Shaheen dapatkan peluang.
Double kill dan juga shutdown untuk Shaheen.
So much to talk about. First of all, SRG and MV, they had 3 freaking reactions into that one. We got 1 from MV and 2 from SRG, but I gotta give it to my boy, man. Izanami, even Urpang's like, yeah, you know what? GG. Get that double kill. Izanami's my boy.
Yeah, that game was a landslide. Right? JP9 stood no chance against the homeboys. And then towards the very end, we saw the only reaction in the entire reel, which was a reaction of disappointment, right? Ocean Black against Todak. Again, they had a chance. There was a universe where Ocean Black would be popping off, but they just could not hold it together when it mattered the most. And today, they get another shot against AERO Esports, which I feel like the power level between these two teams is a lot closer.
Yeah, I feel like part of the disappointment, they're like, oh, she didn't flicker forward. Opportunity for the far side to get a kill. But then the Kalia came in. He's like, I swear, if that Kalia wasn't there, like, it could have been good. But either ways, yes. We got to talk about Ocean Black against AERO, and I do agree with you. In terms of power level, they both are looking much more similar, which is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that we might have a match on our hands. The bad thing is, if Ocean Black does not look good in this match, what other hopes do they have? Right now, we're looking at a ping test here where both teams are using the official gaming smartphone Infinix, and so far, everyone has been loving it.
Yeah, I also have one, I think the Note 40 Pro. I love it as well. It's my go-to phone to play ML. But I said this during the roster review. I remember I saw the roster, and I think Merkel was doing a stream on it, and he asked me, okay, what do you think about OB's roster? And I was like, I gotta be honest with you, this team is at the bottom of the barrel. I don't see much from them. They really have to prove themselves. And for the first 2 weeks, they have not proven anything. If they've proven anything, is that they're not ready for the big league just yet. And this one, again, we might have a match on our hands, but if it doesn't go well for Ocean Black, I don't see a way out of the league, sadly. And I stand by that.
Honestly, that's a good argument. We got to see which lineup are they actually bringing out for today, because they have changed things up a lot. June Jungle, June Gold, DJY still not playing. Where's he at? Got rejected by Brigida, but we don't talk about that. Right now, we got to look at Ocean Black. What happens if they don't win it here? Like, is it going to get better? Is it going to get worse? Spoiler alert, it's gonna get worse.
I think it just ends. I think the run actually ends. You might have to just get ready for the for relegation, right? Go back to MAL, start from scratch. That could be the way. And I think that it's time for them to start accepting that the possibility of that fact. After AERO Esports, we're looking at JP9ers, Team Ray, Monster Vicious, Homeboys, and then SRG OG.
Let me just say, the 3 matches, including today, is the one that they have an opportunity to get a point, because AERO, JP9ers, Team Ray, these are the teams that still haven't really have their own identity. So you can get games off of them, because after that, MV, Homeboys #2 in the league.
Yeah.
SRG hasn't dropped the game, right? These 3 at the end are absolute monsters.
This is the entire journey right now, is that you're fighting opponents from weak to strong, from weakest to strongest, right?
Exactly,
If you can't get through AERO Esports right now, who is the benchmark, I don't see a chance up against Niners, Ray. I know Niners is in 9th place below AERO Esports, but still, I think Niners have that potential to really come up with something.
I mean,
look.
Actually, you know what? With Max coming back in, maybe.
Exactly.
Actually,
right?
with
Max is back.
Maybe.
On the pretense that Max is already in the roster.
Then OB. No, imagine that. You get Max and you get Hazelnut, and they both don't play.
Look,
we'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge
when we get there.
When we get there
tomorrow.
Exactly. For now, we do got to talk about AERO, because here's the thing. AERO as well, I personally feel they're, how do I say this? Coach Bam, he was really up with this Ube strat, right? This season, not really much, because AERO for this season looks incredibly different from the previous season, which was known with Red during that time. So I don't know. I kind of want to see if this week he has something new to go up against Ocean Black, or they're just like, it's just Ocean Black. We'll just play whatever.
I think there's an argument to that. We'll get to that when we talk about the AERO lineup, because right now when we look at Ocean Black, we're gonna see that, hey, guess what? Jun back in the jungle. They bring Masako back in, so no more daytime as jungler, nighttime as gold laner for our tier 2 superstar Jun. Everything else is the same. Super Susu in Roam, Diff in the mid lane, Ripple in the XP. Once more, the one out of the 2 veterans on the team. Right? Like last week, he had to lead the whole team on his own, but right now, no, you got Masako as his right-hand man.
Yeah, personally for me, I've stated my thoughts on podcasts and stuff where I feel like Ocean Black, they're really lacking the fundamentals, because I feel like even the laning phase, they're not really playing it that well, especially in the mid, where I see a lot of times the mid duo either get pressured too much that they can't rotate, or they just get heavily punished, and then it's very easy for people to invade the jungle. Repo as well, even though he is a veteran, I do have to be real here by saying he has made some mechanical mistakes and some macro mistakes as well. Now we got to look at the lineup coming in for AERO. I believe there's no changes for AERO for this one, so it's really about Ocean Black adjusting to them.
I agree. I think for AERO Esports, when you make the comparison of them when they were known as Red and the whole Ube strat that Coach Bam brought in, you have to look at the players first, right? Like right now you have Kusei, Zekith, Kyym, Rindo, and Reza. It's a completely different picture of what we had back in Red Esports, where it's Sensui, Ao, we also have Iris. The meta was different as well. These people are more suited to play a more team-oriented draft. That's why the Ube work. But for this AERO, I don't think they have to go down that route, which was why we don't see the Ube, and I don't mind that. I think what we have, especially with Kyym in that mid lane and Rindo having a hell of a performance last week, they can stick to this more early to mid-game centric draft without having to compromise the whole play together thing.
Honestly, I feel like Kyym is the glue that ties everything together, because he can play utility, he can play that damage. Lately, has been playing more of that utility, but now looks like both teams are equipped and ready. So they're gonna go up on stage to start this best of 3. So now, without further ado, let's invite first Ocean Black. On a 3-match losing streak, and the pressure is on. A win today is crucial to reignite their playoff dreams. Make some noise for Ocean Black!
They claimed their first win last week against Team Ray, and now they're back to keep the momentum going and chase win number 2. It's time to take off. Welcome, AERO Esports!
And now let's introduce the coach and analyst of the 2 teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. And let's continue with the fist bump between both teams, where they are about to clash to see which teams can survive this onslaught and have a chance at that playoffs. Winner is gonna look good. Loser, they're gonna be in a tough spot, Husky.
I agree. AERO Esports have the chance to extinguish any playoff chances for Ocean Black right here, right now. And I think it's a good time to talk about the fact that Jungs is now the analyst for Ocean Black, right? Another change that we've made, and this team gives us a bit of a feeling like Todak, even till now, where they make changes every week. Last week we see a role swap for players, but right now the analyst is now Jungs, and people start wondering, what is he going to bring to the table? Because I've heard behind the scenes, he does have input, right? Him and Lionheart, they have this back and forth about how the draft should be, and I think it's good to have this healthy discussion. And now he is by Lionheart's side to discuss the draft for Ocean Black in the series. Let's see what difference this makes.
I believe that the draft is very important, but based on my personal point of view, I do feel it's more about their decision-making in-game. So I don't know if Jungs has any input during their scrims to talk about, hey, you made a mistake here, you made a mistake there, you really shouldn't be doing this, especially now that you're in the MPL. Reminder that most of them came from the second tier league, MAL, which Husky, you've been on both sides. It's different worlds. It's different worlds.
Yeah, it is two different universes. And this league is also the first time that we have two MAL teams instead of one, right? Like with DxO that qualified from the 9th place best of 5, and then Ocean Black who kind of won the whole thing in that group stage itself. I would say, just to go back to your point about Ocean Black, I agree, Ripple has some mechanical mistakes.
Yeah.
We know he likes to take initiative, and sometimes it doesn't benefit his team. But at the same time, you look at the way that they drafted so far, it's very linear, very straightforward. Theoretically, it works, right? A counters B, B counters C, but when you put it together, it doesn't really mold well. And I hope that that is one of the adjustments that they make against AERO Esports. Some picks to watch out for. I want to see if Ocean Black have a solution for the Joy, because Rindo popped off last week on Joy.
Yeah, as we're jumping into the draft, just a reminder, if I'm not mistaken, Kymy, Glue are open now.
Oh, yeah.
So that's part of the equation here. Now, personally for me, Kymy does look annoying, but I don't know if she really brings out that damage. And then with Glue, for me, it's quite interesting. I've seen different players have different takes with the builds and how you use the skills.
I've seen your build. We've seen a full tank Glue, and those with glowing wand and curse helmet.
Yep.
I would say that Kymy, I mean, she has some good utilities. I'm not gonna lie, good utilities, but in the grand scheme of things, I still feel like whatever marksman we have at the top of the list is still way better. But for Glue, I can see a place for him, right? So much easier to proc his ultimate. He now has 2 crowd control skills technically, first and second. And it's very annoying. He can turn into Goblins more often with his second ability, which means that escaping for him feels more of a second nature than having to wait for an ultimate.
Something to note, when I use his second skill just to have that incapacitation, and then I drop the first skill, I have plenty of time to walk up and actually get that free spot. So honestly, like, nowadays, I don't feel like it's a mistake if you second skill first and then first skill. Like, it feels less punishing.
It's so easy to get your 5 stacks on the passive. I don't know why they didn't outline that properly in the description. They say that you get 1 stacks for every ability hit, and then your second skill just max stacks it.
Exactly.
Come on, Muntad. you gotta make it clear in the description. But the bans are overall what we can expect.
Lionheart's face look a bit different now. He used to look more like Pops. I don't know what they changed with the picture, but he looks more like Lionheart this time.
No, I'm pretty sure he looks the same.
Maybe it's just me.
Maybe he's like Pops, but you know, he's
different angle.
He's been through more.
Yeah, got it. Now, honestly, looking at the bans here, the Matilda, Harif, as well as Chips has been banned. Coach Bam bans out the Fanny, the Jushin, as well as the Kalia, which honestly, after week 2, you know what, Kalia ban warranted for sure.
I mean, Kalia is in such a strong position. Matilda, enough said, right? It's always going to be good. Chip as well.
I feel like Lucas is going to be a priority as well.
Lucas,
especially in the jungle.
Hayabusa, Suyo, Joy, you know, we have like 4 junglers. I think if you want a Lucas jungle, most teams will just open it. You probably open it in the first phase, right? There are very less situations that you second phase him and flex him. The Joy is going to get picked up, so that's one way for them to tell AERO that, hey, you got to give Rindo a second jungler.
Yep. And over here, one of the picks that's good against the Joy is definitely the Badang. It looks like they're picking up the Lucas and the Valentina. So be like, hey, we got the counter as well. And this is the good thing about Kyym. He can play just about anything.
Yeah. We take a pick that can be flexed, and we also take away his counter. But not only that, DIFF likes hero. They're artillery mages. Farsa, right?
Yes.
For example, Farsa is one of the most picked heroes for DIFF, or at least...
They might even pick up a Faramis, who knows?
Who knows, right? We've seen that.
Better not.
Like last week, he went like, what, 6-0 on the Farsa, and they still dropped the game?
JP was the one that picked up the Faramis against Izanami's Valentina.
that was quite a show, right?
That was a bad pick.
You know, there's confidence, and then there's foolish decision. I think we're teeing the line. What did I say? Farsa, it's this comfort pick, you know, they fall back to comfort picks. It's not to say it's a bad pick. I can see the Farsa angle, plenty of burst damage, you have a catch with the Cho, but Valentina covers so much bases.
Yeah, honestly, like Lucas, which is very interesting, no real adjustment, but after people are like, okay, put him in the jungle, War Axe into, honestly, I've seen 2 builds, War Axe into Hunt Strike or War Axe and then just full defense. Either way, buttloads of damage. But now they pick up the Badang. The Badang is a very good counter against the Joy, and in certain situations can pressure the Farsa, because even if it doesn't get a fist break, the fist crack can cancel because there is a knockback.
Not only that, the Joy also, if you play it right as Lucas, Joy would struggle, right? He
Exactly,
has 2 spells that gives him CC immunity. He staggers you with his first ability, and you have no. If your spell has a channel duration, lights out. You cannot react unless you're Purify. So in this case, unless Joy times are out properly, she's gonna get staggered to oblivion, and then you add a Badang and Valentine on top of that. It's not a good time. The good answer to Cho too. And I think if you're Coach Bam, he's doing the right thing. You start attacking Masako.
I believe the way that we can describe the first 3 picks for both sides. When we look at Ocean Black, pressure. The Farsa, the Cho, the Joy, all can give pressure many different ways. But when we look at AERO, a lot of control here.
A lot of control.
From the Valen, from the Lucas, from the Badang. So it really does look like, personally for me, I feel like both of us, we do agree, the one with the more control is much more stronger because they can interrupt the pressure that Ocean Black has. So I kind of feel like Ocean Black, they need just a little bit more to deter some of this control.
I think you're looking at the sword and the shield, right? Ocean Black wants to attack. They want to go fast as possible. They have so much front-loaded damage just with the Joy and Farsa. But AERO has a draft that can respond accordingly, right? You want to get in my face, I have the Badang, I have the Lucas, I have the Valentina to keep you at bay. Now it comes down to the execution, and I also agree. I think Ocean Black needs something to break apart this comp, right? To make sure that AERO doesn't get to constantly stiff-arm them. The fact that the Cho is in the roam, you kind of leave up options of a Tigre or something, some big AoE.
Unless
you look
Ripple
at
wants it in EXP, I don't know.
I think they might be leaning towards Ripple again. Like Masako is gonna get attacked, right? He lost his Moskov, so maybe Granger, Claude, Beatrix, Glue and banned by Ocean Black means that now Ripple, you might be looking at something like a Khalid again, which he does play a lot.
Honestly, right now, I'm more worried about the gold lane pickup. This might sound weird, but I do feel like picking something up like a Claude might be good here, where Claude can dance around the team fight, but more importantly, if the game goes bad, you can start pressuring the side lanes. Because if you look at AERO for right now, they don't really have a lot of pressure into that side lane.
That and or Irithel, right? If you want a direct matchup answer, Irithel is there as well. She's not the easiest to catch with what AERO has. Comes on like slightly faster than the Claude, but if you pick the Claude, that means you're relying on both Diff and Jun to really get things going.
Hey, you gotta trust your teammates, man. If not, why are you here?
I agree. I think right now, Ripple has a big role to play in that XP lane, right?
But I do agree. Irithel, Moskov, both looks pretty good. If they pick up a Kymy, I don't know if there's going to be enough damage here.
Yeah, so Irithel with a CC. So that's under the pretense that this Lucas is going XP, right? We don't know where the Lucas and Badang are going. They could be a higher booster pick right now for Coach Bam. And I think Hayabusa pick is actually quite genius, right? I think there's a place for Hayabusa. He's not banned out just yet. You can put this Lucas in XP, Badang Roam, Hayabusa. The backline is pretty wide open. There's a Farsa, there's an Irithel that you want to reach.
Honestly, looking at the composition now, it should be very quick team fights because none really have that frontliner, right? Like, they have roams, for sure. They have ways to cash, they have ways to initiate a fight, but with the amount of burst that both teams have, I don't think the fight is going to be all that long. So the mechanics here has to be pinpoint. The moment someone missteps, the moment someone misses one of their abilities, it might be lights out.
And one more thing is that, look at the control that Ocean Black has. Not much, right? You have only the Cho as your main source of crowd control. So they go back for the high loss and committing the Lucas into the jungle. We did sort of talk about it. If you first face the Lucas, there's a high chance he goes jungle anyways. I have no problem with this.
Hold on.
You have a sandbag also with the high loss.
Yeah, my only concern is they're not switching it up again. So it looks like Hylos is going to the EXP. I feel like maybe not the best of ideas just because you're going up against a CC. That's a losing matchup. And if you're fighting against a team that is applying as much pressure as they can, maybe don't give a losing matchup for your EXP.
Oh wait, actually I thought of it. Now I realize that one of my mistakes, I think if they pick Hayabusa, they're essentially sending the Lucas to die, right? Like Lucas can't really fight CC anyways. So this Hylos actually makes a lot more sense. But again,
I prefer the Badang in the EXP for this situation.
That true. Yeah, I agree. I think it goes both ways depending on how you want to move. Because if you want to match the Cho, Badang does move slightly faster.
Although I gotta say, if there's any game for Ripple to shine, this should be the one. He has a winning matchup. Now we gotta see, can he actually bring it? Welcome to the first game of the day. Ocean Black going up against AERO Esports.
I do worry for the lack of crowd control on the side of OB, and that's something that I think we would keep our eyes on for the whole game. Compared to what AERO has, everyone has a crowd control ability. Everyone can stagger you, CC immunity, whatever you want. The pick of the litter, AERO Esports has it.
Yeah, honestly, even Reza on that high loss can be very, very punishing once he opens the... once he opens his glorious pathway, once he opens his ult, then it's just a way for his team to go back in and for you to really not have much options to go back out. Right now, we do see in the EXP, it does look like Rippo is applying that pressure. But looking at the gold lead, it does seem that Kosei is having a better time against Masako.
If there's one thing I think if you're Ocean Black, you don't want your Irritel to be in that losing lane, right? Like if your Irritel loses lane against the Granger, that lane is already half done. So Masako doing a pretty decent job, getting the trade in, gets the gold crab as well. We also see ZK trying to really find where Super Susu is, who has been doing a fantastic job in avoiding this Badang.
Yeah, and right now, something to know is that Kyym on this Valentina now is using the Inspire. But hold on, ZK finds one target, but Kyym!
First blood goes over to the side of Ocean Black, and that's what you want. You want a draft that can come out early. Obviously, you prefer the kill to go over the diff, but still, taking out Kyym is a good start.
The thing is, how do they apply more? That's a good first step, right? But what else? You gotta start invading the jungle. You gotta start applying more pressure in the side lanes. Masako! Is he okay? All right, it's fine.
If Kosei is 4, Masako is 100% dead there. Again, they're playing with fire. I think, to answer your question, wait for that level 4, right? Level 4 turtle fight. Super Susu obviously doesn't have the kicks just yet, so you cannot have that initiative as much as you want. So you have to wait for the objective.
Now, right now, June is leashing the turtle. They gotta be careful because you don't want to go up against a Lucas at the turtle area, especially if you're grouped up.
Yeah, not when they have so much crowd control. Look at that diff. Forced away, Glorious Pathway dropped by Reza also. AERO Esports assumes control of the turtle. Rindo even shoots out the shockwave. They gotta start waiting out this Unleash the Beast, but Super Suzu's gonna jump in, and Rindo just got on top of them. Had the airstrike avoided by the rest of AERO Esports. They just re-engage for the third time. Ripple now trapped with the Vengeance applied, but he will somehow get a trade. Rindo and Ripple both go down.
Honestly, Ocean Black, they had the right idea, but I don't know why they betrayed themselves, because what looked like was going on was that they're trying to force Rindo to ult early, get his Sacred Beast for him, and then maybe just wait it out, Yeah. Once the Sacred Beast is on, but hold on, Masako gets deleted. I'm just going to continue my point.
Yeah.
Just wait for the Sacred Beast to be gone and then engage, but I don't know why the Sacred Beast was still there, and then they engage. It looked like I said, they're betraying themselves.
Yeah, like nothing was at stake, right? The turtle wasn't low.
Exactly.
There's nothing to steal. I'm very surprised that they...
No one should be desperate at that point.
Unless they miscalculated the out duration.
Yeah.
Because it lasts for quite a long time. But I agree. I feel like they didn't need to do that. But now they have another chance, right? They have another chance to right the wrongs. Rindo is going to hit level 6 off of the passive. They find the kick. Reza from the side, but they've already lost DK. Rindo instantly hops in. Better airstrike drop down. Turtle stolen by Ocean Black. And AERO Esports won't be able to get much.
That was good, but still very, very risky because Rindo still had the Sacred Beast form. The game changer there was actually the current call from Rippo to tie both members, Rindo with someone else, to make sure that they can't really do much.
Masako is getting more pressure applied to him, so Super Susu will be called to provide support. That's flicker from both Kyym and Kosei. Diff around the corner has that Blood Wings first item.
I feel like some miscommunication here from AERO because they should know that Super Susu at that point does not have the kick. He already used it around the turtle, so maybe they could have hold on that flicker. Maybe.
Just got his kick back up. Let's see if they can kind of snowball this lane, right? Kyym takes the feather airstrike. I think Diff once more feeling very comfortable. He's 2-0-1 on this Farsa. Masako getting his first item priority, the Haas Claw. 4 minutes and 20 seconds in. Ocean Black with that 1k goal lead. You are looking to balloon that more and more.
Yeah, because I feel like they do have a bit of an advantage here when we're looking at the goal, right? Because this is what we predicted, that they have more pressure. It's just that AERO has more control. I feel like maybe their pace is just a little bit too slow unless they start giving, like what they're doing right now, giving more gold over to Masako and then waiting for 2 items and then fight. Because personally for me, I feel like Irritel with the Haas Claw as well as the Berserker Fury in a 5v5 team fight, you can actually make an impact.
I agree. I think that's kind of the idea where they want to go for, right? Once more, it's not easy to catch Masako. He has sprint, and AERO Esports doesn't really have the best gap closers to catch a running Irritel. So on top of that, I think Ocean Black, now you free out Masako's lane a bit more. He's going to feel a lot more comfortable. And I want to see them repeat what they did at the Turtle Pit in the second fight. You punish ZK, right? You remove this heartbreak wall, this crowd control machine of AERO Esports, and you see how easy the fight becomes. No ZK means no stagger to stop Jun.
Yeah, this is something a bit different where Rippo has big priority over his own lane. Even looking at the turret, it's almost down. But I hope Rippo doesn't hyper-focus on that and actually contributes in the turtle fight here.
If you can tie Rindo down, that would be fantastic. So AERO Esports have control of the turtle. Unleash the Beast is still Super Suzu goes for the conceal. It's just a feint. Rindo will get the turtle. ZKIF actually hops in, and Jun somehow just kills himself. What was that? They didn't need to do that.
100% they don't need to do that, Husky. I mean, like, again, like, you don't need to be a professional player
to know it was a bad move.
Exactly. Like, you know you're going up against a jungle Lucas with a lot of crowd control alongside him. As a Joy, you will not have a good time against a Lucas, against a Badang, like, and then no one was close. Repo didn't set anything up, no one set anything up, so that was definitely a fail from Jun.
That was what we said right at the start of the draft. We were like, this is going to give Joy a very hard time.
Joy is sad.
Yeah, we need to punish the Badang. And guess what happened? They ran in with the Badang right in their face.
Well, they gotta get their act together because these are professional players. They should understand the abilities of everyone here, especially now that Rindo does have that War Axe.
Yeah.
You don't want an extended team fight. Try to bait out the beast and then wait for him to cool down. Wait for him to calm down.
Yeah.
And then fight. Because in my experience, I'd rather fight Bruce Banner than the Hulk.
Yes.
Right?
I agree. I think Bruce Banner.
Scientist, whatever.
Yeah.
A big gamma machine. Yeah, no.
Anyone that can transform into a beast, you gotta kill him in the human form. Mid-tier 1 goes down. AERO Esports takes it easily. This is where we see a bit of a problem. This CC pick, you want to be a hit, but right now they're not a hit, and AERO Esports are gonna really start punishing them for it. Masako, he's so far away from home.
Can he actually run away? Because right now he's trying so hard.
Rindo from the side just intercepts him. And that's Masako dead. Top tier 1 down. Map open. And this is where disaster begins for Ocean Black.
Personally, for me, I do feel like that was on him because I feel like they have a rough vision around mid and then have a rough understanding that they're going either side. As a gold laner, you kind of don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to die.
Yeah. Like anyone can, but not you, right?
Yeah.
Like your death has a way higher, like tenfold negative impact. He got his Berserker's Fury. He's coming to join the fight. It could be a forced decision considering the state of the game. Super Susu looking for a potential pick. Doesn't find it. Gets stunned by Law and Order. Rindo jumps on top of him. CC immune. Gets a current call from Ripple, but they just start backing off. Revitalize, heals up Reza. AERO Esports healthy to fight again, and they'll instantly pull the trigger with ZKIF on top of Jun. He is dead. Super Susu finds nothing. Flicker finds the cake, but it's too late. His damage dealers are getting forced back. Flicker from Kyym. A 2-man Terrify. 3 kills for AERO Esports, and Ocean Black forced to retreat.
I gotta say, Husky, I did like AERO Esports draft, but Ocean Black, they have something that they can play around with, but they're just not doing it that well because, again, like AERO Esports, they completely understand. What they're trying to do is trying to bait out Rindo, but what if Rindo just doesn't do it, right? Just wait for the Badang to engage because a Badang against a Joy, dude, that Joy might as well be a minion. She can't do anything.
They have so many ways to engage. Reza runs at you. Rindo can just go, you know what, I'll do it myself. Runs at you as well.
I'm pretty sure if Kyym really feels like it, he could terrify you.
Yeah, and I mean, ZKIF, he wasn't even the prime engager. He was the third layer of that engagement. It was Reza, then Rindo, then ZKIF. And I think this kind of ties up together what we discussed in the draft, right? The sword and the shield, Ocean Black, they need to go fast. But right now, the sword is getting broken every single time they take a jab at AERO.
Yeah, but again, I kind of feel like Ocean Black, they're missing a lot of the fundamentals here because, again, they're not controlling the lanes very well, number one. But number two, more crucially, is how do you play around that turtle? Because so far, it looks like, you know, not trying to be harsh, but how you would play the turtle in a ranked game.
Yeah, and I think this also kind of ties up to the whole very linear, honest draft by Ocean Black.
Yes.
Right? There's no fallback plan. Like, I hate to call it right now, but this game is pretty much over unless AERO Esports makes a catastrophic mistake. And it has to be, like, what, 2 catastrophic mistakes in a row where Ocean Black team-wipes them to even remotely have a chance. Because right now, this draft does nothing to come back into the game.
The way that I see it, the way that you could force a mistake from AERO is that have like Super Susu overextending, and then AERO Esports immediately come in to punish, and then Repo with that current call, tie up Rindo with someone else, say ZKIF or better yet Kyym, and then hope Masako has the damage.
Yeah, you hope Masako in Jun. There's a lot of pressure. He's gonna go try on the Reza, which is the hardest target to go down. They still find a kill though. Jun punishes them, but at the cost of 1 inhibitor. And let me remind everyone, this is just the first Lord.
Oh my goodness, it's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's only 10 minutes.
It's only 10 minutes. It's going to get harder from now on, especially if Kuse is just getting a lot of stacks. He can spam that Rhapsody over and over and over again. And this team doesn't have a heal.
No.
right? So they're just, and their front line isn't even really that tanky. So whether you like it or not, you're just gonna get free shots to the face.
And
Some people like it, but some people don't.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Ocean Black doesn't like it.
I mean, you don't know.
I mean, you know,
No.
it.
They have a life outside of esports, you know.
True,
Yeah.
that's true. You see, the lack of crowd control from Ocean Black is starting to show. Like, only Super Suzu has it, but what after that, right?
I'm pretty sure they're hoping like, hey, Diff, you got to stun, right? I mean, you can stun,
Diff is
right?
like, Diff is having flashbacks right now. He's like, guys, remember last week I was 6-0,
Yeah.
And
Right
you
now, he
guys-
has the highest damage, by the way.
and you guys threw me under the bus? Is it gonna happen again? I feel like Kyym didn't even really need to do much, right? He could steal whatever
Yeah.
he wants. He could steal curtain call for all I care.
Honestly, with Diff right now, you can honestly put F in the chats for Diff.
Like, look at that. Look, so they have a Valentina, they have a Lucas, they have a Hylos. What is
This
the,
Lucas, by the way, has 2 damage items. This is not great for Ocean Black.
what is the first thing you do when you go up against a team that has a lot of regen, Lafel?
Anti-heal.
Yeah. Where's the anti-heal?
Oh my god!
Where's the anti-heal?
Even Farsa doesn't have it?
I said he went Blood Wings first item. I would expect Glowing One next, but he went Genius One. That's not a genius move. That is the opposite of genius.
So, okay, an engage coming in from AERO, but honestly, just to zone them out. Okay, think of it this way. Think of it this way. If they die first, they can't regen.
Hey, if that's the case, he should have went Holy Crystal, man. That lord is already gone.
It's too expensive, you know? Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, you know what? Based on what happened today, for me, Husky, you just gotta be positive,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
You know,
true.
maybe a bike, you know, hits you, but they just, hey, there you go, see? Be positive. Now he has the dominance ice. 12 minutes into the game. Now it's all good. That's the win condition.
Yeah, the problem is he dies too fast, so that Tom Ice has no effect at all. You know
Hey.
what would be better? If you could constantly apply the healing reduction, which is Glowing Wand. That Tom Ice does nothing.
Honestly, if Ripple really feels like I gotta carry this team,
See Halbert?
exactly. Like, might as well, right? Try to 1v9 at this point, but
But he still dies too fast.
he still, you know what? Maybe he hopes AERO sucks.
Well, I think he's putting too much hope on that. Well, I would say the waves are not synced up, so AERO Esports not able to attack both lanes at once, but they should get this top inhibitor with no problem at all. In fact, they're just going to go for the end. Who cares about the structures, right? AERO Esports just pound on the crystal. They're going to blast it down one by one. The Lord one last swing will do the job. They ran out of minion waves, but the fresh one comes in. AERO Esports 1-0.
Good job by AERO, but I gotta say, if you're an Ocean Black fan, that was...
I won't blame them if they request for a refund, because this game one was not it.
Let me just say, they had the tools to execute the job, but this is where we see in Mobile Legends, like, small mistakes around neutral objectives can really set you back so far, because remember back the turtle. If they actually won that turtle and then start applying pressure inside the jungle, maybe
Yeah.
the game would have looked different.
I think the saddest part about the whole game was that they did it right once,
Exactly.
and then they completely forgot about what made it work.
No, the thing is, they did it in the same play.
In the same play,
Right? It's like, okay, we gotta bait out the ult. Done. And then we gotta stall it out. Sorry, that was a step 2, and then they just went in.
yeah, and first time they messed up. Second time they were like, okay, we bait out the ult, we punish the Badang, so there's no count, so there's no stagger. The third time they run straight into the Badang. I don't know. Fundamentals mistakes that run exceptionally deep. It's
Yeah.
so deep. You look at the itemization. I think it was a critical mistake. I am not sure why you go Blood Wings first item on the far side. He wasn't threatened the
I agree.
whole game at all.
I agree.
He ended the game deathless, or maybe one death. Doesn't matter, but I felt like it could have made a lot of difference.
I think you said it the best. You're like, you guys threw me under the bus. I need to save myself. Right? Maybe that's what he was thinking of. He's like, you know what?
Oh, man.
As long as I live, we can do something.
Well, clearly.
But I do agree. Especially as a Cho, a hero that goes in, goes out, goes in, goes out, he can apply some dominance ice stacks for sure, but he's not supposed to be there for a long time.
yeah, if you go in there,
He goes in there for a good time, not a long time.
And like, where does the healing reduction come from? No one. Your Cho just died. You spent 2.6k gold for a 3-second healing reduction effect. How about Glowing One? Same price range,
Yeah.
but it's long-lasting. I don't know, Ocean Black. They have forgotten.
Let me just say, I hope the owners doesn't understand the game. Because if they do, they'll be
I'll
like,
be so mad. I'll be
bro.
like, what is this? What is happening?
Like if the owner comes out to us like, how did they lose? I'm like, whew.
How did it?
Give me paper and some pen and then maybe half an hour.
Yeah. It's like you learn how to fry an egg and then you mess up the frying.
It's like you're trying to fry the egg, but you don't even have oil.
Yeah, it's like
You don't even have fry. You
Like,
just have the egg.
you did it once, right once, and that was the only time.
The first time, you cracked the shell. The second one, you just threw in the shell. Although I feel like you can actually cook that
Let
way.
me just wonder, is it, did they just get lucky? Like with some of the plays, oh, I say some of the plays, but
Meaning-
one of the plays.
Meaning they didn't intentionally try to drag it out. They just did it by mistake.
Yeah, and the catch onto the Badang that gave them the only skirmish win was an error. I don't know, but this game, I personally, I like to be positive. I don't like to, dog
I
on
don't.
team for a long time, but sometimes this one, there's really nothing much to say. Everything is fundamentally wrong with what
Yeah.
Ocean Black is trying to accomplish in this game. You never want to reach a spot where your where your Airtel went for favor. Why are we in this spot in the first place?
We're saying this out of love. Isn't that right, Husky?
Oh man.
Like,
yeah,
we love
yeah.
the players, we love the team, we understand that they're newer to the professional scene, but I kind of feel like this is one of those things where even as a viewer, right? I feel like if you're just a casual viewer, you have a rough idea. It's like, oh yeah, you guys need this item first and this item first. This draft looks good. This draft looks kind of iffy. And again, like, it's not that that draft is that bad, but it's one of those drafts where you have to play a certain way. You cannot just brain dead and then just jump in. AERO has that draft. They can be brain dead and then just like, okay, I'm just going to throw a few skills. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we're not going to get punished that hard.
Yeah, because AERO's esports draft was like, okay, you want to jump us? We're going to try and hold you back, right? But once if we hold you back enough and we hit our item spikes, it's our turn to jump at you. And guess what? You have no way to stop us. So Ocean Black, they broke.
This is why DIFF doesn't build that anti-heal. He dealt the most damage out of both teams. 37,000, which, let me tell you, I feel like if he built that glowing one, might have had 40,000.
You know what's the saddest thing?
What's the saddest thing?
Him and Ripple are ranked first and second in damage dealt overall.
Oh my.
You know why AERO Esports didn't match up? Because they died too fast.
Yeah.
So there's not enough
That's
people
true.
to soak
That's
up damage, right? I think the sandbag is probably like Super Susu or something. Oh no, actually Reza, because it's the high lows. But overall, again, they have the draft, but then the execution is fundamentally wrong on every single angle. They're not playing to what the draft demands of them, and it is the draft. There's no comeback method. There's no coming back. Once you start falling behind, the draft just shuts down. And AERO Esports, I think they recognize that. 6 minutes in, they're like, okay, Ocean Black have made enough mistakes. We've gotten back the lead. That 1k goal advantage OB has is already gone. It's our turn, and there's nothing Ocean Black can do.
Look at this diff. The carry dealing the most damage, but everything else is all AERO. The sandbag as well as the best wingman is Reza. A lot of the glorious pathway really made sure that Ocean Black, because I even said this before the minions even spawn in the lane. It's like he has a way to punish them.
Yeah.
And then, and then Kose's rich guy, of course.
Kuse didn't even have to do much. Like, let's be very
Yeah.
honest.
I see minions, I shoot minions. I see people, I shoot people.
I almost won my lane, and my team is carrying me. That's the best feeling as a goal laner.
Yep.
When everyone else is carrying you in the game, you know, Kuse gets to pat everyone else on the back.
Yeah, and now we're gonna be checking out the MVP of the match, which honestly for this one, I don't even know who to pin it on, because it's like, in this game, did they win or did the other team lose? Sometimes I have those games. It's
The
like,
MVP are the people who had to sit through this game. We're the MVP.
we're the MVPs.
We are the true MVP.
Shout out to everyone at home. And now the MVP is Kuse with the 100 plus.
Wait.
I feel like I
wait.
needed energy.
What? Hold on.
Is
hold
that
on.
Kuse or Zarul?
First of all, I have an objection.
Okay, sure, go ahead. I'm okay with your objection.
Why? I'm not saying. Why is he MVP? I'm not questioning because he didn't perform. I'm questioning because he didn't have to do much. But hey, you know what? Everyone's an MVP this game. Kuse had a flawless game. I'm not gonna blame him. He had fun. He is crushing it. 206 on the Granger. Who can blame him, right?
Yeah.
But he will be on the last on my list to get MVP. Let's be very honest. But it's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
Honestly, like, yeah, Kyym did well, ZK did well, but you know, it is what it is. I feel like it's just for the fact that he didn't make a mistake.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's be very honest.
Yeah, you know what?
We can skip past this.
I think we're gonna look at the highlights here, and usually we talk about the good plays. Let's talk about the bad ones.
The bad ones? Okay, this one is good, right? They get a good punish.
Yeah, this one is bad.
This one was the key. This one was the key to come.
Oh, this is the good one, yeah.
Yeah, that one was like
that was all the highlights that we have. Oh my goodness.
And it's two good plays from Ocean Black. Just let that sink in, right?
I'm sinking. It's sinking. It's the Titanic right now.
Yeah, that's so.
Shout out to people that like the Titanic. I've never watched that movie.
I me neither.
Yeah. Is it actually fiction?
No, I think it happened.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Titanic.
Guys, type in the chat.
Titanic is real.
Did Titanic actually happen? Did this game actually happen? Because at this point, I'm asking myself.
This is more fictional than Titanic. I'll tell you that.
Was there a first game? But okay. Either ways, here's the thing. Personally, for me, watching how they play, it looks like there was a lack of communication, because I feel like with having some seniors in the lineup, they should have had this foresight to be like, guys, wait for a bit. You know what? They're going to use this and that and this and that. And then once it's all done, they can get the turtle. Doesn't matter. If we get the kills, you know, we can recover back all the things that they've gotten before. But I don't know. It looks like a lack of communication, at least for me.
I mean, bring back the Ocean Black that almost beat Toe Down. They lost that game due to some forced errors, right? But bring me that Ocean Black. I think that Ocean Black would have put out a way better fight. Obviously, there was a rule.
You want to hear something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The MVP went to the toilet, so they just like, okay, we're just going to give Kusei.
It's fine.
It's okay. Like, does it really matter?
No, it doesn't,
it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, of course. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
So hopefully it gets better. I think...
What if they put Jun in the goal lane again?
Hey, they actually had the best chance of taking a point, right? They almost be told out with Jun goal lane.
Just put Jun goal lane, DJY jungle.
I would love to see DJY jungle.
He can play. Like, okay, listen to me. This is going to be mean.
Okay, go ahead.
If they say DJY plays like a ranked player, I feel like he's on your level. You know, that's, you know.
It's hard to, you know, I'm afraid to even look at the chat, because they're either asking for DJY or they really are asking for DJY with how the game has gone. Because I don't mind. I mean, we've seen MAL teams play. Like last season, it was Ready Sports, right? Yes. And I don't mind them. There being a power gap. We've accepted that fact. But I want to see the improvement.
Yeah.
Like over time, like DxO, they have shown gradual improvement. They're not winning as much games, but they have shown gradual improvements. But Ocean Black, they're taking a step behind every single time. It seems like every single day, you're peeling back that layer and you're realizing there are more and more and more mistakes.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's like watching an anime fight where you know this other guy is gonna lose, but no matter how many times he gets beat up, he stands back up, Like, those are the kind of games that we want to see, right? Like, no matter how far behind you are, you fight back. You try to find those opportunities.
It's be like my favorite game, Elden Ring, right? The boss kills you 100 times, but you eventually beat the boss.
You know what? They need Fairy. Because I got myself one here. Myself, I feel like that's bad English. But this is the green one. The official Mobile Legends eSport watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. No Yuzong was hurt in the process. Let me just let you guys know. Comes in 3 colors, but mine's the green one. And we know what green means. Prosperity, probably. I don't know. Does it in Chinese? No?
Well, in Chinese it's red, but in Hari Raya, is it prosperity in Hari Raya? It's green.
Let's go with that. You know what? Green is amazing. Green is the color of leaves, and that's where I'm gonna end it.
Yeah,
there.
that's how we describe someone's like. Some people.
I'm actually colorblind to green, so I actually can't read my watch.
You can't. So what does it look like to you?
So you know how there's like, you know, the arms.
Right.
I don't see it. Like it blends to the background.
Right. So but you can read the time. Can you tell the time?
But it looks cool. It's almost 4. In Malaysia and Philippines time. Indo, lacking. Keep up.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are so slow in time.
Be a bit faster, Indo.
Yeah, speed up the traffic or something. Maybe that will fix your clock.
No, because you might get into an accident. Be careful of that.
Be careful, which is something that Ocean Black needs to do. Be careful with how they tread the draft. I think if this is how they want to play the game, I would not mind for them to go for a slower but safer draft that can drag on, because clearly they were not able to speed it up.
Might as well go for Xavier, right?
Hey, when all else fails,
if Diff can carries, you know, at least Xavier, you can clear the lanes.
Yeah, go for like a, what do you call, like Suyo, Fred jungle. I mean, take Lucas jungle for all I care, right? I think that will work well as well. Something that
Yisushin jungle, go for it.
Yeah, why not?
Yisushin is actually quite okay, which is available for play.
It is available for play. We haven't seen the Kymy, I don't know. The glue as well, which was something they banned. Maybe they can consider that. If you really want someone to front line and you feel like that guy is Ripple and you want him to still continue to make plays, I think the glue is a good consideration.
Actually, yeah, now that you mention it, I think the team just lacks frontline because Ripple prefers damage. He prefers to, you know, oppress the opponent. And Super Susu is a catch kind of guy. He's not the kind of guy to use a high loss, because I feel like that's one of the things that, if I remember correctly, is what's that guy's name? What's that guy? The guy on the left.
The Sunfrost?
Yeah, Sunfrost, that guy. He was like, yeah, he's not a guy to the front line. He just kicks people. Speaking of kick, look at this. Wait, that doesn't apply to anything. But MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise is now on sale. Female not included, just the shirt.
Hey, you know what they say? Sometimes depends.
What do you mean? Depends.
Depends on what color or what style you like, right? Because we have plenty of styles. This is just one of them. You can come to the venue and check out more. You don't even need to buy a ticket. Just show up to Stadium Juara and get your pick.
Yeah, but might as well you're here.
I'm proud to say that I know the model of that.
You know the model of the jersey?
Yeah.
I know of Lucas.
Yeah, I know Lucas.
Lucas's dad.
Lucas's dad?
Oh yeah. Sakul.
Oh, his dad's name is Sakul?
Yeah.
I feel like you're messing with me.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. What if I'm right?
What if you're right? Good on you. I need to read more on that.
Hey, you don't, because I didn't.
You know Sylvana and Dyrov are siblings?
Yes, I do know. Do you know that Terizla is the dad?
What?
Yeah.
Terizla is a dad?
Terizla is a dad!
I don't...
All right, let's look at Rippo. Looks like you're in the same situation as last season. Oh, even the question is rough. Can you share what happened in the match against Toda? He said, I'm sad that we're on a 3-match losing streak. Don't be, it might be 4. For me, during the match against Toda, I don't think there was any major issue with communication. Okay. Maybe just game 1, the comms were a bit slow. Game 2 was better, but we got come back because the team couldn't capitalize on our lead.
No. They couldn't. It's not that the team couldn't capitalize.
But if that's the thing, then it's a leader issue, no?
It's not that game 2 was better. I can agree, but it's not like the team couldn't capitalize on the lead. It's when they had the opportunity to just kind of take it slow, find the right window. They chose the one that led them to lose the game. And again, I gotta throw back to that Super Susu moment, right? You overextend for a choke kick when the team is 10 miles away. Ooh, never ever do that. You have to calm better. And I think that's the calm issue.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe this drafting phase gives us a better idea.
I gotta say, Husky, we've played together, and I know some players that made that play, we don't play with them again. Either that or we're just ending the rank that night. We're like,
that's where you call it a night.
Yeah.
You probably solo queue 1 or 2 more games before you go to bed.
Yeah, just to make yourself feel better or worse. Solo queue is, you know.
Yeah, I play solo queue to convince myself that I'm not the problem.
Yeah. I do that too. My mentality is that I don't mind losing as long as I'm the MVP.
Yeah, exactly. As long
and during that games, I don't build glowing wand. Because screw my team. I want to do more damage.
I want to survive.
I want to survive.
0 deaths means MVP.
Exactly.
So now they ban the Joy. They really don't want Rindo Joy, but I think the Joy is the least of your problem. Clear ban.
The thing is, even if they pick up a Lucas, then AERO can just pick up the counters, right? They can pick up the Valentina and maybe even the Phoveus.
If they first pick Lucas here, I am going to walk off.
No, you can't. I hate solo casting more than I hate getting hit by a bike.
Your team.
Oh, well, okay. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna solo the draft because I called the Lucas first pick. I didn't thought they would do it, but again, they could counter it, pick up a Valentina and then pick up a Phoveus because, you know, both heroes kind of good against this one hero. Like for. Okay, oh yeah, Harif, I forgot about the Harif and the Valen. So OB, pick up the Phoveus now. You know Phoveus is an amazing hero.
I know.
Have you heard?
I have. You know what? Phoveus was ignored in the first phase last game too, if I remember correctly. no bans, no picks.
Damn.
See, so
It's
Leo.
hard to be professional.
So
just-
Leo told me that sometimes you make a call,
Yeah.
whether it happens or not, you know, you can still make it right. But sometimes I hate making right calls, and this was one of it. There's nothing wrong with Lucas first play. Let me get that straight.
Look, just
But do you have an answer? I think that is the important thing. Who is the support cast?
yeah, just pick up Phovius, and then pick up a good gold laner before it gets banned out.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, and you just, and I think you have to accept, right? Either you keep him as a flex or you review his lane right now. Because I think there's a huge chance if they pick up Phovius, which, okay.
Okay. Looks like Super Susu just really likes that shout, and now
Hylos.
the Hylos gets picked up, and you don't even have to worry about a CC for this game because, you know, lo and behold, all the front lines are here, right? All the front lines are here.
Okay, so they have a remedy for that, okay? So I'm looking to be proven wrong. They're putting Lucas straight in the jungle, which is fine.
Yep, it's
Now,
great.
now AERO, they have to start looking at the for their jungler, right? Obi, you can start attacking Rindo's hero pool. Hayabusa, Suyo, yeah, the other two are already out, right? Like no Joy, no Lucas.
I almost want to let the Suyo out because, again,
Actually, wait, there's a Lucas.
beats,
Yeah.
Naruto beats Suyo all the time.
Yeah, I agree. So they banned the Fredrin, okay? They really are trying to force the Suyo. No problem with that.
Right now, honestly, the draft is shaping out a bit better.
This is better, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. For AERO, they are looking for a lot for more damage.
Ooh.
That's for sure.
Oh, Repo has officially crossed the 600 total assist milestones since returning to MPL MY in Season 11. So that's like 4 seasons now.
4
Or
seasons.
5, yeah, 4 seasons. And hit 600 assists
As an XP laner.
as an EXP laner.
Yeah.
What a bing, what a boom. I don't know what that was, you know.
He is
but
like 1,100 away from the Hall of Famers.
yeah.
But okay, I mean, as an XP laner, it's not.
It's aight.
just-
It's aight.
He's aight.
It's aight.
I mean, he likes
Because
to
I'm
keep
pretty
fighting.
sure there are some metas where EXP doesn't really involve that much in the fight. You know, you're just splitting a lane.
Okay, now how do you stop the how do you stop the Lucas Phovius? I mean, the CC still isn't the worst pick. You know what?
Actually, yeah, CC is not bad here.
There is a hero that was buffed. I don't think we'll see it yet, but there is a chance, the X-Borg. I'm not sure how comfortable or how viable he is competitively.
But
If you're up against big tanks, it's good, but I mean, Lucas
Dude,
will shred your Furaga
I
armor
feel like
quick.
against Phovius is aight, you know?
What about the jungle? Let's see. Okay, so they go for the Gatonic. It's fine. It's fine.
Honestly, still flex. You don't know which is which.
It's gonna be a damage jungler for sure, because they do need the damage.
As a jungler, actually not bad, because the thing about a jungler is that you can get away with a greedier build because you're not exposed to getting harassed in the lane.
So we still have the Suyo and Hayabusa, both
Do
with
they still go for that Farsa?
Diff. I don't mind the Farsa, honestly. Actually, no, wait, hold on.
I almost prefer something like a Valir because you have a Hylos, you have a Gatot, and Valen, if she takes her ult, like what's she gonna do? Be on fire?
Valir, what's that? Novaria?
Oh yes, Novaria.
Novaria would be a decent...
Personally, for me, I do prefer the Valir in this situation because there's a lot of control and you can even disrupt that Harry.
Okay, so they go for the Yi, which is okay. Reef and carry, okay.
But Valentina has that ult too,
Now,
which is, you know, good against Phovius, against the Lucas, heck, even the carry.
even the carry, and carry has to be up close and personal.
Yes.
We did say that
So
maybe...
the Eve, I'm a bit iffy.
Yeah.
It's a good pick, but against a Valentina, and when your own comp doesn't want to get hit by a real world manipulation, you know, I'm holding back my excitement for that pick.
I'm going to quote one of my good friends, Aries, MPL SG.
Is he really good?
Yeah, he's a great friend and a fantastic analyst. So we were reviewing one of the games, I think, from MPL MY, right? And there was a Eve into a comp, something like this, right? Got Todd, high loss, like dive comp. And his main question was, who is the Eve going to stop? Are you really going to stop them from running at you? I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is, again, the same situation.
Okay, here's the thing. It's honestly good against the high loss, but not so much against the Gato because once you open your ult, guess who's dropping from the sky?
Yeah. And once they get on top of you, you're gonna die anyways,
Yeah.
right? So I think this high loss, you don't deter him as much. He's still gonna glorious pathway if he can. This Hayabusa also can be quite a problem, hard to catch, unless you look at Ripple and Super Susu, right? They have a lot of responsibilities to really try and shut Rindo down.
Personally, for me, I prefer AERO's draft a little bit more because looking at how Ocean Black was drafting for that one, I feel like it is a little bit forced.
Let's I mean, this definitely looks better than game one, right? You have a lot more ways to come back into the game. If things go wrong, you have late game insurance, so already a more well-rounded draft.
Yeah, and honestly, Carry is one of those heroes that can actually win a 1v1 against the Harry. But again, it's all about your own personal skills. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into game number 2. Can Obi push us to a 3-game? Or will AERO be like, you know what, done deal, let's get this 2-0 out of the way?
There's no better opportunity than this game, for sure. Double revitalized for AERO Esports. Both Katon and Hylos decided that they are going to stay alive in the fight for as long as possible, which isn't really a bad idea, right? If you have a Lucas that want to be in your face, hey, might as well do just that.
And you know what? A good friend once told me, staying alive is great.
I can agree, right?
I disagree, but you know, everyone has their own opinions.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. Interesting here, if we're looking at the emblem setup for Masako here, he has a balance of oh, hold on, Zikif taking a bit of damage, but looks like he is going to survive. Anyways, I was about to say, a bit of a balance here when it comes to his setup. A little bit more damage with the Master Assassin, but then having a little bit more defense here makes it so that, you know, he's not really all in. He just wants a good laning phase here.
Yeah, and again, you still want to survive against the poke from Kusei. We did see, I think Rindo steal the lizard, the scale lizard away. He's going to hit 4 as well, so good pathing from the side of AERO. If you can get ahead of Jun in experience, which that's already a start, right? Like, Lucas has the reputation of not being good at objective fights, but I think Ocean Black has a comp that can enable him if they do it right.
I actually feel like Lucas is pretty good in that objective fight just because his crowd control is, you know, is huge.
It's huge, yeah.
It's huge. So I feel like you said, if they set it up well, he can just go in and hit 3. That's going to look amazing. But Super Susu.
Oh, the flicker timing. Very well timed.
And honestly, that's pretty good for AERO.
Very good, actually.
Because the thing is, for 2 minutes, he's not going to have that flicker. And what's happening in a few seconds? Turtle will be coming up.
Turtle will be coming up. We're back to square one, just like game number 1. Same situation, but the difference is that Jun is on the Lucas, right? So if Ripple hits 4, he's going to have a chance to contest, but AERO Esports doing the smart move, delaying Ripple's level 4. Super Susu no kick. Reza should be fine. Still has to revitalize with him. Ripple forced to retreat. Now Turtle under control.
Yeah, under control for AERO. And now Super Susu still wants to be aggressive. Reza goes in onto Jun and Diff.
And Super Susu forced back as well. Ripple with another pullback, but first blood given over to Kyym. Turtle will be de-aggro as Jun pops the ultimate, but Kyym also is in the Lucas form. Flickers to safety. Ripple cannot contribute, and AERO Esports goes back onto the objective. Let's see if Jun wants to steal this though. Runs out the ultimate form. Zikif getting gone on, gets a taunt. Rindo secures the objective. Ripple slams it down, finds Zikif, continues onto Ripple. Rindo in the fight. Ripple still alive, revitalized, not enough, and Ripple comes online. Jun also finds one.
You know what? Fulvius is a very good hero. Why didn't they pick it up earlier in game number 1? But yeah, like that shows what impact a good EXP laner hero can really provide you. And this is what we talked about in the previous match, where if the turtle doesn't really look good for you to be able to take away, then just, you know, find something else. Find a kill. And they were able to do that. So I feel like Ocean Black, as long as they play this trading game good, then it's going to be good. And I feel like, you know, maybe try to get Rippo ahead, because if he gets out of his lane earlier, he can help impact the team fight.
And they did all that without a kick, right? So imagine the potential that they have right now. And Rippo is going to have a much easier time against Reza. He's going to really start applying a bit of that pressure. And they even survived through 2 revitalized from AERO Esports, which was supposed to allow those fights to get stalled out. Rindo looks for Super Susu, who will easily get away. And second, Ogi Shadow kill of the game that finds nothing
here. So Jun, instead of going for a War Axe first, he goes for that Hunter Strike. So he wants that immediate damage. And right now, I'm looking at Rippo, and I hope he plays like solo queue by picking up War Axe first. Because usually in pro play, you go for that Thunder Belt, but I don't know. Maybe have less faith in your team and pick up a War Axe.
Some people even go full tank. Kusei Diamond Force, good dodge on the potential kick. That would have been deadly, but Kusei did have Purify. Now gets to save it. Masako unfortunately loses out on that trade. Second turtle, 15 seconds, bottom side. The entire lane will be occupied by AERO Esports. Super Susu scouts out the bush, sees Kyym, flicker kick. Kyym now in trouble. All the end revitalized, keeps Kyym alive, and AERO Esports responds. Zikif in the midst of all of it uses the AOG, completely whiffed, and the stolen Unleash the Beast. Ripple still wants more, but cannot confirm the kill, but it's good enough.
Yeah, a lot of trades there. A lot of flickers from Super Susu as well as Div, and now Masako! Oh, so close.
Oh, the light wheel slow.
Oh.
The light wheel slow on the Kusei. He was one tap away from that solo kill, so good on Masako as Ripple continues to sandbag Kyym, who has no flicker right now. No Unleash the Beast. Super Susu looking for, again, another opening. Rindo getting caught by Phobius, but still finds the shadow kill. Jun goes down. Reza trying to hold on, but Ripple is just slamming them over and over again. He just could not stop. So many dashes to reset the passive. Turtle somehow secured by Kyym. Super Susu goes down, and now Ripple is going to be next on the chopping block. Double kill for Rindo.
So when I say I hope Ripple has War Axe, that's kind of why. Imagine full stacks on that War Axe.
Kill them all.
He would demolish them. He would be the reason why Phobius gets a skin.
He would. I've heard that he will eventually,
Hey,
but hey, don't know when.
That's what they told me when I first started the job. And I started the job before Phobius got launched. Was it? I can't even remember anymore. But either ways. Oh, hold on. Super Susu.
Forced to back off this time. AERO Esports 3.4k gold lead. A lot more scrappier.
First item is the anti-cuirass?
For Ripple?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not Thunderbelt. It's not War Axe. It's anti-cuirass. Like, I can see it, but at the same time...
I would prefer Thunderbelt
like,
into NT.
Exactly. Like, okay, folks, I understand, like, this is you playing for your team. You just make it so that Rindo does less damage. Maybe even Kusei does less damage. But the thing is, I feel like he can deal the damage.
Yeah. And that was not the main problem from the start, right? Like,
Yeah.
he survived for so long.
Oh my god!
But you know who's not surviving?
Who?
His teammates.
Ah!
So he should do some damage.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
We'll just see if this bites him where the sun don't shine, and I mean the backside, not the front one.
The game state has changed. So this Anticuras, unfortunately, might end up being a waste of money.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So going back to the Lucas first pick that I don't really like, at least not on OB side.
I just don't like how they're using it, because first item, the Hunter Strike, you kind of have to play it more like an assassin, but June shows his face to the point where AERO Esports is able to, you know, kill him eventually. Like, so that's my concern. Honestly, not the pick, but more about how he's using the hero.
Yeah, you have to look for facilitators, right? People that can get you in and out of fight. And in this case, sadly, it's Super Susu and Diff again. You gotta be able to play with Ripple, but if he goes down, then Ripple is left all alone, just like what we saw in the second turtle fight.
Yep. Well, looks like Ocean Black, they're not gonna be contesting for this one. Maybe they're just waiting on items. Maybe Repo needs one more defensive item. Athena Shield.
I mean, even AERO in that state, if they choose to not rush the turtle, it will be fine, right? Because they ended up losing a bot tier 1 to a huge minion wave.
I wonder if they still don't have anti-heal.
Bring out the items, production.
Wait, I think Diff did buy a glowing one first item. I believe.
Okay, it's definitely not a Blood Wings, because no players of sound mind on Eve with Blood Wings first on Eve. That would be a complete troll.
You say that.
Oh, I mean, he has glowing one. I see it now.
Okay. Well, you know, one problem solved, but then another arises. Now AERO Esports with about 5,000 goal lead here. In Ocean Black, they're not going to be contesting, because the thing is, Kusei is 0-0-0, which doesn't sound impressive. But he's a goal laner. Once he gets his items, who cares?
Yeah, and he's going for the Holy Crystal.
Look at this! First item, anti-cuirass into like...
He's going to go Athena's next.
No, the other one. Radiant armor. Yeah. He's going for Radiant. I feel like the Athena shield would be better here.
Whatever floats his boat, man. If he's committed too far in.
Yeah.
He's in too deep. Super Susu gonna find a kick onto Kyym. That's a good engage. Kyym goes down now. 4v5 in favor of Ocean Black. Ogikyo on the back side. Ripple all alone. They got him isolated, but ZK still becomes the target. Jun not able to find a stagger, and that is what you want to see from AERO. Finding a pickoff.
Yeah. Just want to see Ripple doing a little bit more damage, you know?
If he had damage, probably with more than one kill.
Yeah.
We gotta start somewhere.
Exactly. Masako needs a little bit of that item, because if I'm not mistaken, he has 2 of the 3 items that he really needs.
Yep.
Oh wait, so Ripple might still go for that Athena shield, because it looks like he's using the magic robe just to build the tough boots. So maybe he will still go for the Athena shield, which I hope he does.
I hope he does. Like if if you value your life against a Harif, Athena shield, please.
No, honestly, even against a Valen as well, it's better for you to have an Athena shield against the Valentina. Even though this Valentina is like more utility than damage, but still, you gotta respect it when you're 4,000 gold behind.
So this turtle fight is going to be quite, this Lord fight is going to be quite the challenge for Ocean Black. They have done it once, right? And
yep.
Let's see if they remember the recipe to success. Let's see if they remember how you know, the execution is going to be to get them a team fight or skirmish win.
Well, Susu does not have that flicker, so if they can delay this, which honestly looks like they can, because AERO Esports, they're not really forcing it. Well, maybe now they do.
Well, you say that. Ripple actually going to find a 3-man cash. He's going to get terrified. RWM forces out the Purify from Kusei. The fight now is going to stall out. Still have some big ultimates left for Zkif. The AOG still online. Kyym still holding on to his as well. This dance, you know what? It's going to favor Ocean Black. The side lanes are not managed well by AERO. It's pushing in top and bottom lane.
Yeah.
The AERO is going to try to run down the Lord. Super Susu. Flicker, still 8 seconds left. Finds the kick anyways on the Zkif. So Zkif just zones out the entire backline. What was that kick?
Gee, thanks. I mean, like, I wish I had a flicker, but I guess I don't need it. Because you just kicked him, and you saw that he didn't follow up, because even he's like, oh,
like,
no.
Like, what?
And then the Gata's like, hey, I got a red bar here. My next attack is going to hurt. And then, like, I feel like at that moment, all comms were off.
Yeah, you know, it just went dead silent. Zkif gets kicked. You know, he cracks his knuckle and he's like, who's next?
I feel like this point, Repo was like, what's worse? When our Cho kicks the Gatot into us?
And we lose the Lord because of that?
Or when we pick the Bane?
Like, they had a chance to, you know, tangle the Lord a bit longer, and that kind of lost them the chance. Well, he has Flicker back up now. So let's see if he can find the right target. Kyym has no Flicker, he has nothing. If you catch Kyym, you can kill him off. We've seen it once, they have the damage, no problem. First Lord shouldn't be able to crack too much damage because they have more than enough to clear out the objective. So unlike game 1, Ocean Black holds out a bit longer, but they're also dealing with a way bigger goal deficit.
I mean, 6,000 is manageable, no? I mean, it's only like maybe 1.5 items difference.
I mean, they lost like 5k game 1, so I'm not that sure. Conceal. RWM forced out incredibly early, then does nothing. They still lost the inhibitor. Super Susu, is this your moment? Finds a flicker kick. Angle, not that right. Follow up AOG as a defense mechanism. Rindo will just get out and come back in with the Ogi Shadow kill. Kusei cleans at the backline. Super Susu and Jun both go down. This fight is over.
Feel like Jun's not it, man.
I don't know, dude. I feel like this game, Super Susu has been making some really big errors.
Yeah.
You do not need to force some of these engagements. Your team isn't ready. They don't have the damage. No RWM. What were you expecting out of that? Masako wasn't even in position to do anything.
I feel like people watching this game, whoever said I was crazy asking for a War Axe onto Rippo, I feel like at this point they're like, you know what? Maybe.
He's right. He's right.
Yeah, I mean, like, if June's Lucas look like Lazir, I feel like they could make it work. But like, I kid you not.
I agree.
I see nothing from him. I didn't see him in the fight. All of a sudden, he's dead.
Yeah, they passed that window, sadly. Doesn't help that you're... They are very reactive. I think the best way to put it is that they are reacting to everything that's happening.
I'm glad he's not using the Naruto skin.
What?
This would feel sad. Be like, oh, my boy. Boruto's dad.
This is the weakest Jinchuriki I've seen. It's not lore accurate.
Yeah.
The actual Jinchuriki would have blown out the Land of Dawn.
On that news, Boruto has some crazy stuff. Because I saw yeah, they're still, you know, going on. I saw Sasuke's kid having like the strongest Sharingan now.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Right.
Sarada,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, Sarada.
I mean,
great girl. It's not great, not super annoying. Like she's more like her dad than her mom.
Yeah, I was about to say unlike the mom.
Yeah. But the mom's Kalia, so I'll give a pass for that.
So that's where
if you're good in MLBB, oh hold on. Speaking of good in MLBB,
they King Reza, and that is the opposite of good MLBB.
Oh.
This fight is done. Triple kill for Kusei.
Oh, I see.
Masako is going to get a counter kill onto Reza, which is the best case scenario. And Ripple, they're toying with him. Maniac, give it a Kusei. And this game, is over. Let's shut it down, people. Let's move on.
If only Repo had a bit of damage. I mean, like, do we even call this one? It's like, well, there you go, folks. Looks like AERO Esports is ending the game. Can Masako defend? Of course not. AERO Esports win with 2-0.
Unofficial Savage for Kusei at the very end to close out this series. Ocean Black. I don't know what else is left in the tank, but if this was the best after 2 weeks of slogging, this ain't it. I think the drawing board, they need more than just a drawing board. I think you really need to go back to the fundamentals and look at what the hell went wrong with every single decision that game. Why are we kicking tanks into the fight? Why are we not sticking to the playbook? What is happening within the team?
Relax, Husky, because it's gonna get worse. Because after losing 0-2 against AERO, it's only week 3, but we gotta call it. Like, this is gonna be an uphill battle.
I think the battle ended.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, you gotta give hope. Maybe they can take a game off at SRG.
Oh, you look at Ripple's face, right? Like, if I can tell you anything about that game, Ripple was not happy. I don't think anyone is happy, but holy cow.
I honestly just want to throw the stage. I feel like we need a private conversation, so Rose, you gotta take over for this one. Thank you very much.
Dua babalas 0-3 mata penuh untuk pasukan AERO Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right, guys, that was an amazing game. Now let's start with Rindo first. Just now we discussed about you guys having a kind of a gathering earlier on, like 3 weeks ago. Now, do you think that has helped in terms of improving your performance today?
Yeah, sobrang laking tulong talaga kasi ayun nga, mas nakilala namin yung isa't isa and alam namin yung preference, yung ugali, and we also know ito yung pinakamagandang part. Alam namin yung kung ano yung pinaglalaban namin, alam namin yung backstory namin. So, sa practice, 100% talaga kami kasi hindi lang yung pangarap namin yung dinadala namin, pati yung pangarap ng mga kakampi namin.
Wow! Now, Rinda cakap actually, gathering yang dorang buat 3 minggu lepas, actually sangat-sangat bantu on their win today. Dorang dapat tahu perangai masing-masing, dorang tengah fight untuk apa, backstory masing-masing. And of course, kenapa dorang sangat-sangat hungry untuk menang. Now, Coach, previously you mentioned that your previous win was not a true W for you. Is today a true W, or are you still trying to look for, you know, the final piece or the final form of AERO Esports?
Yung game 1 namin hindi ako satisfied kasi may early mistakes kami. Pero overall, ang laki ng improvement namin. Siguro nasa 80% yung team namin ngayon.
Okay, now Coach Bam cakap, actually first game dia tak rasa puas hati. Itu bukan AERO Esports yang sebenar, tapi berbanding dengan match-match sebelum ni, improvement dorang sangat-sangat besar and beza lah daripada AERO Esports yang kita nampak ataupun saksikan pada minggu-minggu lepas. Now, Coach Bam, another question. Your next match, you'll be going up against DX. Aha, you're going up against Coach Tio. Now, if we go back in time to MPL Philippines, you guys have been rivals. It's not the first time. He was in RSGPH and you were in Onyx. Now, this time around, do you know how he drafts? Do you know how he works? And do you think that will give you the benefit going up against him?
Actually, malaking benefit din dahil kilala ko rin si Coach Teo, how he draft. And naging player ko rin si Stone in Season 11 sa Smart Omega. So, alam ko kung paano tumatakbo isip rin ni Stone.
Wow! Now, actually, dorang pernah jumpa dah dekat MPL Philippines pada 2-3 musim lepas. And Coach Bam cakap, aside from knowing macam mana Coach Tio draft, Stone pun jadi player dia dulu. So, dia tahu macam mana Stone fikir dengan semua benda lah. So, dia cakap actually lagi tinggi chance nak menang. Okay, interesting. This is interesting. Now, I actually have the MVP with me. Okay? So, let us announce the MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Rindo. Okay. Now, Rindo, since you're the MVP, what do you think played a big role in today's success?
Nothing much kasi ano lang. Pina-follow lang namin kung ano yung pinapractice namin. Ayun lang.
Just ikut je apa yang dorang practice. Now, anything that you would like to say to your next opponent? DX or maybe Storm, maybe Coach Tio, anybody?
Ano lang, good luck lang. Excited ko na kayo makalaro.
Okay, good luck. They're excited to meet you guys. Thank you so much to AERO Esports Coach Bam and Rindo. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the Castas untuk analyze apa yang jadi dalam game. Dua bebalas kosong ini. Castas, silakan.
Thank you very much, Rose. However, that's a very heavy question because she's like, why was it a 2-0? I mean, where do we start?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a 2-0 because
It's like it's hard to talk about it without sounding like haters.
it's not
Right?
It's not like some games where you say, oh, it's a 2-0 because there was a big outdraft, big
Yeah,
outplays. This one was
They
just,
made that one mistake that really changed, but that's not like that.
This one was more of, well, the other team didn't really play the game. They didn't show up. In fact, they went against every single rule of not just ML, but just the genre in general.
Look at this. Even the first game, the Lucas didn't even bother to make a defense item. Just went for the Queen's Wings as well as the Rose Gold Meteor. Sure, they have some sort of defense, but usually we see just two, the War Axe and the Hunter Strike, and then, I don't know, Anti-Cuirass, the Athena Shield, maybe even sometimes the Dominance Eyes. But no, this game is like, just more damage.
If Rindo knew that game was going to go down like that, he would have not bought Rose Gold and went for like
Blade of
BOD or
Despair,
something.
yeah,
I would have
yeah.
went Blade of Despair.
Yeah. I would have trolled and actually pick up a Malefic Roar and a Malefic Gut.
And a Malefic
just to be like,
just
look,
for the sake of it.
I know, but I don't need to build that well,
I'll buy Blood Wings.
Oh, yes.
I'll buy Blood Wings. I'll get the extra shield from Blood Wings itself.
Hey, step further, man.
Further.
Fleeting time.
Yes.
You'll see this Sacred Beast.
But guess what? You can only use it if you have full energy, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, hey.
That one is a bit too much.
All right, let me step back. Let me step back. Yeah, honestly, it's funny during those times where like, hey, Selena fleeting time.
It was.
And then you just let the other person just process it. Oh, Selena fleeting time.
That sounds like a good idea.
And then, wait a minute. But anyways, let's look at the draft here. So, looking at Diff's item, he went for a glowing wand into a divine glaive, which respectable because yes, they're very tanky. But honestly, personally for me, I would actually prefer, because Hylos has a lot of HP.
Wishing Lantern.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for Wishing Lantern and. Slight utility, that burn will make it so that it's harder for them to recall, blah, blah, blah. But yeah. Even talking about the items, I feel a bit weird because, again, I feel like Rippo should have had that foresight to be like, I'm going to try the 1v9. Maybe it would not have worked, but, I would appreciate if he just tried.
I would say
at least Thunderbelt.
Like Rippo was surviving for so long, right? Like you saw a wish that there was a secondary support system. Sadly, they all die before Rippo does. And then I think AERO Esports pretty smart, right? They leave Rippo for last. They realize that, hey, this guy has 0 damage.
Yeah.
We just kill his entire team.
Yeah.
And then we just we just take our time.
At that point, Rippo's just like a fly. He's just annoying, but he's not really doing anything.
It's like you hear the buzzing. Just well, that fly has a jetpack on his back for sure.
Yeah, look at June. If you don't count Super Susu, he has the least amount of damage, but look at how big the difference is. He's 24,000. Rippo with Anti-Cuirass first item.
Rippo with 0 damage.
48,000 damage. He did the second highest damage again. Game number 1, you can say, hey, CC gets high loss. Of course, she's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Look at this. If Rippo had a War Axe or a Thunderbelt, he would skyrocket in damage.
Even if he just went Thunderbelt, right? Imagine the stacks you would get. Like, I remember that one fight we might see in the highlights later on.
I shouldn't be this upset, but I'm pretty upset looking at the numbers.
Like, he had, like, what? At least, I can count at least 6-7 demonic pursuit, like his ultimate. At least 6-7 times in a single fight. And that's the one that we saw, right? It's not even including the ones that we didn't see. I want to look at the Hall of Famers. Some shame thrown in there, but most of it famous. Who say again? Unofficial Savage this game. As the rich guy, Sandbag, Reza, as the highest assist, Zekif, and once more it's Diff with the most damage dealt.
Yeah. It's a tough question when you ask, like, what went wrong?
Everything. I don't know.
Yeah. Because it's like, they're new. We gotta respect that they're new. But at one point you're like, these are the things you can't do, right? These are the things you can't do.
I don't mind you being new to a league, but if you're doing things, you're making decisions that even new players would know not to do, I think that's where I draw the line, right? Like, I think that's where we kind of fallen out of the whole category of like,
I would draw a circle.
I would draw whatever Pythagoras taught me. I think they call it a triangle or something.
Who's Pythagoras? Is that your uncle or something?
I wish he was my uncle. Yeah, maybe we were part Mongolian or something.
Yeah.
I would say, you know, Mirko has been, people have been requesting him to do some VOD reviews, game reviews. We should request him to do this one.
He's my best friend, so I will not allow you to do that. I don't want him to experience
which
this.
is exactly we need. That's
no,
what we do
no,
with
no.
All right,
no.
Mirko, you escaped this one.
Nah, I feel like.
No one should go to the pain.
Have you watched Gank and Gather of how I ranted in that one? I feel like if he were to watch this game, he would substitute me and he would do the rent, and it's not even about his own league.
Oh, and that one was just a snippet, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know what? You guys should watch Gank and Gather just because I thought a few things would get cut out, but they didn't cut it.
That's what we like. That's what we like.
There's a lot of jokes where I'm like, they're gonna cut it, and then they didn't. I'm like, oh, okay.
As long as they keep the one about Wolf in it, I'm all.
Oh, there's worse.
It's a 0-14.
Yeah.
Shout out to Wolf. Please don't cancel our call on Sunday. We still need to talk.
Sunday's great.
Sunday's great. Sundays are great.
Yeah.
What a start to the Friday.
Yeah.
This weekend is gonna be
you know what?
awesome.
You know what? We gotta look at this positively, Husky. It's all uphill from now on.
It can't get worse than this.
It can't. If it did, Husky, I'm gonna go to the police station after this.
You know, yeah. You know what they say. You know what they say. You only lose if you give up. You never lose. You learn. And
Exactly.
Ocean Black learned.
Yeah.
They messed around and they found out the hard way.
Obi has a tough road ahead in their upcoming matches. That's being polite about it.
Yeah,
it's being polite. Like, oh yeah, their games after this are, you know, not easy. Eventually going up against MV, Homeboys, SRG, the final 3 games.
Okay, look. They lost to AERO because AERO is 8th place, right? There's still one more chance. JP Niners, we're in 9th spot. I'm reaching, all right? That's the best I got. That's the best I got for
Let me just say, if JP Niners lost against Ocean Black, JP Niners will never hear the end of it.
With Max.
I feel like Max would cancel his contract.
Max will leave after that weekend. I can't wait to see Max tomorrow.
I need water. I need food.
I need water too.
For you guys, is it okay if you guys just hear the mic check? Like listen to what the players are talking about. I'm sure whatever they said is great.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we probably don't hear. We hear like dead silence from OB maybe. Nothing.
Actually, now I'm more interested in OB's mic check. But anyways, for you guys, me and Husky, we need a moment for ourselves. So we're gonna go for a break, and you guys can enjoy the mic check.
Aku ikat. Okay. Liatin depan guys. Sabar ya. Punya Ilo. Gak bisa kayak memang. Pelan. Oh, udah ulti gua guys. Jangan guys. Ilo slow ya. Aku stand. Boleh. Pada flick tuh. Lihat. Lukas ada dia. Tengok guys. Aku lo nih. Pelan guys. Gak bisa. Pantai Cici. Pantai. Tuh. Mati. Aman. Look. Yeah, I'm blocking. Just kill out. Boleh. Nice one. Okay, we can learn. Load and then reset guys. Yeah, I reset. First learn nga pre. Don't reset yet. Load first. First learn. Nice try boss.
Kebakar dia mereka. Reset lah.
Reset bro. Aman. Kino jam ah. Okay, santai. Just enco. Can enco. Just end. Easy game. Lucas tegak hati guys. Push out. Just push out. Boleh push. First bomb na pre. Last it. Mati chu. Last it. Walang pressure pre. Nasa zone lahat. Can go back guys? Yeah, can. Can go back ah? Yeah, I'm just helping. I reset ah. Focus. Yeah, just back. Focus. I cannot. It's okay. Aman. Oi. Susah ada, tak ada plan kat lot nak buat apa.
Just play discipline bang, just play discipline.
Sabar. Ayo ke depan.
Masih lumayan ni.
Boleh buka.
Gue ready ya.
Diorang dekat kiri,
Buka. Ini tak. Ayo. Boleh. Halo.
Gue ready.
Quality.
Kata je.
Awas, Jak.
Boleh.
Bisa enggak? Mati aku.
Wah, I lost.
Aman. No rushing guys. Chill. Wait for the bot. They will gamble. Trust me. See. He will kick. They cannot win cok this fight. Ayo tang. They cannot win cok. Beep.
Hey, Savage.
Parah.
Give me the boost.
Harit ada ulti awas.
Mati si Belen.
Mati gua. Aduh.
Nice try. Reset bro.
Nice try.
Jangan toxic bego.
Clear lane first. If you guys want to hero, clear lane first.
I die cok.
Ram.
Nice one.
Savage man.
Hindi ko alam pre. And guys,
just one.
10.
Only
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチみんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよmenggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelomomor, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelomomor dan kegatalan. Bebas kelomomor sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan. Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。กร
tak menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur? Masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるやっさよなら背中合わせで行くわよ
Dengan 100 + 0 Coba, try, taste 100 + 0 Heyここは俺に任せてもらった4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada Both Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
かは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Shiver, try, face, 100+0. Hey, rasa pagi tanpa kalori, yo tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Shiver, try, face, 100+0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rakamuda, MESF, PSM.
Skin already.
Wait, you already got a Naruto?
I got a Naruto skin.
Dude, I mean, like, I've spin, and each skin is like 1,200?
1,200 tokens.
I have 200.
Yeah. 200.
Hey,
200
welcome everyone. Welcome back to MPL MY Season 15. You are at the English desk alongside me, LaFell, as well as Husky. And now the Naruto skins are available. Make sure you guys get it. And you already got the Naruto skin?
I got the Naruto skin.
You don't even use Lucas.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm a mid player, but there's no mid lane hero.
Hey, in MEL, Lucas went mid.
Really? I must have missed out that one.
If I'm not mistaken, it was like Lucas mid, CC gold, and then Joy was somewhere there.
Sounds like ML, alright. But hey,
give me a moment and I'll get you the draft.
I take the Naruto skin because it's my childhood hero.
Yeah?
Sentimental value.
My childhood hero is Gandhi. I don't think we can make a skin out of that, but you know, it's like, yeah. What was I talking about? I'm gonna get Kalia.
Okay.
Because
you play Kalia.
Yeah. Not good. Look at this. Can the new generation rise to challenge last season's title contenders? Now, DxSoul, honestly, they look absolutely amazing, right? Going up against Vamos, this is gonna be a test. And honestly, Husky, them going up against Vamos will kind of give us a power ranking of homeboys as well.
Yeah, I personally am very excited for this series because of how we've seen DxSoul grow, right? We saw them play their first series. It was this Ocean Black, very scrappy MAL style games. And then they had to play off against SRG OG. We know how that went.
Yeah.
But it looked decent, right? Like for that level of gameplay. And then they went up against Homeboys and then they elevated whatever they learned against SRG OG. Now it's time to put all those 3 previous lessons to the test against Vamos.
Yeah, I would say like the nice thing about watching DxSoul is that they themselves, they don't make their own mistakes. It's usually forced errors, right? Something that SRG did that forced them to play a certain kind of way that made them lose, right? For example, going up against Homeboys, not too many forced errors. So it's just outplay over outplay over outplay over outplay. And I feel like that was very refreshing. So we gotta look at how Vamos deals with this. Especially we gotta look who's playing jungle. Is it gonna be Chibi or is it gonna be Yes. Sorry, my Tamil is rusty.
Yeah, I thought I was speaking French to you. Gotta figure that out. Qiao.
Qiao is a hero. Oh, fan. What were we talking about again? Okay, so
DxO against Vamos.
Yeah, the real thing is their jungler, because AERO 404 played an amazing game, right? You can say it was against Ocean Black, so it's not really a good perimeter to see the strength of him. But honestly, watching how AERO 404 plays, I like the position that the coach is at.
Yeah, I think Coach Zaya has some really good ideas, and commanding the draft of Team Vamos. There's a great variety, right, that he's shown. Even Vamos also known for some of their pocket picks, like Zorn, very infamous for having some secret picks out in his pocket as well. So I think that's very good for Vamos as a whole. But hey, Coach Theo also has some trick up his sleeves.
And for you guys to be good as a whole, pause, that sounded weird. Ticket is now available from week 4 up until week 6. It's on sale now at ticket2u.com. Wherever you guys, just buy it. Even if you're not in Malaysia, just buy it. You know, if you're watching from Philippines, just buy it because you want to show off that you can buy a ticket from another region just to show off to your friends. Maybe it will make your mom love you.
Ticket2u.com. And we have MPL exclusive merchandise. We have team merchandise.
There you go. There you go.
Follow social media. SRG
I'm pretty sure somewhere around here there's a cat. So if you're into cats,
yeah, SRG OG doing a merch drop tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Latest jersey is here.
Oh,
Adin has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adin has it already.
Oh, that son of a gun.
Yeah, so tomorrow.
Oh, I hate that guy.
Come tomorrow, buy it.
I'm coming tomorrow.
I'm coming tomorrow. We're working tomorrow.
Yes, we're actually working tomorrow.
With Adin.
Now, the most picked heroes here. We're looking at MPL ID, MY, as well as PH. And we're going to look at some comparisons here of before and after. And the thing is, before, it was a complete 5. But now, it looks like there's a little bit more variety. And the big one, top pick after the buff is Novaria. 8 picks in MPL ID with 62% win rate. Okay, let's not talk about the Malaysian one, but it has been picked up a bit more.
Yeah, like our statistician once said that...
Statistician?
Statistician, our stat guy.
Statistician?
Like our content guy, right? We were briefed on this.
Don't they call it the statsman?
The statsman, statistician, yeah, the analyst, whatever. Point is, like in his words, the top 5 picks have 5 heroes in it. Or something like that.
Yes. I don't want to reiterate that. Yeah.
But I'm surprised. Like our difference is quite glaring compared to MPL Indonesia and Philippines. Even though the sample size is slightly smaller because they're halfway through their league. We have Hilda, which is not seen in MPL ID and Indonesia. At least not in the top 10 picks we have. The Selena as well, right? We have nice Selena picks.
Yeah. And look at this. We only played Suyo 13 times. But yeah, they started earlier. But look at how many times they used it. 81 times. In the Philippines, and then 62 times in Indonesia.
And look at the ban amount, right? 62 bans in ID, 81 bans in Philippines. We've used Suyo 8 times, but Suyo has an abysmal win rate in Malaysia. Like his win rate is actually comically low, that sometimes it makes it look like we are not good at the hero.
It's like, I remember week 1, we keep calling out the Suyo's gonna get picked eventually, and now we're just like, nah, I'm pretty sure.
I guess no one likes him, No one likes him. Teams that pick Suyo,
I mean, to be fair, Lucas has been looking good. So that might be one of the reasons.
Lucas has been looking fantastic. And I mean, even in Novara, in MPL MY, there's only a handful of people that picked it, right? Like Storm is a very good example. His fallback was Selena and Novara. I hope that gets changed when you're up against Vamos, right? We have seen him play the Eve before, the Eve and Farsa. I would like to see that pool. Don't always fall back to the Novara unless Kostio told the team that we're going to play a draft that is ready to strike at any time.
For me, this is why I like the position that Vamos is in. Because the way that I see it, if the opponent is not really good around those objectives, then I will want Chibi in my team because his retry, no matter what state of the game, is going to be good. But if the team is hyper-focused on one single carry, you kind of want AERO 404 in there because he's the kind of guy, he doesn't really care whether he dies or not. As long as the coach is like, kill the goat lane. I'm not thinking about anything else. I'll kill the goat lane.
Yeah, insert command, kill goat lane. He's like, okay, I'll get the job done. The rest is up to the team.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think Vamos as a team that is known for playing fast and furious. You know, no matter what state of the game, they just want to keep on stepping on the gas. For DxSo, if you want to play something like a Novaria or Selena, you have to be ready to face off against this high octane gameplay.
Right now, we got to look at the trio head-to-head here for the goal lane, the jungle, as well as the EXP. We're going to start with the goal lane here, where we're looking at Nets as well as SkyZ. And looking at Nets, I feel like he had a bad day one. But after that, honestly, Nets has been performing.
Yeah, I mean, and Nespresso has always been very solid as a player. And on his bad days, we see that apparent, right? And he also went up against Innocent, so he didn't make it any better. But afterwards, you know, they made some adjustments. I think Nets has been looking fantastic. I think we're getting Chibi today against Kyym. This is a matchup I want to look out for because Chibi, incredibly experienced, but Kyym, fresh off the boat. He has some of his moments in game, even back in MAL. This is his biggest test.
But my eyes is looking at the EXP. Look at the average damage taken. Like over 2,000 difference for Siska. And
okay,
are you gonna get it? Be Ninja, be Legend. He got the emotes. I got the Sasuke emote.
I think I got all of the emotes.
Okay, you know what? Shut up.
I think
you have too much diamonds, right?
I spent all
Muton
of it.
has been very nice to you.
But yes, they have been. I would like more. You know,
I got into an accident, so I hope, you know, I can get some diamonds.
Nicer. All right, Chibi's turn.
All right, Chibi. Kakashi.
No, Kakashi.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kakashi emote. Yeah.
Oh, he's going again.
Dude, he's a player. Like, he can do this all day.
Do it again.
He might have to.
He get it?
He get it?
Why
didn't Nets?
Yeah, Nets was popping off for no reason. Come on, fourth time's the charm. Oh, okay, he's speeding up.
This is a good promo to show why you should be a professional player. You don't care.
Do it, come on.
You just, like, dude, you only pulled once?
Yeah, he only, like, okay, so
you're not gonna get it.
20 pulls. Okay. I heard someone got a Naruto skin in 10 pulls. Come on, Kyym, the 30th. 10 more? And now they're just spamming.
They're probably gonna get it and then they'll still spin anyways.
You know what you could do? Just press the skip button. Come on.
But the animation is so cool though.
It is cool.
Right?
Alright, now we're missing out on what he gets. No skin. Last one. Come on. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what, Husky? This is not good promotion for the skins.
Yeah, I was suggesting that if we want to really showcase how good the skins are, hey Muntan, just give it to us.
Just let them play.
Give us the skin. We can showcase it on how good it is. Look,
you know what?
To give them a better reason, I'm a huge fan of Naruto. I know his voice lines. I know the characters. I know the history.
Yeah, he says he wants to be the Pirate King.
Yeah. I heard last time he says that he had a dream.
Yeah. No. You know, there's one. We already have the skin, but he killed like 80% of the population.
Sorry, what?
He killed 80% of the population.
What, you mean Naruto?
No. It's a different skin that's in the game right now.
Right. Yes. It's of his own bloodline, I heard.
Yeah.
That was good. But it's funny enough, we've seen two Lucas getting picked, but we haven't seen the actual skin getting used.
No, the funny thing is that Fovi still doesn't have a skin. That's pretty hilarious. That's haha quality. And you know what? I kind of hope we're probably not going to get it. But today, I want to see that Madara.
You want to see Madara?
I want the Madara. Right. Play around Madara. Like,
do we get the thematic, like...
No, I feel like it's already in the game. But
it is?
Yeah, but it's like, you know, what you call it? The tournament server, right?
Yes,
like, we don't know whether it's updated or not.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Like, if it's a Madara skin, I don't mind long Lord fights.
I don't mind, right?
Right?
I want Madara to declare someone the strongest.
Exactly.
When they slay him.
And then it's probably the Cho.
It would be funny though.
Yeah.
Cho should be Might Guy. Should be.
Or Rock Lee, you know, depending on what you're... I mean, like, my guy is on a wheelchair now.
He is. Yeah, still alive though. He's grateful for that.
You know what? Being alive is amazing. Shout outs to those that are still doing that. And for those that you know is not doing that, I wish you all the best. I think I dug myself into a hole.
I'm pretty sure they can't hear you, but
hey, maybe they're around us. We just don't know.
Maybe they
play
are.
Mobile Legends in heaven.
Yes, yeah, people who play.
Where over there, you don't have to buy skin. It's always available.
Oh, can't wait to go to heaven.
Heaven's great, folks.
Did it come out the way I thought it would? But I think you know what's exciting about this upcoming series is I want to see the coaches, right? Like the achievements between these two coaches. I know Zaya has had a good run with RQ, but Coach Teo,
you know, good is subjective. Yeah.
Yeah, well, better than I think Coach Teo overall. Right? I think Coach Teo did say that he's coming here to kind of restart, you know, start fresh, make a name for himself. And we've seen Zaya kind of come up with a great draft last week when Coach Teo went up against Erpang, against Homeboys. Erpang also showed some
screaming.
great
I don't know who's
draft.
screaming.
I believe it's Vamos? It should be Vamos, right? It's like right there. I think it's Vamos. It's the Vamos.
Like they're so hyped up that they're screaming. I hope that means that Muntan tells them that use the Naruto skin.
Or maybe Chibi just drew a skin and we didn't know.
Or Chibi and AERO 404 are having a stake, and who has the longer one gets to play.
Maybe. I hope we see. I want to see AERO 404, but I have a feeling that they are feeling Chibi.
You feel like Chibi? You feel like Chibi has the longer stick?
I feel like Chibi has the highest chance of getting fielded for this series. Yes.
Well, we're gonna see if you're right in next episode. Oh wait, we're continuing. All right, let's look at the lineup here. We're gonna look at it right now, and which is Chibi's playing. Netspresko, Zorn, Klaku, and Chibi, and Smooth. It almost looks like you got a WhatsApp come in and be like, yeah, he's playing.
Yeah, almost close enough. I looked at what was available on the screen, and it felt like it's gonna be Chibi. I wonder what's going to be, you know, the thought process moving forward for Vamos, right? When do you feel Chibi? When do you feel AERO 404? I know you talk about it depending on the opponents that they go up against, but
like I said,
the conditions, right?
It's a stick. Who pulls the longer stick gets to play.
Yeah, I think you just do the draw. I don't know what to call. You go to like a shrine and then you have to.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They can't do that because they're Muslims, but maybe they just
an equivalent. I don't know.
Coin,
you flip a coin, right? You get tails or heads. You call it right, you get fielded in the top 5, and if you lose, you set up for the next 2 series. I think it's an appropriate trade.
Yeah. If I was the boss of Vamos and I'm like, that's how you decide who's playing.
Flip of the coin.
Woo! Pretty brave, my young Bedouins.
What? My young penguins.
My young penguins. Now we got to look at DxO, which I believe there will be no changes for this lineup. It's going to be Storm, Rasi, SkyZ, Kyym, as well as Siska. And personally for me, Husky, I feel like despite their win-lose, I feel like everyone here has been performing very well, except for one person where I feel like he's okay, but I feel like he needs a little bit more, which is Rasi. Because I feel like Storm has his moments, even in losing games, highest damage. Kyym, amazing. Siska, that front line, and SkyZ, give him a matchup that he can deal with, is going to look good. But Rasi, a few games is amazing, but not all of them.
Yeah, I think once the game starts falling behind, you can really see Rasi starts to struggle to find openings for his team, and something that I agree that they need to brush up.
Yep. And now, this is the way that we do our ninja way. Invite the teams. From slow start to sharp strides, they've come a long way since week 1. Now they set their sights on crushing the rising generation. All eyes on the stage. It's time for Team Vamos!
They brought the heat with a tough fight against Homeboys last week, proving that new blood should never be underestimated. Get ready for more action and fire up for DxO!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the coach and analyst of the 2 teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. And now we will call for the fist bump, where this is going to be the fight of the generation. We're going to see if DxO can rise to the occasion and take down one of the favorites, Vamos.
It's going to be battle between the minds behind the scenes and, of course, the veterans, the elites against the newcomers. And honestly, I think it's a good time to draw a parallel, right? Like we mentioned at the start of the show.
It's a good time to draw skins as well.
Exactly. I mean, we have like two ML teams, first time in history, of course, that enter MPL, DXO being the second one, and they had to qualify by beating Team Huck to get to this point. And not only that, this is a team that, like Ocean Black, we have two veterans in the team, Storm and Rasi, but you can see the stark difference, right, in how they have been performing so far. And of course, with Vamos getting that first pick selection and with a 50% win rate on top of that.
I feel like 50% is the right number for a first pick because you either win or lose.
I think 50% is also correct if you're on the red side.
No, get it? Because I say like 50% is because either you win or lose. Like there's no in between.
Yeah, honestly.
I feel like numbers don't make sense.
Yeah,
like 70% times you win. I'm like, no, you either win or lose.
Yeah, I think percentages are dumb. You just win or lose.
Exactly.
Like what?
There's no draw.
Like what's with the percentage prediction? You know, like you win or lose.
Exactly. Like a good friend of mine, Vin Diesel once said, it doesn't matter whether you win by a kilometer or 2 kilometers or 1 centimeter.
Yeah,
a win is win.
I feel like the first line was accurate, but then the rest, you just probably made up the rest.
Actually, the first line was the wrong one.
The first,
because he said, either you win by a mile. Is American, remember? And I just made it correct by saying kilometer.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
So that's the ha husky. He said mile, I said kilometer, and I feel like between Vin Diesel and me, I'm correct. Because we actually have do you know that me and Vin Diesel have something in common?
What?
We both have crashed our cars.
Yeah, well, I also have crashed my car before.
Hey, welcome to the club then, buddy.
Thank God I'm not Paul Walker though. I also resonate with Vin Diesel. Hey.
You know what? I feel like it's long enough. I feel like it's...
Be grateful that we're...
Yes, be...
Shout out to the homies that are still around. Rest in peace, Paul Walker.
This cast is very weird, and we haven't even started the game. I feel like game number one
I think
really...
Ocean Black did a number.
I feel like it took a lot out of us.
Hey, that's why I'm excited for this series, because I think this is going
What if it disappoints you even more?
It can only go up. Like my friend Ayman once said, it can only go up.
Who's Ayman?
Lafel.
Dumb name.
Yeah, I don't know why people call themselves Ayman.
That's why I changed it to Lafel, you know? And then people are like, how did you get your name? I'm like, I don't know. God gave it to me, I guess.
How did you get your name? But I mean, like your stage name, not your real name.
Oh, because if my real name?
No, your stage name.
Oh, because then, you know, that'd be obvious. It's like my parents chose it, right? The Lafel name is honestly like, I needed a name for ML.
Uh-huh.
And then I was like, God, what's a good name? And it was like Lafel. I'm like, yep, I'm gonna roll with it. Because my previous name was Rikudo, and it's pretty...
Right, but that's your cat name, right?
Huh?
Wait, no.
No. Like before esports or anything.
Right.
But then people think it's weebish because, you know, Rikudo, 6 eyes, you know, Naruto thing. Which see, like even my original IGN shows that I like Naruto, which shows I can spin 100 times and I will not get that skin because I know how pain works.
I'm pretty sure the whole world shall know pain.
Exactly. Look at Zaya already banning out the Lucas as well as the Hilda. Both are very jungle-centric bans here. Not that they're junglers, but meaning like these are the kind of picks that ruins a jungler.
Yeah. That and also Siska.
Looks like a Joy first pick, no?
It could be. Like, because Siska has been incredibly comfortable playing on a Hilda. It has been a massive sandbag. We saw that against Homeboys. Even Coach Erpang was banning out the Hilda at one point. So Zaya definitely taking references from that. You want to make Siska uncomfortable, you relegate him to something like a Hylos or a Gatot, where he has lesser, you know, agency to move. But hey, in the meantime, it's Clarkun's birthday.
Hey, he got to 23rd year. Congrats!
Keep on going, Clarkun.
Yeah, try for 24.
You're a quarter there. What was the line you like to say when people celebrate their birthday? Watch your back or something?
No. I'm not like. I don't say it in a threatening way, but people take it threateningly. You know, I'm like, hey, good luck for next year.
Good luck for next year. How about surviving this year first?
Yeah, it's like you know what, like good job making it to 23. Now, good luck getting to 24.
Yeah, it's a matter
I feel like it's a nice thing to say, but then people are like, that sounds like a threat, and I'm like, no, it's not. Let me close the lights.
Good luck getting to 24.
Wait,
I can change it. Wait.
Oh, yeah, there
it
you go.
is.
Yeah,
and it looks nice.
There you go. Yeah.
What's the?
Looks amazing.
Still got the fanny left. they want to open it. Actually, you know what?
No.
You can open the fan.
Zorn can play.
Gaze the stars and see.
All right, we're gonna see.
No way they pick
Vamos.
Fanny. No way.
I
have myself.
Kalia. Now they can't even pick up the Fanny. Let me open back the lights. Yeah, there you go.
Now, pick Suyo just so it's husband and wife. No, I'm just kidding. Don't pick Suyo. Pick the. I was wondering who else is open.
Joy.
Phoveus is open too.
Let's see. Yeah, Joy, Phoveus, or honestly, maybe even consider the Badang. Because if you don't want to pick up a Joy, and then eventually Vamos picks up the Badang. Especially Zorn has shown that he can play it very well.
Yeah.
Should I open the lights or just leave it off? Yeah, I'm just going to leave it off.
Yeah, I think like against Kalea, you want to get push control. Right? Push control is very, very important. So we do get the Joy and the Gaton. I think Gaton is pretty nice. You know, good flex play. You can, Kalea doesn't really want to grab you. You can control push pretty well.
I want to see who picks up a Valir, because Valir is actually quite good against Kalea and Joy.
To vanquish the shadow.
I wonder if Stone plays it though. Wow, husband and wife.
Husband and wife, you called it.
Husband and wife.
Husband and wife.
And a Harif. Power picks, by the way. Massive power picks for Vamos.
Harif could be Boruto. Actually, no, probably not.
Nah.
Probably not, no.
No one comes close to Harif, sadly.
If you're creative enough, you can figure something.
Anime crossover, alright? Killua and...
Yes. Just pick up a full anime lineup. Pick up a Yin EXP.
Pick up a Julian XP. Or Julian mid, right? We've seen Julian mid before.
For DX, I kind of feel like if you don't pick up a Granger now, it will get banned off. And we know that SkyZ is pretty good on that Granger. So I don't know if there's any other priorities, but I do feel like you got to consider that Granger right now, or you won't get it after this.
Yeah, I think Granger, unless you want to go like another route and take a Moskov or something, right? I do like the Granger a lot more. So they are, they're gonna take the. No, they take the Phoveus. I think it's fine, right? Plenty of dashes, Phoveus, Gatot, but it does show that it's quite honest, right? Gatot is going to roam. So they start banning out the glue. They start shutting out Smooth from the lane. I think it's a very good way to attack Vamos' draft.
I wonder if DX will consider banning out the CC, because CC is good against the Phoveus, but the thing is, it will leave Vamos a little bit vulnerable because Kalea can't frontline and then CC can't frontline as well. So it's something that I do want to see if they consider that bannable or not. Now, the other thing that we have to discuss is what is going to be the gold laner that SkyZ is going to be using, because when you're going up against a Kalea, you do want that Purify, but when you're going up against a Harif as well as Suyo, you do want to get that Flicker because you want to make sure that you're out of range getting attacked by them. So this is honestly going to be a very difficult pick for SkyZ.
Yeah, I mean, the safest one is always going to go be Claude, the Moscow ban as expected. There is the Beatrix. I'm not sure if SkyZ is comfortable with it. Obviously, it's a jack of all trades. At least the hero is. I think on top of that, if you are
honestly a carry as well, but the carry is very like you want to last pick the carry.
Yeah, like you don't want to show it now.
Exactly. Like if the mid laner is something like an Eve and Farsa, something that has long range, you're gonna suffer a bit. And it looks like they do ban that CC. So again, like I called it, but it might not even be something that Vamos wants to take because they do need a front line. Maybe something like a Hylos even.
Yeah, I think Hylos is probably the last fallback.
Or go crazy and pick up Xborg. Who knows, man? 1 week has gone by.
I can see it. I can see a world where that would work. You know, judging by the amount of XP lanes that are no longer pickable, I think Hylos is probably the fallback for Vamos. Yeah. They are still... I mean, Smooth could be a Kalea player, right? Like,
yeah, that's
there's
true.
still a flex potential there. Zorn could go for like a
And
Jawhead.
Zorn does not like the Kalea.
Like Jawhead, Cho, I think is still okay. You want to go for Tigreal, it's not too bad as well, because all these people want to be in your face. The Tigreal, I think there's a place for him.
I agree.
If you want to go safer, the Hylos is again the fallback. The Novara ban is huge respect.
Or say screw it, and then just, you know what? Smooth use Kalea, I want to use Cho.
I think right now, if you are DXS, the mid lane pick comes first. Farsa, Eve, I think they're both good because you've eliminated a lot of primary threats to those heroes.
Valir, because I feel like the Valir is, after the buff, is actually quite okay.
If they pick the Valir here?
But my faith
I mean, the Vex is fine.
Yeah, some kind of crowd control, and you can initiate the fights. But so far, it does look like DX Soul, they're drafting. Like honestly, it's really good, but it also does seem very textbook, you know, like one of those things that you prepare beforehand. And at least with that, you can say that they definitely have a game plan against Vamos.
And that's a characteristic that Theo has shown, right? Even on week number 1, it's very, very honest. They don't kind of beat around the bush with how they want to play the game, but the difference is they execute it very well, and it's something that I respect a lot, especially when you have, you know, Stone and Rasi leading the team, and even on their bad days, you can see the idea. We did
you called it.
Talk about the jaw hit, right? The jaw hit show, the Selena pickup as well. So this is the full catch comp.
Yep.
You have 3 members that can catch members of DX, catch their enemies off guard.
Something that I do have to say. What was that? Okay, that's a 1-1. So good pickup, but here's the thing. Chibi has to be careful because I feel like some Suyo players, they don't really respect the nerf, where now when you're in immortal form, you have damage reduction against physical. Right? And look at the magic damage here coming in from the Joy, Vexana, but mostly the Joy. Like, Suyo didn't have a good matchup against the Joy before. It's much worse now. So whether you like it or not, you gotta respect that damage.
But I do like the 1-1 pick. I think the 1-1, if the 1-1 you have natural Purify, so there's a way to get away from the Abyssal Arrow and all. But if you go into the crossbow tank, the next question is who is going to eat up all the damage, right? Before Winter Crown becomes a thing in the mid-game, I think this 1-1 has a lot of agency. Now is to get her out of lane, because up against Espresco's Harif, it is not going to be the easiest lane to play.
Yep, and now looking at the drafts here, honestly looking at both teams, they're looking very good. Looks like a traditional front to back by DX Soul. The only one that can flank is really that Joy. But we gotta see DX Soul, can they bring it against Vamos? Can they take down one of the favorites? Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
It's going to be a hell of a series.
Oh, that looks amazing. Oh!
Yes.
Oh!
If I get a proper skin now, is this the Sasuke skin by Chibi? Yes, it is.
It is.
That's what I want to see.
Date bayo.
And instantly we get the leash on this orange buff. Rasi sees this, but can't do anything. Ooh. Chibi gets an instant boost in terms of clear speed. 3 levels under 40 seconds. About to hit the Little Wanderer. Chibi's going to be hitting for so fast this game.
Husky, it's making me want to pull out Suyo, and I don't even use the Suyo.
I had to choose, man.
Good.
I had to choose my main character.
Oh, dude, if you have money, you don't have to choose.
But I don't.
Yeah, that is a problem. That is a problem. Now, looking at how the enemies is moving around, it does look like for both junglers, they're able to counter jungle with no problem. Stole, very good flicker to get out of harm's way. The only
Dawn gets the flicker toss. Rasi revitalized, not enough. First blood for Vamos.
Yeah, so far, Koakun as well as Zorn applying a lot of pressure. The one that I want to talk about is that Skyzet is using that pull yourself together. So if he has enough assists, he will be able to abuse that Inspire, like really ramp up the damage just by choosing the right emblem set. And now Zorn as well, he is using the newly buffed, what you call it? Focusing mark. Yeah, focusing mark, so that there's added movement speed, which I feel like is going to be good for this lineup, because this is the kind of lineup you want to go in and then immediately go out.
Like we've seen this Skyzet, well, the 1-1 with the pull yourself together, right? Trap also used the same as well. Yasuo should be fine, just heals back out with the passive. It's a decent sustain, turtle up, Vamos on it. Kyym is going to try and bounce around, get the damage, but obviously loses the red tree fight against Chibi. So DxO will just have to back off.
I mean, this is the reason. Hold on, smooth. Looks like he's able to get Siska. Siska able to flicker out. But as I was saying, AERO 4-4 as well as Chibi, that's the reason why you want Chibi. Like he stays calm in the most chaotic moments.
And like DxO understands that their jungler is going to get invaded. So Kyym goes to the orange buff, but guess who's waiting, right? Smooth is waiting for him there. He won't be able to fully stop Chibi, but stop Kyym, but was able to force him away. So orange buff gets protected. Now Siska is at risk of dying, and DxO knows that they have to give Siska away, and Siska won't be able to get anything done. Koakun picks up that kill.
Yeah, honestly, like Phoveus is an amazing front line, but going up against 4 is going to be very difficult. And this is not what DxO wants to do. You don't want to give a lot of kills over to Team Vamos. It's a good thing that Chibi doesn't get those kills, so he's not gonna overpower Kyym that much. But overall, DxO, as long as they're not losing by 2,000, I feel like it's fine, because Skyzet as well as Kyym, they will eventually scale up to the point where they can deal with Vamos.
Yeah.
As long as they don't lose by more than 2,000. I feel like 3,000 is still, you know, okay, but definitely not more than 3,000.
Also, you need to look for a way to punish this jaw hit, right? Like, you're not only just worried about Zorn getting engaged on you, you're worried about Koakun landing a long-range Abyssal Arrow that could lead to a kill. And with how fast Vamos is trying to accelerate the game, it seems like an inevitability that DxO needs to start playing together. You need to start putting bodies to track the Abyssal Traps, and that's going to be Siska's and Rassi's job.
Honestly, like looking at the draft right now, Husky, Vamos has a more difficult draft where a lot of their heroes are very mechanical based, where DxO, a lot of their front lines, they don't really have to think about what they have to do.
Yeah, trying to punish Chibi. Blaze Surge to safety. Zorn will make sure that his teammate stays safe.
Yeah.
That's going to slow down Kyym again.
Yeah, going back to my point, because their draft is so, you know, mechanically, you know, acquired for them to do their things, I honestly feel like DxO, once they have their items, they can force the front line to engage and then just, you know, wait things out.
It's going to be a test of DxO in this Lord Pit. Obviously, Kyym, same level as Chibi. Retribution, Chibi wins again. A kidnap with a Tsunami Slam into an AOG counter engage. Kyym is still alive. And this time, Siska pays it back. Chibi will be able to escape the jaws of death, but not smooth. A slam and a taunt. DxO finds 2 kills.
This is what I was talking about. DxO, their drop is so simple. And now Chibi again. You gotta respect. Now you only have defense reduction on physical, not magic.
Great stuff.
And okay, again, DxO, simpler draft. You don't have to think too much about it. Hit your skills, and then things will work out. And that's where we see where Vamos, looking at Clockton with this Selena, you gotta go in and out, in and out. Play with your traps, and then play with your demon form. And then that's Fresco as well. Once you have your Zaman Force, you go in. Point is, very skill-based.
Yeah, and we are seeing a bit of a problem, a bit of a challenge, right? They're dealing with Siska just constantly staggering them, but not only that, when they fully engage, Rassi AOGs.
Yeah.
These spells are going to cause Team Vamos to split up, and they don't like to stay in fight for long durations. No one wants to stay in the fight. They're relying on smooth to front line, but look at the rest of the heroes. They want to be, like you said, Lafel, it's a hit and run. You use your abilities, you wait for cooldowns.
Husky, this is the story of today, because this reminds me of our first game, which is Control going up against pressure.
Yes.
Vamos' draft has a lot of pressure,
yes,
but look at DxO, a lot of control.
And the one of the main differences, the comeback mechanics, right? No toss, and that could be a punch on the Zorn. They catch Kyym, no Baden! Chibi waiting in the wings, and Kyym goes down.
Yep, Kyym definitely made a big mistake there because there was no unit for him to dash with so that he can't actually go to the backline, and Chibi just capitalized.
He was winning with the Blade Surge too, so a bit of an error there for DxO, unfortunate. But they do have a conceal. Rassi with the taunt up, can't find much of a target. DxO, even though they lost their joy, overall they're still able to kind of keep up with Team Vamos. A 1.2k goal lead, not too hard to manage. But this third turtle, let's see if DxO will finally get it.
Yeah, and honestly, something that I have to talk about here. It looks like next Fresco as well as SkyZ, they're both having a pretty okay lane. As I say that, SkyZ is the one moving forward. But Zorn looks like he's not going to overcommit here.
This guy's even committed his Inspire. He's not going to have it for the next 60 seconds. I think DxO, they're not going to be bothering about this turtle. Probably just let it go. They will still try though. Of course, engage. This guy will have to flicker to safety. And all things considered, Kyym gets on tier 1. So a trade on a structure for a turtle. DxO, they're doing the right moves, right? Kyym able to find space.
I love what DxO is doing because they're trying to get trades, but now a team fight happening up top. DxO, they're trying to run away.
Two-man Blazer to the stun. Good Siska with the stagger again. Rassi staying alive. AOG gets out of there. Team Vamos gets nothing. And meanwhile, Kyym stopping Smooth in the bottom lane by out-damaging him. All things considered, DxO, they're doing all the right protocols.
I love this. I love from DxO because they understand when they can push their advantage and when they have to back off. Because a lesser experienced team during that Lord fight, during that turtle fight, even without the jungler, they would commit. But look at DxO. They use their abilities to get away, to stall them, and then run. This is good from DxO. The communication is definitely there. They understand whether they should commit or retreat.
Yeah. But I would say Team Vamos' draft is a low commitment team, right? All their spells are pretty low cooldown, so they can keep doing these engages over and over again, especially when Clockton has those little arrows and when it lands. Kyym is sat on the bottom lane, the bottom part of the map for quite a long time, so he got a lot of value out of it without having to interact with Team Vamos, keeping up with Chibi's in terms of experience. And obviously Chibi is slightly ahead, but you would expect Kyym to be slightly further behind considering that he has 1 death. But all things considered, Vamos still was able to make use of that and take about tier 1.
Yeah, I feel like what DxO really should be doing is just farm up as efficiently as possible, get your items, because if they can force and engage and have a good engage at that, they definitely have an advantage when it comes to the team fights compared to Vamos, where Vamos, they want to, like you said, low commitment, so just throw out your spells. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, whatever. But for DxSoul, once you commit, I would say their consistency of dealing out the damage is better than Vamos.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate. DxSoul didn't watch the bottom lane, but they're gonna try to make something move. It's eating up all the damage. Tsunami Stand kidnaps Rasi. Siska finds a dagger on the Chibi. Full commits in, but now needs his team to bail him out. Chibi will be safe. And Zorn, he's still waiting in the wings now, looks for a potential target, gets speared up, can't find any toss. DxSoul disengage.
Yeah, we're looking at DxSoul. They were going for that fight because they saw Kyym was actually pathing up towards them. So if a full-blown fight came out, he was there. But now Kyym went to the bottom lane trying to manage that minions. Vamos saw it. They're rushing this Lord.
Vamos will get the Lord for sure. How much damage can DxSoul do? Kyym finally arrives. They're looking for smooth crossbow. Tang goes up. Zorn also getting caught with the taunt. That's 2 for DxSoul. And a Abyssal Arrow stun under the turret. AOG SkyZ will be bailed out by his teammate. Nespresso gets speared, but still finds the kill on the Rasi. Siska is now isolated from the rest of his team. Will try to buy time. Stone comes back in to try and provide assistance. And will do just that. Vamos forced to disengage.
This is the kind of team that I wanted from MAL. They're actually making right decisions going up against Vamos. Rasi, he had to sacrifice himself, but we saw he used the AOG to make sure that SkyZ is able to get away. In hindsight, we saw that SkyZ was able to get away anyways, but as a roamer, you just got to make sure.
Yeah, hey, who knows, right? The arrow hit him, he was aggro by the turret. There's a chance that he would go down and Vamos would dive him, knowing Vamos themselves as a team. Overall, Vamos didn't really lose much. This Lord, let's see how much damage they can do with it, right? They're going to start with opening up this mid-tier 1, which DxSoul is going to try their best to defend.
Yeah, and right now, DxSoul, again, so far, SkyZ with 1 kill and 1 assist, he's probably farming up relatively well. DxSoul, they're trying to make sure that this mid lane does not get punished, does not get destroyed, because that Joy still needs some farming to do.
Yeah, and not only that, if you lose map control against a draft with Kalea, Selena, and Jawhead, I mean, good luck trying to go into your own jungle.
Yeah, especially because you don't have very safe ways to actually check out those bushes, because even if you check them, you're probably going to get punished, considering that they do have a Jawhead.
Fortunately, it's a price that they have to pay. All side lane tier 2s have gone down, mid tier 1 also taken out. This guy with the first item priority on the Athena shield, so I think it's fair to conclude that, yeah, he's not rushing Thunderbelt, right? He's going for scraps and then finally completing the Athena shield, understanding that Clockhood and Nespresso now are a big threat.
Honestly, I feel like that's fine, because in this game, his role really is that front line, because Rasi, if at all possible, you want him to be the follow-up.
Yeah.
So I feel like building, you know, the components to make sure that you're able to deal a little bit with everything is fine, because you're here as a sandbag trying to buy as much time as possible, allowing Rasi and Stone to have a very good AoE impact, whether it comes down to damage or crowd control.
Yeah. I mean, they're hovering around the 3k gold disadvantage, right? Which was a few minutes ago kind of the breaking point, something that we start worrying for DxSoul, but right now I think it's more under control for them overall. So these arrows from Clockhood.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, really deadly. Stone getting hit twice by it, blowing one on top as well. I believe the next item should be a Wishing Lantern for the Selena. Another arrow connects on the Siska. This is why you want map control against this comp.
Excuse me, can we check Clockhood? Like, why does he keep hitting these arrows? Like, can he actually read the future? If he got that buff, I swear.
Yeah, he's like pointing. He's like playing tactical shooter. He's pointing and clicking.
All right, looks like Nets is opting for that more sustain in the fight with the, what you call it, concentrated energy. So it looks like Nets feels like in this game he doesn't require that much damage. He just wants to make sure that he stays alive long enough.
DxSoul needs to deal with a side lane too, so Chibi will just hold the Lord. Not going to full commit. DxSoul, they should realize this, right? Bot lane needs to be taken care of, but more important, the long lane. And Storm is going to be sent to deal with it, but look at where Zorn is. This is what Vamos is good at, right? Divide and conquer, pick and choose the targets. And you know how to set up a scenario that the enemy will be at a disadvantage. And this guy's going to get spotted out again. Rasi shows his face, but with Stone's absence from this fight, Vamos will feel confident to start running on the Lord.
I feel like Vamos, they will commit once they see where Kyym is. Then they would know that they can force it or not. Oh, Zorn!
Now, Rasi forced upon Revitalize AOG. They actually was able to find Zorn. In return, Kyym will run him down. The Lord down to dangerous levels. Move in the back. Trying to grab SkyZ, but ends up going down. The 1-1 still has the crossbow. Tang and Vamos cannot continue this Lord dance.
Hey, you know what? Trading 1 for 2 is amazing for DxO. Rossi got taken down, but at the price of Zoran as well as Smooth. These are the crowd controllers. Once Kyym has that ult back, he can go back in.
Yeah. They're gonna try and take down Siska. The arrow doesn't connect. Siska dodges it with the ult. He still goes down. Respesko now with the Purify. Crossbow tank is unlocked, but they blow out Skyzed before he could take flight. And that's the saving grace for Vamos.
Honestly, DxO still played that very, very well because Kyym, he went over to Chibi, and in the moment he saw, oh, hold on, Clockon!
Does sacrifice himself, but Vamos will get the Lord in return.
Either ways, DxO, they're on the table, they're on the map, they got kills here, so they made sure that there's still some farm, you know, that they got. And I feel like this is not the worst of situations. You don't want Vamos to get the Lord, of course. But because you have Vexana, you have a relatively okay clear speed. So, again, not ideal, but not the worst thing in the world. I feel like it's still defendable.
Yeah, and of course, Kyym, his damage is going to only continue racking up, right?
Yep.
He is almost 2,000 behind Chibi, but once he hits his item, like Divine Glade, Wishing Lantern, in this case, he's going to really start hurting the backline no matter what happens. And again, if Skyzed didn't went down in that fight, if he takes flight with a crossbow tank, that fight would have been DxO's for sure. Vamos tries to catch up to the target. Zoran not able to find the toss, but Smooth will with the knockout. Gets terrified, crowd control. Smooth will go down AOG. Use the Winter Truncheon, Winter Crown very early, gets taunted out. That was supposed to be safe for Skyzed, but he doesn't have the option. And now Nespresso goes in. Clockwood finds the kill. Siska, Immortality. Zoran is going to zone the rest of DxO off. And DxO loses too.
And now Vamos, they're continuing the pressure. It looks like they're going to get this inhibitor. Clockwood will secure it for themselves. And now DxO, they're in a very rough position here. 3 members still alive. Maybe they can protect their base. But it's going to be very, very difficult against 4 members of Vamos.
And Rossi is going to be jumped on. Unstoppable Force is going to try his best with a 2-man fear. But Net, he's just going to end all of them. Crossbow Tang only takes out Zoran. That's Immortality. So Skyzed runs out of gas. And Team Vamos will get game number 1.
Yeah, you know what, DxO, it was a hard-fought battle. And I'm just going to call it, I don't care who the MVP is, it's Clockwood. Because here's the thing, Husky. I talked about how that draft requires a lot of mechanics. You need a lot of things to go right. But if Clockwood keeps hitting those arrows like that, honestly, my point is invalid, man. Like, those, in the last team fight, he hit the arrows on Kyym, on Skies, on the right targets. Like, that man is amazing on that Selena.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very respectable game from both teams, right? Like, again, you can see the vision of DxO. Sure, they lost the game. And, you know, Team Vamos showing off that they like high mechanic draft and they can pull it off with confidence. But DxO, there were so many moments where one good fight would have been able to allow them to come back into the game. And it really just comes down to these small moments, right? These micro adjustments, these mechanical differences. Hats off to DxO with this game 1. And I think they are continuing to show us that they can stand up against the strongest team.
Honestly, based on this game, I really enjoyed myself because it's like the Homeboys game where both teams are playing around their win condition phenomenally, right? We see that Vamos, not a lot of mistakes.
No.
Right? Smooth played Kalia well. He can't frontline. So he had a Winter Crown early to make sure that if he does make a mistake, he's able to outplay against it. Zoran, he doesn't overextend much as people are known him for him to be. Chibi doesn't force things, and Clockwood keeps hitting in those arrows. And DxO, like it or not, they're making good decisions.
Yeah, I agree. I think DxO, they were just something that you described earlier on. They lose games because of forced errors, right? Because the enemies were forcing them to make mistakes. And Vamos, they played DxO like a fiddle, but there were so many moments DxO knew exactly how to respond. Just that in the clutch second decisions, it was Vamos that outsmarted them.
Right, this is one of the situations. But hold on, before that, we got to look at the MVP. It looks like he's going over to Nets. Nets is the MVP. You know what? Full respect to him, but I'm going to stick to my guns, man. Clockwood with that Selena, because you were talking about forced errors. What are you going to do when you keep getting stunned up by that Selena? Like, he controlled the game phenomenally.
Yeah, Clockwood is making life for Nets so much easier too. We saw this coming from a mile away. It was a catch comp, right? It was a catch and hit and run comp, very low commitment, right? Arrow cooldown so low.
Yep,
the ejector cooldown is also very low as well. It's very easy for Team Vamos at the drop of the dime to just start a fight. Whereas for DxO, once they commit to a fight, they have to full commit. There's no going back with AOGs, with the Phoveus ult. But again, as much as this game was a Vamos victory, I think DxO put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah.
It's just towards the end, Nets really went off in the last two fights, making sure that SkyZ wasn't able to kind of fulfill his duty of shredding the tanks with the crossbow tank.
Yeah, TLDR, DxO didn't make a mistake. Team Vamos outplayed. Now, I want us to focus on the items here because we got to talk about win condition when it comes to items. And for the draft of Vamos, their win condition is that Enchanted Talisman. The moment Klakun gets that Enchanted Talisman, their entire comp comes online. Like you said, low commitment, you can throw out the Abyssal Arrow without really, being worried about, you're making a mistake, like you use your abilities too early and etc. Because with Klakun having that Enchanted Talisman, the map is bright. You can see everything that is going on with your traps. And then if you don't have your traps, just throw the arrows. You may even get a good catch and then you get a kill. Overall, this is one of those comps. One item really makes the entire team shine.
Yeah. Then also the Dom Eyes from Smooth, right? I think it's his first item of the game. Second item of the game, right? He built the components. Second item of the game, the Dom Eyes, also softening up the front lines like Rasi and Siska, who really wants to sustain. Once that Dom Eyes comes out and Smooth is in the thick of it, it's pretty hard for DxO to stay in the fight. And even then, they still held on for long enough. I feel like the game-defining fight was definitely the one at the Lord Pit where guys had unlocked all the weakness points and Nespresco killed him before he used his ultimate.
Yeah, because over here, Skyza, if he's able to get a lot of assists, with that pull yourself together, he can definitely take off and really impact the game. So this is really one of those things where it was just unfortunate, right? The Hive dealt way too much damage on the right target. If Skyzet, just didn't get hit, like maybe the basic attack prioritized over to Kyym, for example, maybe the fight would have looked differently. And this is why we like this game, because DxO, being from MEL, is doing quite well against, most people would say, the #2 team of MPL MY.
Yeah, and you can even go as far as to say that, four of them, or three of them have won the trophy before back in season 12, right? So again, former champions, runner-ups, and the rest of it. I think for DxO, this game, as much as we came into this talking about Rasi is the one that's underperforming, I think he's doing a pretty good job, right?
Yes,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. He's doing quite well. I would say the one that doesn't perform well is not his fault, right? I feel like out of everyone from DxO, the one that really hasn't really shined is both Skyza as well as Siska. More on Siska because we've seen how many times he got ganked, how many times that Siska tried to slow the game down so that everyone else can farm, and then Vamos, they just capitalize on it. So this does look like Vamos, they understand how DxO moves, and in their head, if Siska is out of the game, it's going to be easy.
Yeah, and that's also one of the ways that a lot of teams back in Tier 2 have been dealing with Siska, which is, pretty...
Killing first.
Yeah, it's killing first, or you stop him, right? Like, the Hilda ban is directly targeted at Siska. That's his best performing hero so far in the league, and without the Hilda, you can kind of see Siska being relegated to a secondary role, like the Phoveus, right? Fighter, tank, something like the Hilda they can play with, but lesser utility.
Yep, completely agree. Right now we're looking at Rich Guy, which usually is the goal laner, but this one is going over to the jungler here for Chibi. 815 gold per minute nats, dealing almost 60,000 damage. And we're talking about how Siska keeps getting ganked. 100,000 damage was absorbed, and Zorn, the best wingman with 6 highest assists. And I gotta say, Husky, we don't talk about Zorn a lot for this season because he doesn't make that flashy play, but I feel like it's for the benefit of the team.
Yeah, I think Team Vamos even did say that, overall as a squad, they've been trying to play together as a squad more often, right? Like TB plays for the team a lot with his hero picks. I think Zorn also has been a big team player where he looks at what the team wants to do, right? And he's making these calls depending on the situation of the rest of his teammates. And you can see in the way that they position themselves as the game kind of breaks down. When we hit that late game, Vamos' fight position, the formation, is very evident that it's very team-oriented.
I like what Vamos has shown us thus far because it shows to us that they're just a level above the rest of the competition. Sure, we don't include SRG in that conversation, but we can definitely see with this kind of draft, it's very hard to execute, but they make it look easy. And I feel like that is okay. Look at this. Look at Klokun from the side. He still pressures, and DxSoul. When I say they don't have to think too much about their abilities, look at this. Kyym got caught with the AERO.
Yeah.
Like the amount of disruption that Klokun has, his KDA does not do him justice.
It really doesn't matter if you get a kill or not, right? Like the AERO value provides so much. Like you're staggering key targets. Had Kyym not get stunned, he would have gotten out. Like all these what ifs prevented because of Klokun on this Selena. Really a hidden MVP of this game.
Yeah, honestly, like absolutely amazing. And I like your point that Vamos right now, they're playing for the team. Zorn is more of a team player rather than going inside the enemy's jungle, you know, recall. We don't see that for this season, which maybe it's a good thing they lost against SRG that badly in day number 1. Because now it looks like, okay, you know what? Time to change.
Yeah, I think
I like this change.
Even coming into last season, right? Like Vamos was very confident that if they're not the best, they're going to be second best regardless. I think this season is different. You have Homeboys in that conversation, right? Like Homeboys right now looking flawless, only dropping 1 game, but still winning all of
MV lost to SRG, but look good.
Exactly. So I think when you have multiple contenders, you can't feel too comfortable even if you're Vamos. And they even say it themselves, if they beat SRG, they're going to win the whole thing. Hey, but they lost against SRG.
Yeah. And now I feel like let's shift the conversation to DxSoul because, again, wonderful players, really shining, and I really hope that they stay in the league long enough. If they can help Siska out, I feel like that might actually be the win condition because I feel like the games that look the best is when Siska is able to actually be that disruptor in the fights. And I feel like if he dies earlier in the game, it's not going to help the team out. So I feel like try to help Siska out a little bit.
I agree. I think when you look at Siska's past history, he is not a tank fighter player, right? He likes to fight a lot. Benedetta is his signature, and that's right now out of the meta. Hilda was the next closest. I think hero pool-wise, he's doing pretty well, but like you said, I think they need to help him out more, and he has to help himself by getting used to this current role.
Shoutouts to the Restreamer here. You guys are doing an amazing job. We got a leaderboard here. Number 5 is Too Easy for Jap. Number 4, XK Penjahat. Number 3, Oba. Number 2, Ombong Haha. And number 1, Fix. And I heard Fix's number and Ombong Haha.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Astronomical.
Fix is so far ahead. Whew. And it's got a flex. I don't know since when, but I fixed on my friend list in ML. And I could never remember when it happened. It's just in my friend list. I'm not going to leak his IGN, obviously, but yes. I know that because every time I click on the profile to double confirm, it says Fix.
I have solos on my friend list.
I'm sorry. I said nothing.
No, I feel like it's just our privilege.
Yeah, it's our privilege, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Maybe we can discuss who has the better friend list.
Better friend list?
Not gonna lie, I don't know most of the people in my friend list anymore.
Me too.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're just gonna have this conversation while we actually go to the crowd because I feel like Poji is on duty for today. And Poji and Rose, I don't know what they're gonna do. Maybe they're gonna do some kind of lucky draw or whatever. So right now, let's throw it over to Rose to see what's she up to. Rose, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada casters kita dan sekarang Rose berada di sini sebab it's time for the Naruto MLBB Live Lucky Spin Challenge. Alright, dia macam ni actually. Tadi kita dah saksikan perlawanan yang hebat, menarik, tapi I rasa yang lebih menarik ialah the new Naruto skin. So actually, Rose ada satu phone dekat sini. Rose akan pilih satu audience untuk bantu Rose spin Naruto skin. It's a challenge. Kalau korang dapat Naruto skin in 5,000 diamonds, awak akan dapat diamond dari Rose juga. So you boleh spin Naruto dekat account sendiri. Ada siapa-siapa nak tolong Rose ke? Angkat tangan. Angkat tangan? Ada siapa-siapa je? Okay, jom kita tengok. Siapa Siapa? Semua tangan angkat. Okay, I rasa kita abang ni, abang yang pakai Vamos jersey. Okay. Abang, stand up please. Okay, apa nama abang?
Josh.
Josh, okay. So, okay ni nanti tunjuk kamera tau. Okay. So, 5,000 diamond maksud tu 10 spin kan? Kalau dapat Naruto skin in 5,000 diamond ataupun dapat 1,200 token untuk exchange, abang akan dapat diamond. Boleh? Rasa lucky tak?
Mungkin lah.
Okay. Kita count together ya guys. Kalau abang tak dapat skin in 5,000 diamond, Abang tak dapat diamond, abang dapat merch je. Okay, it's time untuk spin pertama. Okay, belum. 9 more. 8. 7, guys count with me. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Last. Uish, okay, klik okay. Token cukup tak? Weh, token tak cukup. Token baru 1,000. Token baru 1,000. Guys, korang rasa kita bagi satu lagi chance tak? Bagi lagi satu chance? Okay, audience cakap boleh. Abang, okay. Ready? Aduh, okay. Dah cukup ke? 1,200. Okay. 1,200 dah. Belum lagi Sekejap. Tangan abang shaking Nervous ke abang? Belum lagi, macam mana Baru 1,065. Lagi, okay. Uish, okay, dah berapa? 1,100, belum lagi. Go. Okay, klik okay. Okay, exchange. Yes, Naruto. Tunjuk dekat kamera. 3, 2, 1. Uish! I tak tahu kalau animation yang shaking ke abang tangan yang shaking ni. Alright, sebab tu abang akan dapat 5,000 diamond juga. Mesti korang nak kan? Kalau korang nak, jom datang ke stadium juara. Mana tahu awak ada rezeki dapat diamond daripada kita orang. And kalau tak adalah dapat diamond, ada je juga in-game merchandise dan lain macam lagi. Terima kasih Abang Josh untuk bantu Rose. Terima kasih. Okay, boleh duduk dah. Nanti kita akan discuss pasal diamonds. And with that, since kita dah dapat Naruto skin, with that, let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua dalam pusingan Best of 3 ini. Casters, silakan.
If I want to be, catering towards the Filipino crowd, I would say sana all.
Sana all.
Sana all, man.
Sana all.
5,000 diamonds, sana all.
Sana all. All day, every day.
Yeah, and right now we are going to jump into the second match. And so far, just to recap, Vamos played very, very cleanly. DXO honestly played as clean as they can, but this is one of those situations where the other team is just a bit better.
I think DXO have shown us, like, maybe even some of the other teams in MPL wouldn't be able to come out with, at least with that kind of like fundamentals, right? Like the solid fundamentals that they have. Now, we tap into Coach Dio's pool, right? How is he going to navigate the draft in this game too? I think Zaya, again, has some really great ideas, and it's up to Coach Dio to see if he can find some of the loophole.
Oh, speaking of Coach Dio, it looks like you got a good script. We got a WhatsApp here. How do you help the rookies get used to the MPL culture, like waking up early, training, etc.? And he said if they're late, makes mistakes, or throw the game, I'll give them a penalty. Could be push-ups or even a few laps around the park. At least they stay healthy too. I learned this from my ex-team RSG Philippines, and I did the same back in Invos, Indonesia, because the MY and ID players have no discipline compared to VH. Oh my God! He even throws some shade at the end there.
I can't say that I fully disagree, right? We have had that problem. I think we're still working on it. I mean, we've had some great Filipino players who have been to MPL MY and they've left. Demon Kai was one of the examples, and I think he shared the same sentiment, right? Like the cultural differences, and then he's also one of an international winner at a certain point, doing well with Aurora in PH. So can't disagree with that. Hey, if you ever see,
it is what it is.
You ever see the DX players look unusually tired? Maybe someone threw a game yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, like you said, we really have to see how deep does the drafts that Theo has, because again, we got some adjustments with certain heroes. Are they able to deal with what Vamos, has cooked up? The only thing is that I feel like Vamos has a lot of drafts as well, and now we got a WhatsApp here from Smooth. What's the difference between Chibi and AERO 404? And he said Chibi brings the kind of playstyle we've been using all this while. AERO 404 brings his own playstyle. He's brave to dive in because he doesn't have much experience. He's dangerous, but it's high risk, high reward. If it works, Alhamdulillah, we can win. But if it doesn't, it can cause big problems and it'll be hard for us. So go big or go home with AERO 404.
Yeah, very understandable, right? Like new player, very fresh. I wouldn't say hot-headed, but you overextend.
A lot of testosterone.
A lot of testosterone, a lot of that, you know, that alpha power. And I think
it's like, I can 1v5.
Which is pretty funny because that's how Vamos used to be.
Yes.
You know, that's how they used to be. But hey, maybe
everyone's like, I can 1v5.
Maybe Smooth being in the team sort of like brought them back to ground, like brought them back to earth every now and then, right?
It's like whenever they say, hey, I can 1v5, and then Smooth like, shut up. You suck.
In the nicest way.
Yes.
Like, I remember when Smooth was announced to be a part of Team Vamos, we were all like, wow, this is a guy from a completely different team culture, right? Like, Vamos plays fast, move pretty slow. Oh, well, the play style of the team that he was in was pretty slow. But even now, I think he has taken him one season, but it's gotten used to the tempo. I think they've reached a good middle ground, which is something that is going to kind of show us like a better version of Vamos. Because I felt like last season, they definitely hit that cap, right? Where they only know one way of playing the game. But right now, it seems like there are multiple tricks up the sleeves.
Honestly, this will open up a very good conversation to really ask Vamos, what was the difference maker? Did the management try something different? Did Solos, as the owner, give a different perspective that they follow? Is it because Klakun is in the lineup that they're able to play a different way? Or is it Zaya, you know, teaching them that there's more than just forcing fights, you know? There's more elegant ways to go about the game.
Yeah, even Zaya didn't have the best start to the league, right? So it's not about just losing to SRG, but it's the fact that he had a horrendous draft in one of the games, and I think people were giving him a lot of a lot of crap for it.
Yeah, they gave him a hard time.
Yeah, really hard time. Like, but right now, I mean,
not gonna lie, I gave him a hard time. Yeah, but now looking at the draft here, Vamos is first pick with 50% win rate, either win or lose, which is how it's supposed to be. Still banning out that Hilda, the Lucas, and now interestingly enough, the Hayabusa. And then Coach Theo looking at that global presence, banning out a Chip, the Lui, as well as the Jushin. Previously, it was a Kalia first pick. I don't see why they don't do it again.
I think you just do it again, right? Like, I think Klakun is probably the only guy that has used a successful Loi in this league so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like Kyym has used it as well, but I feel like that game he lost.
So I can understand the sentiment of banning out the Loi chip, and Jushin obviously is a must ban. Like, Red Side the hands of Red Side is pretty tight. So of course Kalea gets picked up once more by Vamos. Again, we've seen them flex it. So unless DXS is 100% sure that it's a smooth hero, I think you need to again come up with like a double, like, or two different solutions to it.
I wonder, based on game number 1, would they rush SkyZ's hero first? Not the first 2 picks, but maybe the 3rd pick, because the 3rd pick they pick up the Phovius, and then they were, you know, using the 1-1. Again, 1-1 is a good pick, but maybe with the Granger, you know, SkyZ could apply a lot of pressure, which could take away some pressure from Siska.
What about Harry Phovius? Right?
Oh, right. Take up the Harry first, yeah.
Yeah, because last game they went...
or Harry Joy, either or.
Yeah, I think that works too. Yeah, so Harry and Fredrin. Okay,
Fredrin.
That's a very early Fredrin.
Not unless they pick up a Matilda after.
I was thinking of that.
But they could go even more loco and just pick up a Phovius, and then let Vamos ban out something like a Matilda, and then eventually bring out something left field like the Florid.
I definitely feel like this Phovius is very early, but again, Coach Theo is very honest with how he drafts, right? He really doesn't, you know, beat around the bush.
Immediately, I'm thinking of CC as well as Export.
Whoa.
Novaria early.
They instantly take the Novaria away. This could be a bit of a problem. Now you need burst damage, right? You need someone to be able to blow up the target as soon as they get grabbed. The Joy is a good way to do so.
I like that they can still flex this Kalia, but either way, this Novaria pick is a good pick for themselves, but also to take away from DX Soul, because we saw that Storm is amazing with that Novaria, and then pairing up with a very strong front line like the Fredrin, it's gonna be amazing.
So they're gonna take the Masha. Okay.
Taking
inspiration from my good friend Vel.
You're talking about Theo. How deep does the draft go?
Hey, they tasted the fist of Vel like last week, and they're like, okay.
They committed 1 week to make sure that they know how to use it too.
I mean, it does resonate with how Siska likes to play, likes to fight. You know, given the 1-2 tap. And as the game scales, is a joy counter, you know? Like, Chibi shows up, gets thunderclap twice, he's gonna evaporate. And it's one of the few heroes that you really don't mind going for 1v1 trace by diving turrets, as long as you get your damage items.
I really like that they're respecting this carry. Batting out the carry, one of Net's best heroes. And also, it does well against the Fredrin, against the Harif. So right now, looks like Zaya understands that DxO, they want to fight forever. So batting out that Faramis, now I'm just concerned whether they will ban out the Matilda. Although to be fair, Rossi so far has been using that front line. You know, the Gatot, the Khalid, hasn't used the Matilda just yet, but I feel like if you're a roamer, you know how to use that hero.
I think you could aim to ban Cho and take Jawhead for yourself if you are a DXS, right? Like Jawhead, you can track the Novara through the wall with the Unstoppable Force. That's one way to look at it. Or you could take away something like a Gatot, right?
Or DxO takes a Badang.
That too. So they ban a 1-1 instead. You open up both the room choices in the event.
And you're opening up the Granger.
The Kalea is a flex. The Granger also. Granger Novaria, right?
Yeah.
It's also a pretty scary combination.
But does Nets have that confidence to pick up the Granger? Because the last time he picked up the Granger was against Innocent. Now again,
that was Innocent.
Again, yeah, exactly. It is against Innocent. But you have to note, ever since that day, he never picked up the Granger again, even when it's open.
Innocent really.
So this is like a character development for him. Will the coach be like, well, today you use the Granger again?
And Nets was like, no, please, no, coach. I don't want PTSD.
Drop my desk.
Every time Zaya hovers over the Granger, he just thinks of Innocent.
It's like, I see that man everywhere.
Everywhere he goes.
When you gaze into the abyss,
Half man, half beast, Innocent. And now the Selena has been banned out. I feel like there's still a lot of picks here for mid. Matilda still a very good option. Maybe low chances for Vamos to steal the Matilda away, so you can possibly delay it, but at this point, I don't know what Theo is cooking, man.
Yeah, guys, if you take Matilda, then you don't really have much crowd control, right? You're relying solely on the Fredrin, and everything else is just a brute force. Run on your opponents, you kill them as fast as possible. Mid, you could think of something like a Farsight. I think Farsight is still decent.
Utility, again, I'm just going to keep shouting out until it's used.
Valir.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't have the reach against this Novaria, something that I think they need to...
Maybe they don't need it.
shadows loom, but my faith will always protect me.
So they still stick with the
Vexed,
Vex, okay.
yeah.
I mean, there's a cool trick. You could use the Eternal Guard to block the Star Shatter.
And I guess if you can use the Fredrin to force them to stay around with the Eternal Guard, that will, you know, deal continuous damage, and that could really help out the Vex.
It could. Things just playing it safe, right? Like game 1, Novara was banned. Game 2,
not gonna lie, I want to see a Florin now.
I was thinking of Florin, honestly.
Yeah, I Matilda is cool, like super meta, but something about the Florin.
If they pick a Florin, they better be snowballing. Like if you don't get the snowball, you need to wait for the fastest for Oasis, right? Like Florin is one of the few heroes I think, or maybe the only hero right now that can buy one item, but his entire team gets the power spike.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh, and then a Beatrix again, like I said.
Double catch now.
Yeah, but again, like I said, PTSD, man. No Granger.
No Granger.
Don't need to bat him. Not gonna pick him anyways.
He picks the Zaya says Granger. He's like, I got PTSD. But what about giving? He give me Beatrix.
I want to see how many heroes has Zorn used so far. I feel like he's switching it up every single game.
He has played Cho, Franco, Jawhead,
the Kalia. Even though the Kalia is like, you know, Badang.
Badang, that's 5. Has he played like Hylos Gatot? Probably.
Probably, right? Probably.
Yeah, so I mean, even that itself is like 7 heroes.
Yep. Now it's all about the roamer here. If you want crowd control, you got to get that Badang. I feel like the Badang is very good against what Vamos has here.
The purple dragon is ready.
Is that a Cho?
It's a Cho.
It is a Cho.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I feel like the Cho is okay. The only reason not too hyped about it is because number one, Vamos is good with the Cho, so they should know how it plays. And the other thing is, you gotta time Joy's ult, right? Because there are iframes within the electrifying beats that will CC that Way of the Dragon, or anti-CC that Way of the Dragon. Yep. So Rossi just has to be careful of that.
Another thing is that, you know, Fredrin is good if he can keep moving, right? He can spam his skills, get cooldowns back. But Vamos' comp doesn't want Fredrin to move.
Yeah, stay here, boy.
Yeah, try moving. Try surviving if you can't even move. It's a luxury bloody hunt. You got a Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam. I mean, good luck for DxO. I'm excited to see how this draft works though.
Yeah, honestly, I'm all for it because this shows innovation. This shows creativity. And this is what MPL MY should be. Welcome to the Light of Dawn. This is game number 2 of Vamos going up against DxO, where both teams are cooking here. And I gotta say, I'm hungry.
They already cooked up something that I can see work. But again, Zaya with a good response, right? Not only that, they give Kalea again, but they are building off of what they did in game number 1 with the cash comp, but they modify a little bit, right? Yep. Bigger hitboxes, even more crowd control from long range, and not only that, ways to disable DxO's heroes with crowd controls that you can't cleanse up, you can't purify, right? Bloody Honey is a permanent, like you get caught by the suppress, that's it.
Yeah, unless you cancel out the ult, which you can do with certain crowd control abilities. But yeah, honestly, we can start to see a little bit of a pattern. And the thing is, you were talking about the bigger hitbox. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bigger hitbox is just going to make Zorn more powerful, Nats more powerful, everyone. But also another thing, we see both games where Zorn is using the focusing mark.
Oh,
don't know if it's because Zorn say it's good, or Zaya or Coach Powybum says it's good, but they might show the other teams that this, after the change, is something that you have to pay attention to.
Not only that, you also look at the Novaria, right? And when Novaria is in a comp, it is telling the enemy that we are ready to fight anytime. At the drop of the dime, when I use my ultimate, I am ready to fight. And look at Vamos, low commitment again, very low commitment. Once the Astro Echo goes out, they have so many ways to catch a target. A hook, a Tidal Strike into a Tsunami Slam, plenty of options to work with. Moves getting caught up by the taunt, they're trying to burst him down with a Terrified. Iron Hook connects on the Kyym, Smoke will flicker to safety, and will be saved, but not for long. First blood going on to the side of DxO. Chibi was able to get trade back and escape in the end, 1-for-1.
Yep, for EXP and mid, I kind of feel like it's not that bad of a trade because both heroes doesn't really need big investments. So overall, it is okay. Looking at the goal lead, Vamos still has a little bit more, but looks like DxO will be getting this hurdle. Oh, nice.
Good block.
Good block by Siska.
Good block by Siska.
That's the kind of thing we want to see from newer teams.
Yeah, and Chibi tries to go for invade, couldn't get it done. Has to use the Retribution, get his speed. Rossi with a kick, and that should be a confirmed kill. Good stuff from Rossi.
Good timing as well. Chibi does have the electrifying beat, but looks like he wasn't able to use it on time. Rossi with that Joe, honestly looking pretty good.
And I mean,
okay. All right. Good combination. Because I was about to say, what are you doing?
Rossi is going to get grabbed back. No shitpo this time. Oh, the Star Shatter does miss, which means Rossi can get away. Got to start landing those shots.
That's going to be one of the play of the day because I thought, Zorn, you're local, man. That was it all out of nowhere. And then that happened.
It's just very simple combo, right? The target is in place. If you miss your shot, if you miss your Star Shatter, that's on you, Clawkun, which is unmissable. All things considered, I was about to say that Chibi had a bigger win because he got the first blood, and Rossi was the one that, well, Rossi got the first blood, and Kyym got nothing. But with Chibi going down, it kind of reset the state a little bit. We're back to square one. No one really has a lead, and Rossi does have to flick a kick. So there are ways to cancel Zorn's ultimate.
I want to see DxO. What they're doing right now is amazing because their mid trio does not need any investments compared to their side lanes. And now this kind of pressure, you got to keep applying over to Vamos to make sure that Chibi doesn't get farmed. Look at Chibi. He's just like, hey, if you're coming to my jungle, there's another jungle that's open for me.
And Siska is going to see him. That means another failed invade. Chibi will settle just for the XP crab. Siska can go back up, no problem. Purple buff. Going over to Kyym. Turtle will be spawning just a little bit. Rossi will already put himself in a good position to scout out any sort of movement from Team Vamos.
First item for Siska as well as Storm. Storm now. Oh, hold on. Looks like someone got caught. It looks like it's Rossi.
Can't really do much about that. Again, you get caught by a Billy Hunt, you're guaranteed to go down, something that DxO will always have to keep in mind.
Yeah. As I was saying, Siska now has the Blade of Hep disease. So that clap is gonna hurt. And now Storm having that anti-heal as well is quite a power spike for DxO.
They don't have Bloody Hunt nor the Bandit's Rage, but Attempted steal, unfortunately can't get it. Tsunami slam on the Kyym. He's pretty tanky though, gets pulled back, they want to control him. Kyym still survives, got the total in the end. Rusty comes back with the kick, and that will be Chibi going down. Snipe from Quaco sneaks in through 3 members of DxO, and he gets a trade back. My man's a sharpshooter, holy cow.
Dude, Clockwood has hacks, man. Like, something about this guy, Selena, Novaria, doesn't matter. He has 3 kills. 3 kills, dude.
And the hardest thing about playing Novaria is landing those shots, and he's landing all of them.
Yeah, he's telling you, he's like, what do you mean hardest thing?
Not for it. For me, yeah.
The hardest thing is like, can someone show up? I just need to see someone, and then they're dead. But anyways, DxO,
Well, he's dead.
Wow. Okay, you know what? Vamos? Vamos, man.
You know, we call it the dirty bag of tricks, you know? It's so simple, it's so straightforward, but it works.
I feel like we need to give them some kind of name to really crown this crazy skill shots. Like, it's insane. Because I was about to say DxO, again, using a simpler comp, really good in those team fights, but Vamos, they find ways. They find ways, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can't win team fight if you know, get locked down and bursted in an instant. I mean, I say all that. DxO not really behind. Again, it's an even game. There's not really any goal lead anywhere.
Quaco really needs to change his name to Snipe-kun because, whoo-wee. And now looks like Siska is 1v2ing against Smooth and Chibi.
Yeah, Chibi is going to try and go for Siska.
Oh!
A flicker, thunderclap under the turret, but Chibi gets away. Unfortunately, Siska doesn't have enough damage just yet.
So close, though.
Yeah, Smooth just chipped away his first 2 bars of HP.
Yeah, so close. At least now Siska knows, okay, maybe not 1v2.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I don't have the items just yet. No Iron Hook means DxO should be able to get the turtle without any contest. Smooth also doesn't have the Tidal Strike. DxO, they lose Siska, but they get something in return. And this is where they start to struggle, right? Like the mid-game macro control, not the best, but they will be able to control Zorn in place, take him out. Benders Rage completely misses. Kyym finds the kill. DxO with a punish.
Can you remind me something?
Yeah.
Don't question if Rasi picks up the Cho.
Oh no, I have never questioned him.
Yeah.
Oh, they might find more. Why Smooth? Control, knocked up, terrified. And just the constant crowd control from Kyym and Rasi. They forced the Astral Echo.
Yeah. So right now, Vamos having a little bit of a goal lead, but honestly, DxO is looking much better here. And now an invade coming in from Kyym. It looks like Kyym is able to take that buff away.
Good stuff.
Show him the man.
Gets the steal even though he's a level behind Chibi, and now he's going to be closer up to catching up. DxO, small gold lead, which honestly is very minute in the grand scheme of things. This is the most even game we've had so far, this team. I mean, not just today, but the entire league so far, right?
Yeah.
Such back and forth.
We're talking about how this game, like, scales Homeboys as well. And at this point, I really don't know. Like, I'm enjoying the match so far, or so much. Oh, hold on, Rasi wants to go in, but good flicker by Clockwood.
Yeah, the Jikundo just slightly short. Very unfortunate for Rasi. It's a good attempt, but it did force the flicker out of Clockwood, right? It is still something.
I would say that was a good try. You know, like, fails, sure. But I feel like that was not a mechanical mistake too much, but it's mostly just Clockwood able to react.
And he'll punish Siska again. Kyym and the rest of the team will show up. Flicker hook, misses. Kyym on top of Smooth, but backup isn't there. His teammate is too far away, so Kyym won't be able to do too much.
Yeah, okay, so right now for DxO as well as Vamos, kind of like game number 1, they need to figure out how to force an engage, because if they just keep on waiting, they're just going to take 3 shots from Clockwood as well as Zorn. Because if Vamos, they start to fight, 100% they're going to win.
That's Smooth. Tidal Strike finds a target. That's going to be Rasi, but no Tsunami Slam. In fact, Kyym gets the taunt. Sky dead now with the ultimate. Rushes in. Nespresso forced out of the fight. The Princess grabs in the head. What a kick! Chibi under the turret. They need a bit more damage. This guy won't confirm it. Smooth late to the party. Gets the grab anyways. This guy last out. Flickers on top of Ness. And Ness will survive with his own flicker. But Sky then comes to help us. Siska again. A trade, a snipe. Not enough. Siska gets out.
Yo, I gotta say, if Siska got that kill, that would be play of the day, because it's like, oh, you pull me in? I'm gonna flicker in there.
He just need one more item. Dude. Like, he has the player have to seize the Sea Halberd. He has a Legion Sword. He gets that BOD. it is lights out for anyone he jumps on.
I mean, if he wants to go a bit faster, he can just go for that Malefic Roar. The only thing that, you know, makes you don't want that, there's not a lot of armor here for Vamos. But overall, yes, Husky, this is the tightest game we have so far, and I'm all for it. Like, go to 3 games, man. I'm not being biased. I just love good games, and this is an amazing game.
Rasi is gonna see Zorn, does have the flicker, has immortality again, the kick, gonna be cancelled. Gets grabbed back underneath the tier 2, Rasi most likely will go down. Shunpo actually survives. They lose Stoem and Siska. Skyzed also goes down, brings the rest, slams! And then Fresco falls, but Kyym, he's all alone, doesn't have much to work with. There's a bit of dash away for it now, Smooth. Thinking of the chase, they have Clockwood to support him, but Kyym should be able to get out. Heals up a little bit. In the end, it's a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Vamos.
Yeah, again, Vamos just absolutely amazing at how they're playing this team fight. Kyym really has to be careful here. He's able to dodge that one. And now Rasi is on solo duty, making sure that this mid tower stays alive. But yeah, Vamos, Chibi is having a bit of a hard time where DxSoul keeps on able to catch him.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing where Vamos, they're just like, okay, Rasi is going to try to do something, so use your skills on him. Doesn't matter. Siska, Skyzed, we'll figure out different ways to deal with them.
If I want to nitpick something, right, just a bit of nitpicking, Rasi, those kicks needs to start landing, right?
Yeah.
Like the past 2-3 kicks or 2-3 attempts hasn't really been the best. Hasn't really found the most optimal one. It just started hitting and the flicker engage. They grab Storm. Storm just disappears. And Chibi is going to get control. Once more, bursted down. Skyzed. We're able to survive that. It's a double kill for the side of Vamos though. Nespresso getting that one. So again, they have the advantage move once Kyym can't find it.
Okay, here's the thing. DxSoul, they're allowing Vamos to initiate this fight. Kyym, don't make a mistake.
No, can't go in, no hook.
Yeah, Nets is there.
There's no Chibi though.
If Nets not there, I understand. Looks like they're able to restart this Lord, so that's good. I feel like DxSoul, they should try to, oh no.
And the next your health pool refresh doesn't go through the suppression. Bloody Hunt still locks you in place.
You gotta deal with Zorn.
Yeah.
If Zorn's there, Siska can't do anything, Rasi can't do anything. Kyym, forget about everyone else. Go straight for Zorn. Force out that Bloody Hunt, man.
And this is the first big lead that we've seen today. Big lead that Team Vamos got. Finally getting the lore after a bit of a tug of war. And you're starting to see DxSoul, some of the cracks are showing, right? These individual decisions are starting to cost them. And Zorn and Clockwood is making life extremely hard for them. These low cooldown commitments, the hook will miss, but DxSoul, priority number 1, deal with the Lord. Number 2, you have to find out where Zorn is.
Yeah, dude, again, like, I understand you say that Rasi has to get those kicks in, but as a roamer, if I see a Franco, I can't do it by myself. Someone has to take out that Bloody Hunt. And I'm really looking at Kyym. Kyym, you're a Fredrin, 2-1-6. You can die a few times, it's fine. You gotta allow your team to do something here.
Yeah, like, the other members are too precious to go down, right? Like Stoem, you know, Siska, Skyzed, they all have an important part to play. So if anyone goes down, Rasi and Kyym, the two noble sacrifices that DxSoul will have to give up. They will be able to keep all the inhibitors up for sure. There's a big wave on top, which I think they should be able to clear up. A bit of a problem is that the wave clear isn't exactly the best from DxSoul. I assume that Stone will have the lightning function. No, not yet. He's close to it.
I'm only looking at Siska. Looks like he is going for that BOD. He doesn't have it yet. Once he has it, flicker, kill Nets, let everyone else deal with the rest.
Yeah, I think either Nets, Chibi, or Clockwood, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
Either one of them. Either one of them is good
Honestly,
enough.
if you can get all 3, you know what? MVP to you, man.
Yeah, I think Nets is the most important, though. I feel like all the 3 of them, Nets is the most important. The hardest to kill.
Yeah.
Obviously, Clockwood is not easy to reach, but the Novaria, who is alone, doesn't really have much impact, right? Very team reliant. Here comes the conceal play. This is Rasi's moment. They find Smooth. Smooth will get away very easily.
Yep. I feel like the only mistake there was that Kyym used that retry, but it was on Smooth. If it was on someone else that couldn't run away, perfect.
Okay, be careful. That's going to be a full connect on the Storm again. Smooth again controlling them. They get the suppression in the back line. Rasi will sacrifice his life, but they did get a trade back, right? Smooth does go down. Chibi control, but dashes away just in time. Another 1-for-1 trade.
Dude, that was amazing. I thought 100% Chibi would die there. But the thing is, we saw the damage that Siska is able to, you know, pull out. Like, Smooth was stunned. Like, yes, of course, SkyZ, you know, dealt damage, so everyone else dealt damage, but Siska, man.
Get the punish Zorn. Winter Crown, delay it. Menace Rage blows up Kyym. SkyZ thinking of more, but in large hitbox, very dangerous. And here comes Chibi. Luckily, they went the other direction. Another 1-for-1 trade.
That was a good decision by SkyZ because you can see it in his eye.
Yeah,
he was like, 1 or 2 more dashes, I can get nets. I can.
Oh!
We need to call Vamos the skill shot master, man.
Everyone is getting skill shots.
See what the hell is this? Where has this Vamos been hiding?
Everyone is hitting the skill shots. And not to mention that DxO, they're getting sucked in to these skirmishes, these short duration fights. They're starting to get sloppy on the macro. And Vamos, just like that, gets a free lore. And lore number 2 is going to start breaking the pace.
This is the Vamos we wanted, the highlight makers. Because this is what fans have been asking for. And I gotta say, on their side, a lot of Vamos fans showed up and they're getting their money's worth, man, because the games, they're good by both sides. DxO, you guys gotta figure out a way. Like, push us to game number 3, man.
Yeah, like SkyZ has been having quite a tough time trying to fight, extend the fight, you know, through the Diamond Force. Just because there's so many layers he needs to go through, right? Nibiru's passion in his face, in large hitbox, you got Smooth to worry about. The front to back is tough, and the thing is, whoever gets caught by Zorn just instantly dies. Like, DxO are prepared, or needs to be prepared to fight 4v5 a lot of the times.
Yeah, that was a good Byakugan. But now, around 5,000 gold lead for Vamos. Lord marching in. You gotta be careful of Zorn, and Smooth, and Clockun, and Nets.
Oh,
that was close.
Well, that hook could have ended the game for sure. Now, in large hitbox again, the Echo. They will take out the Lord for sure. I wonder how are they going to deal with keeping inhibitors alive. This guy's going to jump back in, gets grabbed back by Smooth. Tsunami stamps, this guy gets away. Rossi finds the flicker, knock up, but no kick. Escapes certain death. Kyym blocks the shot. Rossi will need to retreat. All things considered, 2 inhibitors stand.
Yeah, it was a good try from Rossi, but I feel like that's just not the target that he really wanted. The fact that he was able to get out alive, God loves that man.
Okay, flicker hook doesn't connect. Good Winter Crown. SkyZ now has some space, but he gets sniped! Espresso blows him up! No SkyZ means DxO have lost majority of their damage, and Siska won't be able to protect the top inhibitor. Nespresso once more making the play.
Dude, SkyZ, like, he needs to survive, man. If he is the first one to go down, that will look bad on him. Like, we saw that Kyym, he tried to outplay the team fight. He used the Winter Crown to make sure that most of the burst damage is wasted. But then SkyZ, like, even my eyes couldn't keep up. Like, how did he get into a situation where he's taking free damage from Nets? But that was very costly. DxO, they need SkyZ to deal the damage because everyone else, they can do cool things, but they can't kill everyone.
Yeah, like Ness is having one of the best games of his life right now.
He's saying day 1 is a fluke.
At this rate, could be, honestly. Now this game obviously hasn't ended yet. I still see a way back for DxO. But now the burden really shifts onto SkyNet's, SkyZ and Siska. They need to find a way back into the game.
Yeah. It's possible.
It is very possible.
The only thing is, like, you just got to make sure that your damage dealers are alive and ready. And Siska, looking at the items here, looks like he does have the BOD, so the damage is there.
Yeah, these flanks are very hard to pull off because of Clockun. He's always checking these bushes, these blind spots with the Star Shatter. Like, you see the idea of Rossi and Siska sticking together and probably trying to find a pick in the back line, but the window is closing very, very fast. And DxO, they are not permitted to stay in the same bush for extended periods of time because of Zorn and Clockun. So they need to make haste.
Rossi?
They're looking for Clockun. They're going to safety, and Nets is going to get taunted out. They need to burst him down. Espresso Wisdom of Nature will survive for longer than he should, but he still goes down. That's the cash you need, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Make it 3. SkyZ finally getting work done.
Now you just gotta go for the Lord. But look at Chibi. Look at Chibi. Oh my God.
Home.
They gotta look at the base.
The base.
They gotta look at the base.
Okay, Clarkun stop the Mars Shadow. He didn't get the ping.
Oh, no. He's
Yes,
not going
this
for
guy.
it. He's not going for it.
Oh, if he got the Echo, I think the game might end with a backdoor. Thank goodness Siska made it back home. Lord number 3 in Evolve 1 of the game for DX Seoul.
Dude, that flank. I want an instant replay because that was a good flank.
And Siska didn't even need to commit his flicker.
No, the thing is, you even said like it's difficult to flank against it because of Clarkun, but they found a way.
They found a way. They jumped Clarkun, and Nets was right in front of them.
Dude.
You could not have asked for a better bargain. Clarkun gets away, but Siska, without having to expend any battle spells, kills some Nets. And Nets, he survived longer than he should have, right? Winds of Nature to all the physical damage.
I gotta say, DX Seoul, their win rate does not reflect how strong of a team they are. Like, I gotta say, Husky, in my career, it's been such a long time. I've seen a new team looking this fresh, looking this good.
Oh yeah, he set the bar for future MAL teams. They might qualify.
They make
for
OB
the main
look
league.
bad.
I mean, I don't know. It's a low bar to clear. Siska getting away from this one. Rasi will end up sacrificing himself, but Siska also falls. That's not really the situation they want to be in.
But they're buying time. The Lord is still marching in. Rasi, if he wastes Smooths and Chibi's time, maybe the XO can get an inhibitor.
Hopefully they can, because Nas is doing so much damage. So Kyym will put his body in front, gets hooked back in. Winter Crown, get rid of a stagger zone. Will still have the bloody hunt. The Lord will finally get the charge off. Kyym will get away. Rasi will finally go down in the mid lane. Skyzen overcommits, but almost loses his life. Look at the map though. Movements coming in. What's the sword? That's a bloody hunt. Storm will go down.
How is his hook that long?
And Rasi gets picked off in the bush. This could be a one-way trip down the mid lane. Siska back in 10 seconds, 3v5.
How does... I gotta use Franco. How is his hook that long? And I'm not even making a joke about that. That looks... Damn.
This is gonna be one of the toughest defense. 28 seconds for Storm, 30 for Rasi. Two of the biggest crowd control tools on their team. I don't know how long they can hold this back. Top wave coming in, mid wave crashing as well.
Oh, Polaco now having that Holy Crystal. That looks pretty nasty. Oh, Sky's at a quarter of his health is gone. And now Vamos got all inhibitors. Do they want to end this now?
Bloody Hunt, that's going to be Kyym going down. Skyzen needs to outplay Chibi. Whoa! Take out Chibi. Looking for that Fresco. There's no healing. This guy owns this Skyzen! With the help of Siska, survives. The base stands. And DXO have found a way back.
Bro, this game, bro. They're rivaling the DX Seoul Homeboys game. Yo, DX Seoul, these are the ticket sellers.
This is the team that sets the bar.
If you guys want to buy tickets and you want to make sure it's a good game, get DX Seoul tickets, man. They will make your money's worth. Win or lose, amazing.
This is the make or break. Lord, very valuable. Both junglers dead. Same respawn times. Bottom wave being cleared up. Storm needs to help deal with the wave. Look at where Smooth is. There might be an end angle. This guy's gotta make it fast. Storm is gonna sacrifice his life. Rasi back in the base. Storm will buy time with the Winter Crown. Lord over the DXO. Storm will eventually go down. Item Storm into Immortality just to delay his death. The Eternal God blocks the shot as Storm gets away, and they will find Zord.
I'm lost for words. DX Seoul, they're doing it, Husky.
They are doing it.
They might take down at least one game from Vamos. They're moving forward. Zorn is their biggest problem. If they can do something in 40 seconds, probably not, because the Lord is getting delayed by too much.
Yeah.
But still, Husky, but still.
I said earlier on, hey, there's a fun thing. Eternal God can block shots, and that block was what kept Storm in the game.
How do we choose play of the day when they keep giving us highlights over highlights over highlights?
You know what? Production, MVP, Eternal Guard.
Dude.
If they win this game, MVP, Eternal Guard, for sure. Let's see.
They gotta win first.
They gotta win first. This is not easy. Not by any metrics, it's easy. Smooth finds the grab. Rasi finds the King. Let's go. That's the target.
No.
And they've got him. They have got him. Immortality comes back. Doesn't matter. And DXO pushes us game number 3.
One of the best games I've seen from a newer team. I gotta say, Husky, Theo has not had the best track records, but with DX Soul, he's making his name this game. If you're watching right now and you can afford tickets, buy DX Soul's tickets.
DX Soul stocks are gonna go right up through the roof after this. A palette cleanser from the earlier series we have. It was a low one, but this one has raised it to a new high. And I'm glad we get 3 games because it would be a disservice to everyone who came if it ended that way. And in a comeback fashion nonetheless. Micro moments. Once more, it's not about who had the worst draft or the worst play. It came down to who made the biggest outplay. And in this game, there's a 6th member on the side of DxO, Vexala Eternal Guard. But overall, it's their quick wit and team fight and adjustments from Rossi in that late game that gave him a win.
Husky, everything that we've been through today,
this was worth it.
It was worth it.
This was worth it.
Today is the day to come to work.
Oh man, I was.
In case you guys don't know, I got into an accident and then we had game number 1, but this makes it worth it,
this
man.
Makes it all
this
worth
is
it.
This
makes me happy.
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
And I'm depressed.
You're depressed. I'm depressed too, but it makes us happy for now, right?
Shout out to our what you call it, therapist.
Shout out to all the therapists out there. When you guys are not around, we have Vamos and DxO.
I would say DxO, man. Like
DxO.
They brought it against Homeboys. They brought it against Vamos. And the thing is, Nats had an amazing game.
Nats a hell of a game.
But Rossi,
dude,
he caught Nats like twice.
What a man. Rossi.
They changed the game.
Rossi and Siska, right? And SkyZet. After that last random death in the jungle, he's like, I've had enough. No more deaths for me. You see what happens when a Harry gets to do damage? Smooth popped in 3 shots.
Dude, like the entire team, they just waited for SkyZet to do something.
You know what's the craziest thing? When
What?
they won against Homeboys, they also had no inhibitors. For this team has won 2 games when they had nothing in their base. 2 comebacks in a row on separate occasions. You cannot tell me that this team isn't amazing.
And now we gotta look at the MVP. When the going gets tough, SkyZet comes down and he deals the damage. He just needed a space, but if we're talking about hidden MVPs here.
Hidden MVPs.
Dude, Rossi, he caught the perfect one. He got nets.
Yeah, Rossi was...
ended the game.
And I think the craziest thing was that they almost lost the game, right? Rossi got caught, Stone got caught. They were in a 3v5. SkyZet stepped up to save the game.
Dude.
Crazy stuff. SkyZet and Siska, when the team needed them the most, when they had nothing else to lean on, when Kyym was completely out of the fight, to brute force, they kept the game within their control. They were the ones who secured the Lord, and they were the ones that ended the game.
Let me tell you, this should be a promotion for MAL.
Oh, yes.
Show us what is possible. Like, if people see DxO playing like this, I'd watch MAL, man.
I would too. I mean, MAL, you still can't have to admit that there's a big power gap. You know, DxO, they came in to MPL. They also made adjustments, right? Storm and Rossi being the veteran acquisition, being the imports for the team. But the other 3 players, they are from that tier 2 scene. We have heard so many great things about them. The struggles to adapt, the changes to meta. But you look at this today, you tell me they're from MAL, I would find it hard to believe you.
I will tell you the MVP in terms of the items in this match. And most of it got sold, which is that Winter Crown. How many times when Zorn, when Smooth gets a good catch, the Winter Crown is there to make sure that Nets did not deal damage. I gotta say, we don't always talk about the items, but this is one of those games. If you guys don't play with the Winter Crown much, it's time to step up, man, because they showed us against a catch composition, that item is key.
Yeah, it is. It really, really makes all the difference. Rossi and Kyym, like I talked about them needing to accept the fact that if Zorn catches you or Smooth catches you, high chance you're going to get deleted from the fight, right? You have to be ready to fight a 4v5. They took up the challenge. They accepted that fate, and they just tried to buy as much time as possible with the itemization.
One of the more impressive things is that DxO, they gave Homeboys a hard time when they had the Novaria. And then once they don't have it, they lost, you know, quite bad. And then people are saying, like, is Storm a Novaria one trick? Both games he didn't have that Novaria. And you even said the Eternal God was the MVP.
The MVP, dude. It really, the one time that if Storm died, we might go on for another 5 minutes. The Eternal God showed up and be like, I got you. Blocks the fatal shot.
Let me just say, I asked Rossi to step up. I didn't thought it would be this much. Like, full respects to him, I will say, no matter what it comes out on stream, he is the MVP because I needed him to step up and he did it astronomically.
Yeah, I mean, you compare him when he was with the Niners last season, right? This is the Rossi that really got to unleash his full potential. Not to say that when he was Niners, he was doing poorly, but you can see that there's something missing, right? Like Rossi, he felt like he wasn't unlocked, but right now with Storm, I think that they've been able to do a leadership role well and still continue to make their own plays. And Clockun ended this game on Novaria deathless. He was 7-0-13, right? This Novaria value is pretty big. They constantly try to look for fights, but DxO, they kept adjusting, and that's what I love about them.
Look at the damages. Nets, 138,000 damage. Clockun, 120,000 damage. Look at the damage taken by Kyym, 216,000 damage. This game, fights over fights over fights. Husky is 24 minutes, and the kill score is 27-21. This, I feel, represents MPL MY.
Yeah. 2 kills on average per minute, right? Whew. This is a average Vamos game, very bloody. And if you guys are still doubting Fredrin, you still don't see value in him, I think you should. Like he
I see what you did there.
He's one of my favorite heroes.
Hey,
you know when I first played Fredrin, I couldn't understand how he works.
Yeah.
So I was feeding so badly, and once I figured him out, I just spam him. It's one of my favorite heroes.
Amazing. And now this is, I would say, a screenshot moment just to see the numbers here. Rich Guy nets 765 gold per minute. Doesn't look impressive until you consider it's a 24-minute game. He dealt 138,000 damage. And the thing is, it should be higher because most of his damage was neutralized by that Winter Crown.
Yeah.
And then Sandbag came in. Assassin players like, bro, I can play tanks. 216,000 damage taken. We were saying take the pressure off of Siska. This was not what I was thinking of, but it worked.
Siska still had the same amount of pressure. In fact, he has a bigger job, right? He's the one that needs to kamikaze the backline. But hey, I think Kyym, like, I remember seeing him back in MAL with Siska. I mean, they were on before DxO, like Young and Dangerous, DX something, right? Season 1. And there were moments where I questioned, are they ready for the big stage if they ever make it there? Because, you know, the mental might get affected when you're in a tough spot. I finally have been proven he has grown. Because I think 2 seasons ago, if Kyym was put in that position of that of a late game, I think this game would have imploded on itself. So props to Coach Dio, had been able to drill the mind into them, but the composure that DxO was able to keep, especially these new players who have yet to experience the full scope of the big stage and still was able to put up a fight like this. I mean, DxO, they've earned their flowers for sure.
I gotta be honest with you, Husky, I don't even want to break down this highlight. I just want to witness it again. And every single time we see it's outplays by both teams is that they understand where the angle is going to come from and they play around it. And we see both roamers for this game doing the most. And this, look at this, 100-0. That was huge. And in this, like, too many things going on, and every single one of them is absolutely amazing. There's plenty of points where I felt like DxO can't fight back.
Like, look at this one. Look at this one. This should be a highlight moment. Swaps from Crown to, look at that.
Yeah.
Holy cow, that Eternal Guard.
Oh. Can we change this into a BO5?
I would love. I hope DxO makes it to playoffs, right?
Like, I want just one day of MPL instead of having 2 different matches. Just have DxO play both of them. It may not be good for them, but hey, it's gonna be good for me.
It is a too big of a risk for sure. I mean, DxO, we had a one MAL team last season. They made the playoffs, Ready Esports, but I don't consider that an MAL team because they switched out everyone.
Everyone.
But this team, I want them to make playoffs. I hope they make playoffs.
That is the promotion for MAL. I'm telling you that, folks. Like, if this is the kind of players that they can produce, I'm amazed. I'm ecstatic.
They've set the bar
They set the bar very, very high. And this is one of those games. It's not that Vamos was bad.
No,
right?
I think just like game one, both teams played really well. It really comes down to these small moments, right? The Novaria Beatrix snipe, the Eternal God block, a Kyym delaying his death with his item swaps. There's so many micro moments. I think if you try to break down everything one by one, you start to realize that sometimes it's not just the team effort, it's the individual plays that start making things happen for the teams.
Yeah, I'm seeing here people are running here and there, running here and there. They're like, I gotta go to the toilet, but I can't miss this. Like, shout outs to the fans. Even they realize like this is something that you have to watch from minute one. And now for you folks at home, we just gotta give a big shout out about Duel Arena. DUEL. Yeah, there you go. From May 10th up until May 11th. Don't miss the MLBB X Naruto offline event at Pavilion Bukit Jalil. Join SK Penjahat, Tia, Sultan Rick, Ismail Izani, Prastonless, and other influencers as they battle out in an epic Naruto clan and showdown. Whether you're at Pavilion Bukit Jalil or tuning in online live stream, you'll have a chance to win 5 permanent collaboration skins of MLBB X Naruto. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, 5.
Exclusive MLBB X Naruto limited edition figurines. Am I reading that? Figurine, custom merchandise, in-game skin CD case, diamonds, and more. Am I reading this correctly?
Wait, hold on. Am I working on those days?
Permanent Naruto skin?
I gotta check my calendar.
Figurines?
10 and 11 May. I am not working on those days. Wow, I'm going for the draw. I'm going to Pavilion Bukit Jalil. I'm hitting some jackpots that day.
5 permanent skins of the MLBB X Naruto.
So figurines.
They got figurines. Like, why they don't have this here?
Why don't we get one?
Yo, Moonton, give the esports a bit more budget.
Yeah, I don't ask for much. Just give me the Naruto skins. Or actually, no, the whole skin line, right?
I'm not asking for much. I just want everything. That's kind of like the TLDR.
Yeah,
We're not asking for much. We just want everything.
We just want more.
Including the figures. I had no idea they had figurines.
Oh, and also on top of that, just nerf Suyo, please. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much.
Do you know that Kalia is already getting nerfed?
Yes.
She deserves it, but still, it's one of the things that there's like, when you, like, Moonton.
Like, when you saw the hero on release, you're like, this hero is gonna get nerfed sooner or later.
The hero didn't get released, and I'm already like, nerf.
Yeah, that's
and then when I use it, I'm like,
nerf.
Man.
Have to, yeah, you're correct.
Oh my goodness. Going to game number 3, we asked both coaches, what other drafts do they have? They showed up, and it looked amazing. Game number 3, I don't know what to ask for, Husky. I feel like I've got my feel.
I think we go back. I agree. I feel very satisfied. But last time DxO was in a 3rd game scenario, and that was against Homeboys. It was the draft that made a difference, right? We wanted Coach Dio to show us deeper pockets. He has shown it. But now they're going to be on first pick for the first time in this series and the last time as well. His pockets wasn't deep enough against Erpang. Let's see if he has refined it. Let's see if the pocket goes even deeper. If there's any more variations against what Coach Zaya is going to have planned for game number 3. Because right now, I think one of the biggest history-making moments in MPL MY is if DxO takes down Vamos. And I don't think it's an impossible task.
I like, Husky, that when I open up the MLBB Facebook group, the first post, the second post, the third post, the 5th post is all about this game. Like they deserve this kind of viewership, man. Like,
oh wait, no,
another post. I mean, like for this one, is it like kind of saying like, oh, what do you expect? It's Vamos. But no, it's not their fault, man.
Yeah, you like that game, Vamos had a chance to win it, but I can say the same for DxO, right?
Like DxO outplayed it. Like the fact that Rossi was able to catch Nets, I don't think Nets was like in a very bad position.
It's not like Nets walked out and be like, let's go game 3.
Exactly. Like I would disagree and say that Vamos played their heart out. They didn't make that many mistakes. It was all on DxO forcing those mistakes.
Yeah, like a lot of times I would look back in previous seasons and be like, yeah, Vamos lost this game because they made a lot of,
over
questionable moves.
whatever.
But this game, I defend them with my life. I defend them. I stake my pride on the line and be like, this game, well, at least game 2 was no one's fault, right?
I like that I watched this game and I wouldn't change any of the heroes.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Right?
I think it all fell into place. If you are not a DxO fan yet, if you have doubts whether you should attend, I think you should.
Honestly, you should be fans of both teams.
You should be fans of both teams. I think DxO, again, I feel like after this, if anyone was watching the game, right, they've definitely gotten a lot more attention than they should have.
You know what DxO reminds me of? When Toda entered the scene. This reminds me of the young blood Toda when everyone was starting out and they looked absolutely amazing. First season in, going to the grand finals. Like, it reminds me of that.
The good old days.
The good old days.
The good old days.
I am not the only
All right, let's see how much deeper the pockets can get.
Much different. Batting out the Phoveus.
Phoveus.
And looks like DxO will have the first pick and not Vamos.
I wonder if they are going to still put the Fredrin in the consideration, right? Because on blue side, it's slightly different. It's a slightly different, landscape. I don't think it affects them too much because they did second pick Fredrin anyways on red.
See value in me.
Oh, Zaya with the respect ban.
Oh, you know what? I like that ban.
That's how you know you have left an impression.
Yeah.
When the Fredrin gets banned out like that.
You're saying if anyone has doubts about Fredrin, Zaya doesn't doubt. Zaya's like, yeah, I know that hero's good.
That
it's
Fredrin
bannable.
Chibi is like, guys, Jaya, please ban Fredrin. That Fredrin caused me so much problems.
Bro, like, if I was Kyym, I'll be like, that's me.
That's me.
That's me.
That's me right there.
Yeah. Like after this, what else? I mean, like, I feel like they might go back to standard. But if we're talking about utility junglers, you still have the likes of Barats, Akai, even fighters like Alpha, Eggsborg, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of options.
Yeah.
I like that in Malaysia, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, we make the options, right? Just like parking. We make our own parking.
Exactly.
Just remember to leave your phone numbers. That's all I ask for. Leave your contact number.
Yep.
I've seen so many cases of people getting stuck for half an hour because they got double parked.
I've had a lot of bad cases of that, but I feel like if we talk about them, it will get very heavy. But now, looking at the draft here, looks like DxO. Let's think about this. They ban out the Luyi, they ban out the Phoveus, and they ban out the Jushin. What would be a priority that makes it so that you don't want the Jushin? Maybe they just want to stick like, okay, Storm, just pick up the Vexana. So maybe Vexana is something that we have to consider.
Could be Alpha too, I think. I think the Alpha is still on the table. The Harris gets banned out. Now, Kalea is on the table.
Yep.
Again, like, does DxO want it?
Ooh, SkyZ has officially crossed 200 kill milestone since his MPL MY debut back in Season 9. And the crazy thing is, yes, he has played in the MPL, but he's not a mainstay, right? He's one of those guys that if the goal laner doesn't feel well, okay, you sub in him. Like, he doesn't play from week 1 up until the playoffs.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like Kalia.
That's Kakashi.
Yeah, yes, I know the hero, but I'm stunned. Joy, Kalia, I don't know, Lucas, like, okay, maybe not Lucas, but there's a lot of first pickable options.
Yeah.
The very first one is Hayabusa, and the crazy thing here, Husky, is just that how unflexible Hayabusa is. You're locking in your draft, from the first pick.
Not only that, but we also know that Hayabusa has gone up in priority, at least in the other MPLs. Okay, of course, Sakura's going to get picked up, while Kalea's going to get picked up. We might get the whole team 7 this game. See.
Okay.
I mean, the Joy's there, Joy, Suyo, there's still plenty of options, but they are going to deviate to the Valentina. So it locks out the Lucas option for DxO.
Honestly, locks out a lot of options. You know, the Lucas, the Eve, the Farsas, the Faramis.
Novaria also gets locked out too. Novaria, right?
I would say out of all those, Novaria is like okay-ish.
Like
I agree. It's definitely bad, but I'd rather give Novaria's ult than like a Faramis ult. Like that one is definitely game-changing. And I'm just wondering, do they pick up the Hayabusa? Because the Harif is no longer available, so they have a rough idea of what hero Nets will be using, and they know that they can punish it. But now DxO, they pick up the Gato Kacha, and this time they pick up the Selena, which is also another hero that the Valen be like, oh, what am I gonna do?
Yeah,
now?
what am I gonna do with
I mean, like, she can get the Gato ult though.
Yeah, she can. I mean, Kalkun has demonstrated his marksmanship in the past 2 games with how sharp he is with his skill shots. Stole him time to do it. It's also one of his fallback picks. I remember he talked about Selena being one of the few pocket picks even when he's in a roam role, right? We need that like once or twice when he was at RSG Malaysia. So it's a good throwback now that Selena is back in the mid lane. So it's going to be a carry pick. I was expecting this carry to come out at some point because I feel like if they don't pick carry now, it's going to get banned by DXS. So get Xayah with a good read.
You know what the pick so far has told me? Forget about strategy. Just pick out your best heroes.
Your best heroes.
Right? Like, okay, Hayabusa, first pick. Because other than that, I have no idea why the Hayabusa was first pick unless they know that Xayah wants that Hayabusa.
And it's a battle of the brains now, the battle of the great minds.
I like when you're like, just get your best hero. We'll beat you.
Will the Hilda get banned out, right? I think that's one of the questions. Yeah, of course you ban Hilda, right?
Like, you go crazy, but not that crazy.
Yeah, like, again, as much as this guy had a great game with the Masha, you still need to respect that Hilda has been a big problem. Cho banned out by DXS, I think. I don't think they have the luxury of going for catch roamers, like, because they don't have the first pick, right? Either you open both or you trade one.
I mean, like, again, like, the story is your best heroes. You don't want Zoran on that show.
So what is Siska's best hero? Aside from the Benedetta, right? We keep the Benedetta out of the conversation. Is he going to get the Gatok? Because he does play Gatok Kacha. But I would hate to see it if they go back to a Hylos. I think that would be too safe. Give me a playmaker.
Let's see here. Because I do agree. The Hylos might not do well against the carry.
The glue is still open, but I mean the carry, right? The carry is a big deterrent.
Actually,
do you still glue?
I feel like it's okay. Just the fact that with the glue changes, he could second skill on the carry, and then, like you said, get stacks early, and then just jump on the carry, and then, you know, force the carry to be in the team fight.
1-1
so
ban
actually,
out
maybe not bad. Maybe not bad. The Moskov is still open. However, in Malaysia, Moskov does not have the best numbers.
I feel like if you are DXS, you want to capitalize on...
Wow,
that is such a deep cut.
Whoa, okay. Like, Theo and Xayah has to be best friends for them to be able to draft like this.
You know what? If this is not Suyo, imagine we get the Nolan from Chibi.
I want something spicier like Lancelot.
Okay,
actually, Martis? Yo, I mean, maybe not, but...
No, maybe not.
Yeah.
Way too deep.
Alright, Suyo.
Yeah, so you go back to Suyo. It's fine.
Yeah. If only the Valen wasn't there, we could get the Lucas, and then we have the full.
We'll get the full team
squad.
7, you know. We'll get the full team 7.
Now, let's see here. The Granger is still open. I'm not so sure if they want to go for that. SkyZ has shown that his Granger is pretty good. If they want attack speed, you can still go for that Claude. You can still go for that Moscow.
I think Beatrix is okay too, honestly.
My only worry is that they need a hero that can use a Purify.
Let's see.
Oh, that's the glue.
Great, right?
That's the glue. Then that's the Granger.
Okay. I'm glad that glue came out. Like, I had some doubts, but...
And then CC. So this time, the Kalia is going roam.
So the question now is, who is going to help the Kalia kill the target that they pick off, right? They don't really have the most burst damage. You know, it's not the traditional Beatrix Farsa. So I think
just wait for Ness to get his items, man.
I mean, we've seen...
The carry can do damage, you just need a bit of time.
We've seen teams do that, but that means that they are pretty slow on the draw.
Hey, the game just now, 24 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Who's to say this game can't go 30?
We can say for a fact that I think DXS's draft have the potential to kind of match the speed of Vamos. But I mean, I'm throwing my cards out the window. I just want another good game.
I'm just excited to see the changes of glue. How is that gonna impact this game?
Yes.
Siska, if he makes this work, I gotta say, one of the best EXP laners we have. Damage, front line, split, whatever. Siska can do it all. And now we're jumping into the final game of today. One of the best matches we've seen so far between Vamos and DxO.
Not all days are doom and gloom. We've had some majority of disappointing runs, but sometimes out of nowhere, the teams show us a different side and what the league can possibly achieve. At the start, completely opposite, parallel jungling. In fact, interesting clear from Chibi, right? Getting harassed by Storm. Zorn have to keep him safe. Chibi's gonna probably path towards the Little Wanderer. Kyym takes the orange buff, takes the golem. So Vamos, they will at least get this objective for themselves, but Storm is just unrelenting. Gotta be very careful.
Ooh.
And ends up feeding first blood.
Okay, like, I actually want to talk about the emblems just now because we saw, oh, hold on, it's not stopping. Rossi is getting harassed by Klakun and Zorn.
Gonna heal up with the passive. A bit of an Iron Fist. Zorn, so much crowd control. Finally gets out.
Yeah, I was about to say because Storm, he does have that Seasoned Hunter, makes it so that you have priority on actually killing that Little Wanderer. So I kind of feel like because of that emblem set, he tried to force it out a little bit, you know, maybe a little bit too much. But I also want to say some interesting things here is that Siska actually went for the second skill, the grab instead of the slam. So not sure whether that really is the way to play the new glue, but you know, we learned something new.
Yeah. Again, the more stacks he has on you, the less the damage you do to him. This is sketchy territory, right? Chibi doesn't really find an angle to engage. And DxO actually has backup there. They land the arrow. But Kyym's gonna try and go against crowd control. That's not the one you want to take. They saw Zorn, they still went for it. Maybe they can punish Klakun instead. Gets a taunt, Rossi, here he comes. Grab, and at least a punish for Storm.
I feel like we saw the movements of Storm, and even he's like, I can't do this, man. And now the fight goes on in Turtle Pit. Chibi secures the turtle.
A bit of an overextension. That's not how you want to do it if you're DxO. Smooth chases down Siska. Some blunders happening for DxO.
Yeah, and the game is speeding up, Husky. Like, the kills are rolling in. We have more kills than minutes.
Yeah, I think DxO, minor errors. And I say this with a very high consideration of what we witnessed in the first two games. This is one of the first few errors that we've seen, and it comes from DxO, right? Again, underestimating Team Vamos. Vamos are always prepared to meet the demands of DxO, and they have punished them a couple times already.
I feel like one of the reasons why they were punished is that Zorn has stepped up on his Kalia. His Kalia has been punishing what DxO has been doing compared to the previous games when he was using the Kalia. To be fair, it was against SRG OG, but still, this does show some growth coming in from Zorn, understanding this hero. But again, the game, 1,000 goal lead is huge. But definitely we've seen DxO coming back from worse.
Yeah, it's definitely not the end of the world. Kyym can still come back from this. We'll be able to get the Little Wanderer, Smooth, and Zorn. They want to look for Kyym again. It's tied up. AOG from Rossi. Can't save Kyym though. Sadly, AERO connects, but they ran out of damage. Maybe Siska can try. Zorn will be punished. Storm now trying to flicker the safety, but Smooth and Chibi on top of him, and they will take him out. Siska will be forced to run away. Tries to go back for more, but don't really have much to work with. Vamos again with a punish.
Actually, I feel like he could have had the stack onto Chibi, and then he could jump on him because he got the kill. So he probably got the reset on his ult. But either ways, right now, Team Vamos, they're just playing. I would say this is more traditional Vamos, where game 1, game 2, they were really playing with those skill shots. This one is just like, yeah, chaos, fighting, force it out, brawl.
Yeah.
This time they're playing like an Indo team.
Kyym getting slowed down as well, right? 2 deaths already in 4 minutes. That's not really not what you want as a high
Not for Spickable.
Yeah. I think, I can see the application. Okay, Klakun did steal the AOG. He's going to use it, so Shadow Kill destroying it instantly. The arrow is going to miss. DxO looking for priority over the turtle, but they're going to give control away, and Zorn's going to go in. Rossi pumping up for a taunt, doesn't get it. A grab on the Storm. Get away, turtle! For Kyym, but still the snipe from TV will get the kill. Siska most likely will go down. Kyym comes in. Control again. Forced to back off, but now Smooth on top of them. Rossi trying to keep him safe with the revitalized. Kyym has no shadow. Cycle gets away. Chibi gets a blaster, stun, another punish. DxO really starting to lose control.
Dude, I gotta say, this is like Team Vamos being the bigger brother and be like, hey, let me show you what MPL MY is all about.
And they are going to keep on doing so. SkyZ almost getting ran down. AERO connects. Storm comes in, wants to pick up the kill on the GB. Finally gets the punish. Some blows traded once more.
And now Storm has that enchanted talisman, so they have a way to get the game back on their side by applying pressure with the arrows, with the traps. But now Nespresso having that turret. 5 minutes, 22 seconds. Very fast timing. Even though considering that Team Vamos so far in the early game, absolutely amazing. Kyym 0-3-1. He needs to find ways to get back into the game because right now, not looking great on this Hayabusa.
Not at all. Siska is forced to babysit him for a bit, and even with Siska around, it doesn't guarantee Kymyn's safety. And that's the scary thing about Vamos with the amount of catch and reach they have. And Shiri is already working towards his War Axe, Tier 2 boost, Hunter's Strike. Kyym just got his Tough Boot. So it is a far cry away from catching up to Chibi.
You know how Smooth is like the calmest player? But in this game, he looks the most aggressive.
He is hungry.
He looks upset.
He looks upset. I mean...
He's like, yo, I gotta get back home by 7:30, and it's 7:30.
It's 7:30, yeah. I'm late. I'm late for my dinner appointment.
Yeah, speaking of which...
Another catch by Zorn. This time with the Stolen. Will flicker the safety. AOG, the stolen one from Clockwood, missed us. Counter engage from Rasi, but Rasi is gonna get a Buster down. Siska brings back Zorn, but unfortunately, Chibi will zone out the rest of DXO. So, Siska left to his own devices. He's gonna run down the arrow. Doesn't reach Siska. Unfortunately, will be sacrificed.
Yeah, I mean, like, will he though? He's trying to make a break for it, but Chibi caught him off, and Siska's gonna get taken down.
Doesn't get any better from DXO.
Oh, Smooth.
They're trying to realize that they don't have the necessary damage just yet.
So far, Smooth with this CC, playing the most confident game we've seen from him from a long time. 7 minutes in, 3 kills, 6 assists. Smooth, it almost looks like, screw the laning phase, man. I like your jungle. I think I'm gonna stay here for a while.
Yep. DXO just got the, I mean, this guy just got the Sky Piercer. So maybe that's one of the ways to come back. Chibi back getting the War Axe. Vamos 4.3k goal advantage. 7.5 minutes in. DXO doesn't really have the best wave clear too, so could be a problem if Vamos gets too big.
Also,
too much
that's how Sakurai recalls. I can dig it. And now, okay, so far the glue looks okay, but not really game-changing. But we need some game-changing plays from DXO. Right now, SkyZ is just trying to stay alive, but look at that.
Oh, Stolen tries to go for a poke, gets grabbed back, so Rasi now has to bear the brunt of the damage. Clockwood comes in with the AOG, Smooth just runs down, Stolen. SkyZ is also low. AOG from Clockwood finding in it. That was Rasi's AOG, was gonna cancel. Chibi comes in, misses the blazes, but really doesn't matter because SkyZ is still forced away. A point-blank snipe. Another 2 kills for Team Vamos.
Dude, I gotta say, like, we gotta crown the MVPs, but now Clockwood goes on to Kyym.
He's gonna be terrified. Double kill for Chibi.
Something about DXO. Game 1, Game 2, they look amazing, but then Game 3, they get stomped. But to be fair, I feel like there's more on the more experienced team, understanding how to deal with DXO, but yeah, looks like this might be the same pattern. Vamos, they want to go home quick. They got somewhere to be.
Just like what is happening, or what happened with Homeboys in Game 3 last week, right? DXO fell apart in a long series. It's these marathons that feels like it's wearing the players out. Right, the decisions, again, small decisions that ended up becoming big errors, and this game's probably the first time that we looked at DSO and be like, yeah, they're making a lot of mistakes.
Look at Smooth's damage. More than Chibi, more than Nance, more than Clockwood.
Kyym deals the least damage. I think that is a shocker.
Less than Zorn.
And he's 2 levels ahead of Zorn, by the way.
Less than Rasi, and Rasi's 3 levels under him.
I mean, less than Siska, right? You can say the same thing.
Right now, Team Vamos, they're controlling the Lord so much. If somehow, yeah, no way Chibi is gonna let that slide. No way he's gonna let a trap to kill the Lord.
How do they come back from this game? I think that's the problem. Again, they don't have the best wave clear with the composition that they have. The first floor should be manageable, but any lore beyond that is going to start posing a big problem. Kyym, he hasn't been able to find any angles to the backline, any avenue. Like Nets, he has 7 assists on this carry.
My only question is that Storm, if he hits the AERO, who's the primary target? Who does he hit that makes you say we can go with?
I think if they're not this far behind, anyone would be a good target. But they're just too far behind to make use of that AERO, right? Now, no one is a viable target.
Yeah, because I feel like even if you get Nets, Kloakun, the follow-up from Smooth, Chibi, Zorn!
Flickers in, gets the grab on the Siska, who just gets away with the spread, and now they come back in, punish on the Zorn. Over-diving from Team Vamos. Smooth shows up, tries to sustain the fight, pops the vengeance. Rasi is the target, he gets tied up at the critical call, but Rasi AOG to buy time, and they punish Smooth. There is something for DxO. And now Siska onto Nespresso, trying to wear him down. It's getting pretty close. Nespresso's gonna heal back up with the minion wave, and Siska will be sacrificed. But DxO got the job done. They stay alive slightly longer.
And we saw Smooth just hit a milestone, an achievement. 1,600 assists in his career, catching up to the likes of Izanami as well as Stormy. And yes, I do agree, Siska did die there, but I would say it's worth it because if he didn't grab onto Nets might have the confidence to stay in the fight, and maybe Vamos would have applied more pressure onto DxO. So I would say that's an okay sacrifice.
It's an okay sacrifice, but it comes at the cost of an 8.2k gold deficit. Who is Zorn gonna find? Storm, he's dead for sure. Rasi in the wrong place at the wrong time. Vamos now looking for an actual punish. The fight happening at the same spot again. Kyym wants to get something done, but his teammates are dying too fast. Zorn, another knockup. GB in the base, and this time it could be it. Vamos with 4 kills. We're at the same spot where they failed the first time. They made sure that the mistake is not repeated twice, and Team Vamos will just end it all. 2-1 over DxO to close out this series.
This honestly shows what Vamos is capable of. Game 1, Game 2, they show that they have expanded their style. But when push comes to shove, they can drop down. They can fight dirty. If you want to be dirty, they can be dirtier.
Dirtier, for sure. Again, some decisions from the drafting phase that some people are going to question, right? Coach Dale on that first pick. And some of the early game decisions that really gave Vamos such a big lead. And it's hard for DxO to come back from, but I gotta say, as much as this game tree felt like what we saw between DxO and Homeboys, where it was a wash due to draft and decision making, the overall quality of the series was one of the best that we've watched.
I feel like based on this, if we want to scale Homeboys, honestly, Vamos and Homeboys look very close.
I can't wait for them to face off.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be inevitable in a week, I think. And when that time comes around, you better be sure that that game goes 3 games.
And now, honestly, I'm looking at the stage now. It looks like everyone's ready. So Rose, here's your time with the players.
Dua pembalas, satu untuk pasukan Vamos. And of course, GB, welcome back. Selamat kembali.
Selamat kembali.
Selamat kembali. Okey tak rehat minggu lepas?
Alhamdulillah, cukup rehat.
Cukup rehat. Okay, since Rose tak ada minggu lepas, boleh tak cerita sikit? Maybe kenapa korang turunkan AERO 404 minggu lepas?
Mungkin sebab kita orang tahu dia punya performance sangat bagus. So that's why kita orang turunkan dia.
Okay, now speaking about Chibi pula lah kan. Chibi turun untuk main hari ini. And kita nampak prestasi dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Is it Chibi's way of saying that I deserve to be in the main 5 lineup?
Rasanya saya belum ready lagi kot. Sebab kalau kita tengok game kedua tadi, mungkin ada sedikit mistake yang perlu diperbaiki. So insyaAllah saya akan improve lah untuk next game ni.
Alright, we like that. Now speaking pasal game kedua tadi, apa yang jadi sebenarnya? Sebab korang dah memang leading. Semua orang nampak korang leading. I pun dah turun daripada talent room, ready dah nak interview korang. So, what happened? Was it a miscommunication your side, miscalculation, ataupun DX just was the better team untuk game tu?
Mungkin kita orang just miscommunication dekat base tu kot. Kita orang tak satu target, that's why kita orang punish kita orang dan kita orang dapat buat mistake lah. Dia orang dapat kita orang punya mistake.
I see. So, is it like, are you guys going to like work on your discipline selepas ni?
InsyaAllah.
Okay, we like that. Now, kita tahu kita ada birthday boy hari ini, betul tak? Betul. Alright. So how about kita semua nyanyi happy birthday song untuk Klokun. Ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Klokun. Happy birthday to you. Applause.
Yay! Happy birthday, Klokun. Klokun, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, sini. Apa perasaan main match macam ni bila birthday? Tak rehat?
Sama aja sih kayak match-match sebelumnya, sama-sama.
Ada birthday buff tak hari ni?
Tak ada, sama aja.
Sama aja. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap because your family kan dekat Indonesia? Is there anything yang Klokun nak cakap kepada family? Sebab birthday tahun ni tak celebrate sama-sama.
Buat family di rumah, makasih banyak udah doain dan udah dukung. Makasih.
Itu je.
Ya, itu.
Itu je. Okay, full stop. Full stop. Alright guys. Now, I nak tanya korang. Korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Louder. Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada birthday boy.
Thank you.
Okay. So, birthday boy, birthday buff siap dapat MVP. Apa yang Klokun rasa lain lah untuk match hari ini? Ada ke special preparation ke sebab birthday kan?
Gak ada sih, biasanya.
Ya ke?
Paling surprise tadi sama satu tim di GH.
Okay. So, nanti makan cake celebrate lah?
Ya.
Okay. Birthday wish?
Semoga tim Famous juara season ini.
Wow, alright, nampaknya the audience agree. Terima kasih sangat Klokun. Thank you very much Chibi. And of course guys, Rose has a special announcement for you guys. Tiket untuk minggu keempat hingga minggu keenam sudah mula dijual. Maksud tu korang dah boleh beli tiket anda minggu keempat sampai minggu keenam by scanning the QR code down below. So you guys boleh dapatkan tiket MPL Malaysia regular season di Ticket to You. Jangan lupa datang, sokong, and of course, spread the love. And with that, I think sekarang adalah masa untuk throw it back to the casters untuk dissect apa yang jadi dalam pusingan best of 3 ini. Tanpa membuang masa, casters, back to you guys.
We heard it from the birthday boy here being the MVP. And I gotta say, like, he impacts the game. I feel like he's like, I didn't do that great. I don't deserve that MVP, but I gotta say, that Selena game, MVP for sure.
Yeah, if you want a utility mid laner, I think this is one of your best candidates, right? We saw the 3 most sought after utility mages in the mid lane: Valentina, Selena, Novaria, Jack of all trades, Master of all also. You can't have it any better way. I think his contribution to the entirety of Team Vamos, just as a mid laner itself, really kind of broadens the spectrum of what Team Vamos was able to do back in the last season and the season before.
2 things that I want to say. Number 1, how crazy it is that your KDA is 2-1-11 and your kill participation is only 59%. That shows how much kills were in that game. And number 2, this did not consider game number 2 where he didn't win, but also remember, he didn't die. And he dealt over 120,000 damage. So if you put all games, game 1, 2, and 3 together, this guy's stats is out of this world.
Yeah, Klokun is always there. Obviously, it's a repeat. It feels like deja vu if you're a DxO fan, right? When it comes to game 3, when it comes to the end of the marathon, they always fall short of the finishing line. And this one was a stomp, right? There's no better way to put it. Team Vamos just capitalized on every single minor mistake that DxO made. It started snowballing into an uncontrollable lead, and Vamos just ran away with it.
So when I said I want to see a best of 5, maybe not.
Maybe not yet.
Yeah, it does show some kinks in the machine, right? I feel like they need more reps to be able to have longer games, because if game number 3 you're out of breath, I gotta say, international events will not be kind to you.
I think they cooked too hard with the draft too.
Yeah,
they cooked pretty hard. But no hard feelings to Coach Teo. I think the idea was there.
Yep.
But again, it requires a degree of execution
Oh,
they
this
just
is interesting.
couldn't pull off.
Is this real? Where Rossi was using Festival of Blood? Actually, no, I don't think so. Because I would have seen
Should
it.
be tenacity, right?
Yeah, should be tenacity. So yeah, maybe you know a little bit different there. But overall, I like that Team Vamos have developed further as a team because real Vamos fans will see this season and last season of Vamos looks very different. Where last season, there's confident, and then there's Vamos last season. This season they look confident, and then that's it. Not too much.
I think there's also the argument to be made where you can see different styles of Vamos, right? Not just a Vamos that wants to run at you and end the game. And if they don't end the game, they will just still try to run at you and try to end the game and probably end themselves in the process. But we saw two different sides. We saw a Vamos that can be very composed, team fight oriented, front to back. And we saw a Vamos that can fight scrappy and just abuse the fact that you are not prepared to fight at their pace.
Yeah. By the way, here, Kyym just did barely enough damage to be above Rossi. But can I just have a minute here to talk about the interactions between Hayabusa and Kalia? Because this is something that I told Zaro back in the talent room. Because I've been spamming Kalia whenever she's open, and I've fought against a few Hayabusas. Here's the thing: you play fighting games, right?
Yeah.
You know, fighting games, they have frames, right? Positive frames, negative frames, and all those kind of things. I feel like Kalia, as a hero right now, she has negative frames against, positive frames against everyone. Because here's the thing: when Hayabusa wants to use the Ogi Shadow Kill, there's a small pause.
Yeah.
Into the, you know, whatever it is. And every single time, the Kalia can cancel it.
It's the same thing as dealing with a Lucas, right? Where you always feel like Lucas has a positive frame on you. Because if your animation isn't instant, he staggers you. It's the same with Kalia. She snaps onto you with an empowered auto attack. You just get chain stun forever. And that's kind of what we saw, right? Zon showed us like 2 minutes in that Kyym, you try to get greedy with your level 4, you try to get a lead, boom, instant crowd control.
The thing is, like, I honestly feel like Kalia might even be faster than a Lucas. Like, the enhanced basic attack of Kalia is not the fastest, but the second skill, that dash, you can't react to it. I mean, like, some people can, for sure, but the speed that it moves, it's enough to stop a jungler like a Hayabusa, where there are multiple times, even when Hayabusa uses the Quad Shadow, my catch was faster than the Quad Shadow. I mean, and that was not on me. That was all Kalia.
We saw Yums catch a fanny with that.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
And so it really does put into perspective how strong this support is. I think even after the nerfs that we've seen online, once it gets implemented, she's still going to be good. Yep. She's still going to be very punishing. Just requires a lot more precision from the player's end, right? I think overall, again, this game was the only game that I would say in the series that DxO lost because of a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, because, well, not a mistake, but gradual mistakes over time. They just couldn't remedy.
I feel like the biggest mistake was not highlighted here. I know you know what I'm talking about. The fight up top when Storm got that arrow and then Kyym just went in.
Yeah.
Went in against 3, immediately got caught by the Kalia and then died. I think just before the turtle got spawned, by the way.
I think the craziest thing was that we both saw it coming.
Yep.
We both knew that it was a bad idea.
Yep.
And it still happened. I think that's the saddest part. But also it's pretty poetic that the game ended in a fashion where Vamos took the fight at, well, okay, the fight was over here, but Vamos took the fight in front of the DxO base between the top and middle lane. First time didn't work out, they got punished. They took the fight at the same spot for the second time to end the game.
Yeah.
I almost thought we were getting a replay, for a while, and then I realized, wait, no, it's actually a real event.
It's almost like in anime where you fight against the evil boss and then you don't do any other training, you come back and then you win. Just because, like, what happened? Did you get a new skill or something? No, I just punch harder.
It's like skill sequences are the same, AOG is the same. I mean, it's quite a way to end the game. But I mean, congratulations, Team Vamos. They deserve the win.
Yeah.
But flowers to DXS as well. If people haven't set their eyes on them, I think right now you have to keep an eye on DXS. I can't wait for the rest of the league. I don't know what else they have cooked up. I sure hope that they secure a slot in the playoffs. But if not,
same.
Stay in MPL, stay out of relegation, and give us an even better season in the later half of the year.
This is funny. Clockkun's Novaria performance sealed a flawless win.
And it was the game that they lost.
Game that they lost.
Who did this? This headline? needs to change.
I hope it's intentional.
It will be funny. Like
the only hero that he lost on got the flawless win.
But the funniest thing was, the only game that he lost, he had no deaths.
Yeah. 120,000 damage.
It's comedy at its finest.
Dude, Klakun's Novaria performance sealed a flawless win. I hope that was on purpose.
This headline is funny. So
It's like saying Kyym's Hayabusa secured the win.
It's like, it's not wrong, but it's not right either, you know? His Novaria performance was flawless, but it was also the game that he lost.
You could say he lost flawlessly.
Lost in, you want to go out with a blaze, right? You want to look good when you go out.
And the thing is, if you want to play like how our players play, we got to give a big shout out to Infinix, our official gaming phone. Here it's Rose taking a picture with AERO, and again, they had a great match as well, but I gotta say, the one that we just had is so good. Like, this actually sets the bar for tomorrow.
Tomorrow we got some banger matches too. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna match it, right? I don't know if I'm gonna sleep tonight, wake up tomorrow, and be like, and kind of lift down this high. It's gonna stick with me for a while, but I sure as heck hope that tomorrow gives us something like this.
Well, first we gotta check out the standings to see, after a win for Vamos, where do they stand? And honestly, I want to see where DX Seoul stands as well, because again, they have lost, but right now they're number 6. All right, so if all goes well, there's a chance that they can go to the playoffs. And with that, Vamos is inching up closer to Homeboys.
Yeah, so many rivalries have been lined up, just waiting to unfold. SRG OG still at the top, not a surprise right there. We've seen how things went with Ocean Black, so that's not a surprise either. But I think the rest of the week is going to be pretty interesting, right? We have a lot of high-profile matches coming up, and DX Seoul continues to make a run to playoffs. I mean, AERO Esports also shot up in standings too with that series win. For me, Homeboys Vamos, SRG Toda, these are the matches I want to see.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I was very vocal when I say I want our league for at least the top 6 to be international level. I don't think it's there yet, but if the games are like this, then I feel like we are getting closer, and I hope before we hit the playoffs, at least 6 teams are at that level.
Yeah. Can't wait for tomorrow's games, because tomorrow is going to be so packed. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Oh, game number 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're starting off. Homeboys going up against Team Ray. Team Ray has the same score record as DX Seoul. Going up against Homeboys, still lossless, and then SRGOG against Toda. Toda, will they actually play their new imports? And last, JP Niners against MV. JP Niners, Hazelnut, Max, will it be enough to take down MV with Uni and Nova Escobar?
This is a full course meal laid out in sequence, right? Appetizer, main course, dessert. I know this hasn't been mentioned yet, but I think DXS fans deserve to know this. DXS have played the top 3 teams in the league already. They play SRG, they play Homeboys, they play Vamos. I think the world's their oyster right now. If they keep up this performance and continue to grow, playoffs is very possible for them. I think the XS fans, you look at the rest of their schedule, I think you can breathe a sigh of relief knowing how far they've come.
They were that good against top contenders. I might actually be disappointed when they're fighting against the rest.
Like they went like 0-2 against SRG OG, but that's SRG OG. But they went 3 games against Homeboys and Vamos, and both series they fell in game 3 because they gassed out, right?
Yeah.
Imagine what the rest of the series can hold in the future.
Dude, I gotta say, amazing matches for today. If you guys are still watching, you guys saw the schedule for tomorrow. For me, I definitely want to see SRG OG going up against Todak, but I hope every single game is like the banger that we just had.
I hope JP gives us something, man. JP is in 9th, but I hope they give us something. We had so much expectations for JP coming into this, right? Pops, Ancha, they reunite, you know, a stacked roster. Hasn't delivered. Just if AERO is delivering slowly, I want JP to be the next in line.
Yeah, and with that being said, before we close the show, final thoughts. Don't get into an accident. It's pretty. Actually, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
I mean, I'm glad you're doing okay. Well, for me, it's very straightforward. If you want to learn how to not play ML, just watch Ocean Black and against whatever that team was. I don't remember actually.
I actually don't remember.
Who did they play?
That's OB against.
I don't remember.
AERO.
AERO, yes.
There you go. And then that's it for us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Dia talip. Balik. Di depan. Kiting. Baik ni guys. Ada base sana. Bayar. Baik. Bawa kita dapat. Dapat ni Joy guys. Mati Joy. Nice. Tengok. Boleh aku. Dapat lagi tu one skill 2. Second skill. Kali. Ada winter. Mati.
So you on me.
I force defense.
Santai.
Aku kena lele. Kau Zed. Top side. Udah gak sih? One ni. Dah. Nice. Jangan tinggal aku dulu tadi. I thought kena already. Jangan tinggal aku macam tu dulu. Kita buang. Dua tak ada jungle lah kalau. Kau start je B lagi. Aku start je. Betul tu. Atas dah menang. Slow push. Combo brother. Nice one. My birthday boy man. Yeah. Fight now, just fight. Lot half. You have him.
Coming. Si Patrick. GG guys.
Si Bea.
I kick Bea.
Don't follow. Bea. Bea.
Dead.
Tengok karet. Joy belakang.
Five, guys.
Minus 2. Only Joy.
Just go.
GG. Anyone ready to start also?
Patrick, Bea.
Next one nak sih. Tahu. Tutup. Nice. Dapat net tu. Imo. Aku mati. Tengok mid guys. Mid. Atas. GG. Main pad tu. Aku tak boleh asal lah aku ah. By one Joy tadi dekat lord yang dekat base tu. Betul 3 tot. Bisa tahu Selina. Nice guys. Dia takut lagi guys. Hati. Dia tahu guys. Aku ada winter. Gas. Nice. Respect kaya. Nice. Ya. Bawa. Dah menang. Depanin gereng-gereng guys, pisahin. Okey, dah. Boleh. Boleh. Guna. Apa? Cap. Rugi ya? Ya, rugi. Patutnya boleh 2-0 kan? Ya dah.
Nice, I think it's GG.
Asal. Stop my mistake, cok.